and writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine learning turns into helped reduce carbon emissions on online orders times millions. When you work for Walmart Global Tech, you're not just gaining tech experience, you're helping people. 230 million every week live better. Walmart Global Tech. Epic human impact starts here.
The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation and creativity on behalf of our customers. Ensuring availability on the items they're looking for at the right time and at the best possible cost have been our priorities. Today, we're building a new and different supply chain. It's becoming more automated, more connected, and increasingly intelligent. What does that mean exactly? Our supply chain of the future is about being better, not just bigger. First, we're putting data and software to work in a connected and increasingly intelligent way. We're using more data, machine learning, and more advanced algorithms to anticipate and place merchandise more effectively. Second, we're adding market fulfillment centers, many of which utilize automated storage and retrieval systems, bringing inventory closer to the customer and improving speed of delivery. Third, we're adding a last-mile delivery capability and buying thousands of electric vehicles. This connected, flexible network enabled by data and automation helps our customers by improving availability and serving them how they want to be served. It helps our associates by evolving physically demanding jobs into more fulfilling, higher-skilled jobs. Over time, we believe we'll have about the same or more associates in the company, performing a different combination of roles and a larger business overall. And automation helps our business because these systems increase productivity and help us manage costs to deliver a value for customers, continued sales growth, and a return for shareholders. The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation, and we're not slowing down.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us.
As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, we want our people to grow and to thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
Who are you? I'm you. Why are you here? You'll see. Let's go shopping. Okay. What are you doing? I'm using Scan and Go. Open the app. It's easy. Keep up, rookie. Oh, cool. Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt. What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first. Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox for a first-of-its-kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the month's free virtual item. Explore trending UGC. And discover featured games and experiences. Find your thing at Walmart Discovered. That's my realm.
you work at Walmart Global Tech, your resume starts to look different. Proficient in writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine learning turns into helped reduce carbon emissions on online orders times millions. When you work for Walmart Global Tech, you're not just gaining tech experience, you're helping people. 230 million every week live better. Walmart Global Tech. Epic human impact starts here.
The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation and creativity on behalf of our customers. Ensuring availability on the items they're looking for at the right time and at the best possible cost have been our priorities. Today, we're building a new and different supply chain. It's becoming more automated, more connected, and increasingly intelligent. What does that mean exactly? Our supply chain of the future is about being better, not just bigger. First, we're putting data and software to work in a connected and increasingly intelligent way. We're using more data, machine learning, and more advanced algorithms to anticipate and place merchandise more effectively. Second, we're adding market fulfillment centers, many of which utilize automated storage and retrieval systems, bringing inventory closer to the customer and improving speed of delivery. Third, we're adding a last-mile delivery capability and buying thousands of electric vehicles. This connected, flexible network enabled by data and automation helps our customers by improving availability and serving them how they want to be served. It helps our associates by evolving physically demanding jobs into more fulfilling, higher-skilled jobs. Over time, we believe we'll have about the same or more associates in the company, performing a different combination of roles and a larger business overall. And automation helps our business because these systems increase productivity and help us manage costs to deliver a value for customers, continued sales growth, and a return for shareholders. The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation, and we're not slowing down.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us.
As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, we want our people to grow and thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
Who are you? I'm you. Why are you here? You'll see. Let's go shopping. Okay. What are you doing? I'm using Scan and Go. Open the app. It's easy. Hey, you have to pay. You pay in the app. Keep up, rookie. Oh, cool. Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt. What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first. Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox, for a first-of-its-kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the month's free virtual item. Explore trending UGC. And discover featured games and experiences. Find your thing at Walmart Discovered. realm.
When you work at Walmart Global Tech, your resume starts to look different. Proficient in writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine learning turns into help reduce carbon emissions on online orders times millions. When you work for Walmart Global Tech, you're not just gaining tech experience, you're helping people. 230 million every week live better. Walmart Global Tech. Epic human impact starts here.
The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation and creativity on behalf of our customers. Ensuring availability on the items they're looking for at the right time and at the best possible cost have been our priorities. Today, we're building a new and different supply chain. It's becoming more automated, more connected, and increasingly intelligent. What does that mean exactly? Our supply chain of the future is about being better, not just bigger. First, we're putting data and software to work in a connected and increasingly intelligent way. We're using more data, machine learning, and more advanced algorithms to anticipate and place merchandise more effectively. Second, we're adding market fulfillment centers, many of which utilize automated storage and retrieval systems, bringing inventory closer to the customer and improving speed of delivery. Third, we're adding a last-mile delivery capability and buying thousands of electric vehicles. This connected, flexible network enabled by data and automation helps our customers by improving availability and serving them how they want to be served. It helps our associates by evolving physically demanding jobs into more fulfilling, higher-skilled jobs. Over time, we believe we'll have about the same or more associates in the company, performing a different combination of roles and a larger business overall. And automation helps our business because these systems increase productivity and help us manage costs to deliver a value for customers, continued sales growth, and a return for shareholders. The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation, and we're not slowing down.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us.
As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, we want our people to grow and to thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
Who are you? I'm you. Why are you here? You'll see. Let's go shopping. Okay. What are you doing? I'm using Scan and Go. Open the app. It's easy. Hey, you have to pay. You pay in the app. Keep up, rookie. Oh. Cool. Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt. What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first. Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox for a first-of-its-kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the
Retail is evolving into a new era. The way we shop, the way we experience brands, and even the way we make choices are being transformed by technology. Imagine items that get delivered faster than you can say lasagna. Shopping apps that know your next favorite snack before you do. Gen AI experiences that feel like your shopping cart is reading your mind. From virtual experiences that seem real to predictions that feel like magic, the future is not just about selling, it's about co-creating with the customer. With AI, AR/VR, automation, shopping becomes a seamless experience no matter where you are. The future of retail is here, and it's more personal, efficient, and innovative than ever before. Welcome to the next generation of shopping, where retail adapts to you. Welcome to Converge 2024.
Amazing, isn't it? What technology can do for all of us? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 4th edition of Converge at Walmart. For all of you who are joining us virtually, Let's talk about only retail and the future of retail today. Few weeks ago, my son was about to take off for a college. He is our first child, and the emotions were running very high at home. Just before going to the airport, he realized he was missing few essential items. He picked up his phone, placed an order, and everything was at our doorstep in few minutes. And for all of you who went to college during my era, you can fondly remember and relate to all the running around we had to do for last minute shopping before boarding a bus or a train to the college. Life is so much easier today. Technology has come a long way. They can almost do everything from unpredictable shipping dates to guaranteed delivery in minutes. Retail has definitely come a long way. I'm actually excited for the future of retail. So we asked a bunch of our associates about the future of retail, and here is what they had to say.
I want to walk into a store and say, shopping cart, take me to the dairy aisle. Bonus points if I get to ride the cart.
If my hands are full, I want to just yell out to my phone, buy X now.
I won't get items from store and I just want to run. Not steal, of course. I want them to bill me without having any interactions with me.
Can we have shared online shopping carts so that my mom can stop chasing me to add more items?
So can an app plan a meal for me and deliver the ingredients also?
And I need a Doraemon to get me everything and anything I want.
So I was watching Emily in Paris and OMG, so many gorgeous looks. Can I just pause the frame and buy those outfits instantly?
Can you send me a box of trending clothes so that I can plan my OOTDs easily?
My grocery app should tell me you have exceeded the ice cream limit for the month.
I hate online transactions. Can transaction happen magically in the background?
Can I buy fruits and vegetables using my VR headset? And it should be in front of me when I take it off.
And my grocery app should show me a pop-up for the items that I'm allergic to.
Can my online avatar do a fashion show for me so I can pick the best outfits from my wish list?
Can an app just build my shopping list from my thoughts? Is that a bit too much?
I'm sure after that video, we are all going home certainly with a big to-do list. The possibilities are limitless and the future is exciting. We all are working together to transform the future of retail. But just remember, the role of technology is to serve people and help them live better. Today, we have incredible thought leaders lined up. Let's work together to shape the future of retail. And the best way to kickstart this year Converge is to invite the leader who is at the forefront of the technology for one of the world's leading retailer. Please join me in welcoming our very own Suresh Kumar, Global CTO and CDO at Walmart.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿದೆ ನನಗಿಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ hello everyone, welcome to our 4th annual Converge. What I said is it's great to be over here, in this time in person. Last year at Converge, I talked to you about the cycle of change that retail is in. Tech being a contributing, if not the leading factor of change. So today, we find ourselves, in fact, the entire retail industry, in the midst of a complete transformation. Everything from sourcing to supply chain, customer discovery, purchase, delivery, all of these things are changing. Retail today looks a whole lot different just from a few years back. So while technologies are having a substantial impact on our industry, it's important to recognize that the core things that our customers want, they've always remained the same. What do our customers want? They want the best value on quality merchandise and services. They want a broad selection of items to choose from. They want an enjoyable experience. Most important, they want to do business with someone that they trust. So these things are constant, but the way in which we deliver these, they have changed quite significantly. So at Walmart, we describe ourselves as a people-led, tech-powered retailer that is dedicated to helping people save money and live better. So when we talk about being people-led and tech-powered, we always keep these two things in mind. Number one, using technology should be simple, it should be personal, and it should make things easier, not harder. Second, being people-led means that we start with the human need. And often tech is the key to the solution, but starting with the human need means understanding the why behind the purchase. So we must recognize and be able to adapt to the myriad of contexts that define the why and the how our customers shop. We need to make sure that technology adapts to their needs in a seamless and a friction-free way, not the other way around. This is what we call as adaptive retail. Because ultimately, a search bar is no longer the fastest way to a purchase. So let's take a look at 4 different examples of shopping contexts that our customers are faced with. Could be the same exact customers. Sometimes our customers come to us with the intent of restocking on their everyday essentials. Could be, bread or toothpaste. In this context, we don't want to put up another search bar, right? That's not technology adapting to the needs of the customer. What we really want to do is we want to understand their preferences. We want to understand their consumption habits so that we can keep their homes in stock all the time. What does it take? So modern supply chain, it already orchestrates the movement of very, very different products all the way from our manufacturers to our stores. Keeping a customer in stock with adaptive retail means that the customer homes themselves become an extension of our supply chain so that we can keep our customers' home in stock. Done right, we can eliminate the burden of shopping for essentials completely. So that's one way of adaptive retail. Now, the same customer, they could be on a different context, could be a mission. They're fulfilling a bigger plan, could be hosting a birthday party. Okay? So if you're hosting a birthday party, you need lots of different things. You need a cake, you need, things like paper plates and so on. Again, putting a search bar there is not very intuitive. This is where Gen AI comes in. Right? Technology that adapts. It enables customers to be able to search for items in very intuitive ways. Single query that asks for everything that is needed to host a party. Maybe it's themed after unicorns. We want to be able to surface everything, saving customers time, adapting to customers' needs, and the context in which they are shopping. For this, data needs to work in the background to understand relationships between items and to be able to surface those that are essential for this particular context. Again, this is adaptive retail. Let's take a third example. We see that customers get inspired, for example, when they are on their social media feed. I see this with my daughters all the time, by the way. right? They find something that's trending. Adaptive retail means a unified shopping experience, making it easy to purchase without having to leave the sites like TikTok or Instagram. That's on the experience side. To make this thing work seamlessly, we also need advanced forecasting that can understand viral trends, predict what customers want when they want it. Final example, precision shopping. I'm looking for a very specific case for my iPhone, a new tire for my car. This is when customers need something exact. Search bar is appropriate, but search enhanced by Gen AI allows us to be able to narrow a vast online catalog into a handful of recommendations. Machine learning can personalize it based upon your preference. So ultimately, shopping is about retailers to be ready for what our customers want. It's about being ready with hyper-specific recommendations, ready to adapt offerings that match needs and be ready to deliver. This is the promise of tech-powered done right. Tech powering adaptive retail. Being truly people-led and tech-powered requires a deep transformation to become a fully digital enterprise. So when we think about the future of retail, how can we build it? How do we transform? So at Walmart, we have defined 3 strategic priorities to bring this vision of adaptive retail to life. So we are building innovative experiences that understand customers and the context in which they are shopping, all the different contexts that I've talked about. This creates hyper-personalized experiences that ultimately combine the best of online and in-store features. But these experiences require putting data to work, unlocking insights through advanced machine learning models that bring these experiences to life, at the same time allowing our associates to act on these insights, to unlock value for our customers. Third, it's about automation, something that delivers a consistent experience to deliver products and services when our customer want, how they want, while freeing up our associates from the mundane, enabling them to help our customers in a tech-enabled way that's people-led, that's unique to Walmart. This at its core, this is adaptive retail. This is the future. So for the rest of the day, we have lined up a number of sessions with fantastic speakers to give you all a glimpse into various aspects of this future. I hope all of you are just as excited as I am to hearing from all of them. I hope you get inspired by today's sessions and help us create the future of retail where we can use technology to help people save money and live better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Balu and Suresh. You've certainly set the stage for power-packed discussions throughout the day. Good morning, everyone. I'm Vaishali Bajaj.
And I'm Binu Chako, and we'll be your host for the first few sessions of the day.
In retail, speed and efficiency are the name of the game. Binu, have you ever noticed how quickly we restock our shelves during the busy shopping seasons?
Yes. It's just like a well choreographed dance we just witnessed.
Yeah, thankfully we are not dancing. But at Walmart's scale, with millions of customers shopping worldwide, we have to be quick and smart about it.
Exactly, Vaishali. To make this happen, we ensure that the technology can evolve with the changing needs of our customers around the world and support a broad range of applications and users.
Are you ready to discover how our platform strategy is taking the shopping experience to the next level for all our customers? Let's jump right in. I would like to invite our panelists, starting with Hari Vasudev, Executive Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, Walmart US.
Let the drums keep rolling for the next panelist, Vinod Vidarkopa, Executive Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, Walmart International.
And Sarvana Kumar Karnadi, Executive Vice President, Global Tech Platforms, Walmart Global Tech.
To moderate this esteemed panel, please welcome our own Balu Chaturvedi, SVP and Country Head, Walmart Global Tech.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are excited for a session on transforming the retail with the scalable tech platforms. Customers are always looking for value, assortment, experience, and trust. The role of a retailer is not to meet the expectations consistently, but also exceed them every single time. And it is not just about doing more, it's about doing better, making the whole systems more agile, efficient, and future ready. At Walmart, we believe in building it once and making sure everybody benefits it. The simple philosophy has helped us become a leader in building purposeful tech and scalable platforms. To know more, we've got a powerhouse panel here today. Hari, Shravana, Vinod, with your combined tech experience, you probably have more industry secrets than a magician's handbook. As one of the world's leading retailer, we have been passionately driving our purpose to help people save money and live better with the power of tech. Describe our platform story in the context of a purpose. Shravana, we'll start with you.
So first of all, great to be here, and thanks all for joining us. Um, our purpose is to help people live better by saving the money. We're in the omni retail business. And as Suresh pointed out, customers all over the world want value. They want, best prices, great selection, great assortment, and they want the ability to shop the way they want to shop. And Suresh also talked about different kinds of scenarios that customers, interact with us based on. Um, Platforms is the way that we bring our mission and purpose to life by building the right platforms. The reason for doing that is so that when the business models change, when the customers need change, you're able to respond very quickly and be adaptive the way that Suresh talked about. So that's the power of platforms.
No.
Good morning, everybody. Great to be back here in Bangalore, in India, every time. Um, and I'm actually tempted to do what Suresh did, speak in Kannada as a localite, but that'll be for another day. Um, yeah, so as Suresh said, one of the ways we bring purpose to life is through technology and innovation. And as we think about, fueling innovation, what comes to my mind is platform thinking. And what do we mean by platform thinking? Platform thinking fundamentally means we build it once and you deploy it, multiple times. And you do that, you can do this in many different ways, and there are many benefits that you get by doing it. And think of a car manufacturer, and then this has been done, in across multiple car manufacturers where they build a common chassis, which is really the core transmission, the engine, and the suspension, but they actually extend it into different models, whether it's a SUV, whether it's a truck or a sedan or a minivan, using the same common core components. That fundamentally is what platform thinking is for us. Because but with doing that, you actually extend it to different markets, meeting the specific needs of that market, but it's at the lowest common denominator is the common core. There are many benefits by doing this, right? You can actually get the best delightful experiences for your customers. You build these platforms in a reliable, performant, and scalable way, and build trust with your customers. And lastly, but most importantly, over a period of time, it's like a flywheel. You start driving the cost down, and you bring products faster to the market. And what this really helps us is the cost savings that you can flow it back into your business, into your associate wages, and or driving the prices down, which really connects it back to the purpose. So that's really fundamentally what we mean by platform thinking.
Awesome. Great thoughts, Vinod, on the modularity of the platform approach. Are your thoughts on the same question?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. It's great to be back here in Bangalore. I just want to start by adding to what Vinod and Shravana said, right? It is definitely about a way of working. It's definitely about a mindset and creating a culture. But equally importantly, I also want to focus on what it's not, right? Building platforms and building long-term capabilities doesn't mean slowing down, doesn't mean sacrificing on the needs of the customer or the needs of our associates. So it's really about how do we actually, it's about creative thinking. It's about essentially the art of the possible. How do we build platforms? How do we think about long-term capabilities while yet allow each of our markets to move that much faster, to be able to serve our customers, our members, and our associates that much better by focusing on innovative experiences, but really by doing it in a way that you can leverage things in a much better way and therefore move faster overall. And you can scale up very quickly. Because if you look at it, all markets that we serve, all customers that we serve are not equal, which means that the amount of investments that they can make can be different. And if you build a platform the right way, then you can allow essentially every market to be able to benefit from the capabilities that you've built without having to bear a disproportionate cost.
Again, great thoughts, Hari. So, Shravana, you've led international markets, and now you're leading the global tech platforms, mostly from the infrastructure and developer platforms is concerned. Why is it important for Walmart to embark on the platform journey at this point of time?
Yeah, so it's a great question. Yeah, you're right. I led international technology for 4.5 years, and now I'm leading what we call global technology platforms, largely infrastructure, cloud, data centers, and so forth. And we have teams spread across the world, doing this. Now, your question is, why is it important to do this at this point in time, from based on the context of international and global technology platforms? If you really think about it, what is platforms? We talked about what platforms is, what platforms is not, why it is beneficial. One might think, look, anything that you build, can be seen as a platform, right? You're building some platform. There's a good platform, there's not a good, not so good platform. So really, I think that really is the distinction. There's a right way to build the platforms. So now how do you say it's the right way to build the platforms? Based on, it should be open, interoperable, extensible. It should be easily maintainable, reliable, and so forth. It's got to be secure. And it also has to, be lowest cost and so forth. Why is that important? Let me give you an example based on our international context, right? We had a need for, as we are an omni-channel retailer, so customers want to buy online and pick up in stores, buy in store and return and so forth. There are many ways they want to interact with us, and we got associates, in distribution centers and stores, and they use technology solutions as well to do their business. So as we started to amp up the omni bit, and especially during pandemic, it became important for us to create solutions to deliver last mile solutions, last mile delivery, right, where we actually pick on behalf of the customers and deliver. And initially, when the volume is not as great, we needed to sort of make sure that our associates, workloads is smooth, and we needed to sort of rely on third parties to come in and help pick and so forth. We did that. As the volumes keeps growing, we need other solutions. We need the ability for our associates to actually pick and deliver. And as this continues to hum, and the business continues to grow, we realized that we need to make sure that we have multiple formats in Mexico. For example, we need to be able to sort of pick from one store, combine that order with another formats orders, and have this sort of multi-route situation. And the same problem exists in first mile and middle mile as well. So what I'm sort of describing to you is the business needs change and the customers needs change. And you cannot, refactoring is a great thing. We've all been said, okay, agile, don't boil the ocean, go do this. You can refactor the code. But how much refactoring you need to do, it makes all the difference. So the ability to actually build your platforms to the right abstractions so that you can make it more extensible is the key. And that's what we're talking about. And this is a real need. It is, of course, it's going to lower your cost. Of course, it's going to make it more easily extensible. Your developers will be happy and so forth. And yes, from a GTP, global technology platform context, it is not important to just build these extensible platforms, but also be able to provide a set of base tools with which our developers can build those systems more easily and deploy and maintain and so forth. All of that goes into platform thinking and doing it the right way.
Great thoughts, Ravana. I think you said it perfectly. I think it's evolution, right? Like I think the evolution happens on changing in customer needs and how technology can come a long way in addressing the needs of the customer. So, Hari, the next question is, earlier this year, we've launched our GenAI search, and we've also launched, quite a few creative products for our sellers. While building these products or platforms, how do you keep large enterprise in mindset while still continue to wear the Walmart US hat?
Yeah, so I think, it's not nearly as much of a conflict as people think it to be. If we build it right, like I said, if we focus on the core capabilities and we leave ourselves plenty of room to innovate on the experiences, that's actually going to help all of the segments, all of the markets that we serve. So the way to approach it, I would say, is first and foremost, you understand the core customer need, right? And as Suresh mentioned in his keynote, it's about making things simpler for our customers. How do we actually take away the friction and the pain, and how do we improve their experience and make things simpler for them? So what are the core capabilities that you need in order to be able to do that most effectively? The next thing is to ensure that the things that you're building can scale very quickly to serve the needs of individual markets, depending upon what the scale in that particular market is. So, for example, the kind of infrastructure and capacity that you need to bring to bear in a market like the US might be very different than what you would do in Chile, might be very different than what you do in Mexico or in other markets. So it's about really building enough flexibility within the core set of capabilities that you can flex up and down as needed with relative ease so that the markets don't feel like they're being slowed down by having to be on the platform. And then from an experience perspective, it's really about understanding. So for example, in the case of search, ultimately it's about understanding the true intent and the need, right? So especially as we move into generative AI, as a user, what I want to be able to do is to say, for example, it's IPL season. I want to be able to have a watch party with a few friends. I want to be able to go back and in a conversational way, go to Walmart and say, you know what, I want to be able to buy a basket that will allow me to have a great watch party. What do I do? And then the system will essentially suggest, and I can interact with the system in a very effortless way to continuously refine the queries until I get exactly the curated basket that I want. So I think if you look at it, it's really about how do we build these core capabilities in such a way that allows us the maximum flexibility while allowing us also room to be able to innovate for the customers to be able to build those great experiences that Suresh was talking about. And the marketplace product that you referred to is a great example, right? Recently, we took the decision that we're going to build our marketplace as a global product so that we are, again, just like for our customers, for our sellers, we are reducing the friction. So sellers can come in and become a Walmart seller, and they get access to our reach across all the markets. They get access to our customers, and we take care of all of the pain for them. So being able to create, an experience for a seller where with the click of a checkbox, they can decide that they want to sell their products in Mexico, Chile, Central America, and the US. Or they can decide that for certain categories, they only want to sell it in a couple of markets and not the others. And then abstract away all the complexity of shipping rules and tax related issues and so on and so forth. So ultimately, our customers get access to the entire breadth. Our sellers get a lot less friction and are able to serve our customers much better. So it's really about using that platform mindset to create a rising tide that will lift all boats at the same time.
Awesome. I think I totally agree with you, Hari. You talked about art of the possible. Again, irrespective of the markets, the needs of the customers never going to change. They're always looking for value, assortment, experience, and trust. So how does technology can play a role? It's not one individual's thought process. I think it's a collective thought process, and we have to wear that hat every day in, day out, irrespective of the roles we are in. Thank you. Thanks for that thought. So, Vinod, you have worked in similar capacities at Sam's Club and Walmart US and driving the heart of the strategy. And now you're trying to move the needle for the international markets. How do you balance between creating long-term value and keeping the short-term deliverables in mind?
Yeah, I think having worked in Sam's and Walmart US and now coming on the international side, what I've found, Balu, which is really common all across Walmart, is just the relentless focus for the customer. That's very common. And using technology and innovation to enable our businesses and delight our customers and associates, right? And that's very common. So in that sense, I don't have to relearn a lot of things, and there are a few things that I have to relearn from a segment perspective. But for in terms of the focus on the customers, that's constant. And I don't think in terms of either or, long term versus short term. I don't think it's a choice for us. It's the and. We have to do both. I think we invest in the future for building these platforms, and that will help us sustain, future-proof our business by building the platforms. But equally, the business can't stop. We can't stop running day to day. So there are high value, low friction opportunities for us, where we will add features into an existing stack, but through the course of building the platforms, we will have the right scaffolding in place where we can keep the experience constant for the customer, but swap out the back end with the platform. So that way, we'll continue to build the platform out, keep the experience consistent, and allow the businesses to run day to day, and equally make it viable from a cost perspective and also from a speed to market perspective of building these platforms for the future. So that's kind of how you balance. You have to have the ability to zoom out and zoom in. And that's one of the things that is unique to our business.
Awesome. I think well put, Vinod. I think embrace the and. I think that's the key. There's no magic pill. I think we have to have dual roles and then dual hats, and then we continue to do that. I'm sure we can continue for however long we want to, but then I think in the interest of time, one final closing question for all of you. Looking ahead, what are your future goals for innovating the future of retail?
I think it is all about focusing on the customer. It's all about focusing on our associates and our members. I do want to spend a little bit of time just touching on the associate piece of it, right? Because that's very, very critical for us to be successful. We have 2.1 million associates serving our customers across the globe. The vast majority of them are in the front lines, serving our customers in our stores, in our data centers, in our distribution centers, in our fulfillment centers. So as we look at harnessing the power of platforms and the power of technology to serve our customers, it's very important that we keep our associates in mind as well. So a lot of the effort that, for example, Suresh referenced to in terms of automation, we're looking at supply chain automation. And the intent is, how does automation in the supply chain fuel the growth of our business and allow our customers to be able to allow our associates to be able to serve our customers ever better by leveraging the power of technology. So I think a lot of our focus and emphasis, particularly in the US segment in my role now, is to build technology and is to use platform as a means of leverage, not just for our customers and our members, but also for our associates, so that they can in turn serve our customers and members better.
Vinod, your thoughts on future of retail?
Yeah, I mean, the goal is straightforward from a future goals perspective, right? It's we operate in many countries outside of the US. So how do you bring Walmart to the world and the world to Walmart? That's fundamentally the broad charter. But secondly, I would say we have to meet the customers wherever they are, however they want to shop with us, and whenever they want to shop with us, and underpinned by automation and intelligence. And that's really the essence of adaptive retail. So the goal is to really design, build, and operate, deploy and operate these platforms consistently and bring those delightful experiences, irrespective of what market we operate in. And lastly, I would say collaboration. We got many associates across many hubs across the world in global technology, but equally, how do we collaborate across not just within technology, but also with our colleagues in the market and across the world. And as Sam Walton said, when we all work together, we win. That's our secret.
Yeah, well said. I mean, that's a great question, by the way. I think the answer really is focus on the customer, right? Focus on the customer, meet where they are, what is the need. And when you talk about customer, it is not just a paying customer. It is customer, it is supplier, it is seller, it is other partners and associates. And in my new role as global technology platform head, it is also about the developers. So developers become my customers. So across global technology team within Walmart, all of the developers are my customers as well. So building capabilities for them to do their job better is what I'm focused on. And we're doing it together in terms of building platforms, right? So whether it's automation in supply chain or it is sourcing systems, it is marketplace systems or what seller center and so forth, we're doing it together by focusing on customer and focus on customer also requires huge focus on associates, as we talked about. As Sam Walton said, take care of your customers, take care of your associates, so they take care of the customers. So, and that's front and center in my mind every single day as I look at developers as my customers.
Thank you, Hari, Vinod, Shravana. I'm irrespective of the setting of the conversation, there is always something for me to walk away. I'm sure our audience also had some interesting points of view on building scalable tech platforms. Today, again, we're all here to talk about the future of the retail. We are all here to transform the future of the retail too. Let's learn from each other. Let's work together in delivering maximum value to our customer. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, all.
Thank you, Bal.
Thank you so much, Hari, Vinod, Sravana, and Balu for the session. Lots to learn from Walmart's platform journey. We know some things that stood out for me was that it's necessarily not about doing more, but doing better. And at the heart of it, whenever we think of platforms, it's the core customer experience and our associate experience which matters. And what it does, it definitely means is building once, deploying multiple times, but it also doesn't mean that we become slow or do not keep exceptional customer experience at heart of everything we do.
When it comes to exceptional customer experiences, I'm sure you'll agree, personalization stands out as a game changer. What we're talking here is about crafting retail experiences, whether online or in store, that resonates meaningfully with each customer.
How does a retail giant like ours, Walmart, grasp the diverse needs of customers across multiple markets and cultures? How can we make shopping more intuitive for individuals at a large scale?
We shed more light on personalization, innovation, and next generation of retail, where every shopper feels seen, heard, and valued. Please welcome Catherine Mackley, President and CEO, Walmart International.
By Nandita Sinha, CEO Myntra and head of Flipkart Fashion. In her career spanning 2 decades, Nandita has contributed to shaping various facets of the Indian retail and e-com industry while driving growth and innovation.
Good morning. It's wonderful to be here, and I didn't realize it'd be such a packed room.
Neither did I.
I am delighted to be able to share the stage with Nandita. Nandita, I don't know if you know this, but you've been described as a leader that is a rare combination of intellect, grit, and empathy. So it is my honor to be here with you today.
Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. And of course, your journey has been so inspiring across everything that you've done. So really happy to be here amongst this crowd today.
I'm going to tell the audience a little bit about your journey. So, as I understand it, you actually launched a startup when you had a 6-month-old child.
Yes.
And it was the launch of that startup that eventually ended up leading you to Flipkart.
Yes.
And you had a number of roles throughout Flipkart, which culminated in January 22, where you were actually named as the CEO of Myntra. And Myntra is the leading online beauty and fashion platform in India. So congratulations on that. It's an extraordinary achievement. Please help me congratulate Nandita. You know, I think in all of this, Nandita, you are not just an amazing achiever, but you're also a role model to a lot of women. And you have a position of great platform. And I think, you know, as you think about Myntra, one of the things that's been interesting to me as I've been learning more about India is the rise of Gen Z in your population. It is a large and growing and vibrant part of your society.
Yeah.
And when you think about Gen Z, I mean, they're a digital first group. How do you think about how you engage them? What have you learned about Gen Z and how do you cater to them with Myntra?
I think we often call the Gen Z consumers as the chief digital officers of their homes. So they are the ones who are actually introducing a lot of technology. They are introducing a lot of new habits within their own households. And of course, they themselves are the digitally native generation. So they have grown up on the mobile phone. They have grown up with inspiration that is coming not just which is local, but is also very global in nature. And often what we are discovering is that Gen Z consumers of a particular city like in Bangalore, which is a tier 1 metro city in India, are very, very similar to the Gen Z consumer of the tier 2, tier 3 cities in India. They have more in common with their own generation than they have with their local millennial counterparts. So I think that's something which is very important. And often that similarity is not just within the country, but also with their global counterparts. You see a lot of similarity versus their millennial, compatriots in the same country. So I think that's something which is important. They're digitally native. They're very similar to one another, and their influences are ranging from global to local, and they are getting influenced by new forms of inspiration. So no longer is Bollywood, cricket the only source of inspiration for them, especially in India, but the influencers, the social commerce influencers are actually the first port of call when they want to buy something which is for them. So I think that's one part of it. The second is that, especially if I zoom in a little bit to what fashion e-commerce is all about, what we realized as a very distinct shift that Gen Z consumers were making, that they were not brand first customers, they were trend first customers. And what that meant as a retail platform was that we really had to relearn and unlearn a lot of things that we had learned when we were building our platform for the millennial fashion consumer, which was a very brand first consumer for whom aspiration meant brands. But for the Gen Z consumer, aspiration really meant what's happening around me globally. How do I adapt that very quickly? And how do I find a platform that gives me those trends and those influences very quickly? So I think that's where technology really came into the play, where we said that how do we build a platform where trends are discovered, how do you discover trends which are happening around the globe? How do you find out what is important for the customers? What are customer preferences? How quickly are they changing? So if bows today are trending globally, they are trending in India also. If cherry red is trending globally, it's trending here. If cargo pants are trending globally, they're trending here. So how do you really find out all of these trends? And through a very agile supply ecosystem, which is tech enabled, how do you help suppliers, with all the SMEs that we work with, to really create these trends, have a good test and learn model, and then scale them up? And finally, discovering these trends also meant a lot of relearning of the algorithm, the discovery algorithms, where we could present these trends front and center for the Gen Z consumers as they came onto the app, especially through Forward, which was our entity. So I think a lot of unlearning to be done as we build for Gen Z is probably at the core, and that's where having a tech-enabled platform really helps you to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I think about that tech platform, fashion and beauty are both very experience-led purchases.
Yeah.
So how are you augmenting the tech to like build experience in for them?
Yeah, you're so right about that. And I think building for experience is the secret sauce for fashion and beauty, I would say, because all of e-commerce is otherwise selection, pricing, and service. But experience is the layer on top for fashion and beauty e-commerce, which makes it very different. And very exciting to work on, frankly. I think some of the things that we do, I think we divide it into two parts. One is, like, if I were to just pick two pillars of that experience, one is around assisted, experiences. What are the different kinds of assistance that we provide to our customers, and what are the different kinds of inspiration we provide to our customers? If I were to divide experience into these two buckets, on the assistance side, I think, especially with Gen AI becoming really, really a powerful tool over the last 18 months, or now 24 months almost, we launched various tools where we thought that assistance could be front and center for the customers. So My Fashion GPT we launched in May 23. Where customers could ask questions around, I have to go to a wedding in Jaipur in November, what should I wear? And you would get like a set of ensemble choices that they would buy. Almost 1 million customers interact with it. And what we see is that as they interact with those modules, they buy 15% more categories. So there is, an expansion of their wardrobe on our platform. My Stylist is another, AI-enabled tool that we have where customers can actually create a full ensemble from something within their wardrobe or something they have bought on the Myntra platform. Again, almost 1 million customers interact with it, and they tend to buy so much more as they find the entire ensemble. Beauty, again, an experience of virtual try-on, like really, how does this lipstick look on me? And there you see, as consumers adapt this technology, they are more like twice as more likely to buy than customers who don't. And I think the final holy grail on assistance is really, how does this outfit look on me? And therefore, how do you create a virtual reality based tool for them to really enable virtual try on, to see what the ensemble looks on them, their body type, etc. So I think assistance has been one big pillar where generative AI has really helped us. And the culmination was the launch of our virtual assistant, where you could quickly ask questions in real time and get a multimodal search result from it. I think inspiration is the other end of that experience. And as we were going through this journey, we realized that visual content and video content are the two big pieces of inspiration which are driving customers. And they not only want to, I think what has changed since, I would say, post-pandemic especially, is that customers don't want to see cataloged images. They want to see real people wearing real products, having a real setting, and that's where the influencers actually come in. We have a full suite of inspiration-based products in the form of social commerce. Almost 10 million users interact with it every month. The most successful of it is our own, TikTok or Instagram Reel equivalent, which is called a snackable video content, which is called Myntra Minis, where almost 500,000 videos are consumed every day. We have 5 million users who are using it every month. And this is really influencers who put up content of what does this product look like. The discovery of it is personalized, it is tagged to products. And then how do you integrate visual content of influencers with the product images that you're seeing? So what we moved away, and I think this is very relevant for India, where we've not seen video commerce really drive top of the funnel yet. But what it does, it really helps in driving the consideration through the funnel. And therefore, our big push has been to bring that inspiration on through the full journey, whether it is through video or visual content. But that's some of the ways where we are using the experience leg, which is an inspiration and assistance to really power the shopping experience on Myntra.
It's so fascinating because we talk about people-led, tech-powered, and I think, how that's coming to life here. Like you're solving people's problems. And, I think in fashion and even in beauty, there's like the need to understand what are the trends. There's the look for inspiration, but I think people also just sometimes lack confidence.
Yes.
And so you're helping them in the privacy of their engagement digitally to be able to find what is it that I should wear and how should I fix this, whatever the skincare issue that they might have. And you're using digital tools to do that. And I think there's such a people-led design element that's needed in that.
Yeah, and I think the creator ecosystem actually is helping us getting more relevant with the consumer, because they are really in real time creating products which or creating experiences which are relevant to the consumer. And I think what we have also realized is that users also want to be creators.
Yeah.
And therefore, we just launched a program which is called the Glam Squad, where users can actually become creators within the Myntra ecosystem. And that itself, I think, is really triggering a big flywheel for us, which is very powerful because, like you said, that communities are the other important part of how especially the younger generation is shopping and wanting to kind of get inspiration from. So I think that inspiration and how do you take it to communities then becomes another important leg of what you do with the consumers.
And if you think then about communities, I mean, if I think about India, you cannot have an average of who is the average Indian consumer. I mean, there's so much diversity in this country from top to bottom, east to west, to across different age groups and cohorts. So how are you thinking about how does Myntra personalize to each of these different customers?
I think, like you said, India is truly many Indias. And I think with fashion, it becomes even more pronounced because the fashion choices are very, very determined by your age, your affluence, where do what is the part of the country that you belong to, and really some personal choices also about, how do I really want to show up through fashion. And therefore, I think in our journey over the last few years, we've been very conscious that we have to build personalization as probably the most important, powerhouse behind the entire platform. And we've, I think, starting from gender to age to affluence. And to geography, I think we have been able to, we were talking about how do you continue to build and reframe. I think that's what personalization journey has been, because when you start, you feel that it's not powerful enough because you are probably only using one of the variable of the multivariate model that you have to create to personalize. But then as you start building on top of it and as you start learning, I think it becomes more and more powerful. So today, if I look at personalization, we personalize on gender very, very, that is something which every consumer basis gender really sees a homepage and the entire search page, which is very, very personalized to them. But also on the basis of age, as through our signals, as we determine that this customer is a Gen Z customer, we actually start our discovery algorithms start showing them more forward products, which is our Gen Z platform product. Affluence is another signal that we take in, which brings into our discovery algorithm the the kind of price points that a customer is most likely to buy, but also give them explore and exploit, because what we've realized is that every customer has a lot of different price points in their wardrobe. And finally, I think what has been very interesting very recently is geography. So we've divided India into various clusters depending on how similar they are. And then for each cluster, how does our discovery algorithm really start showing up products which are more relevant? So as an example, if you were to search dresses from maybe a city like um, Nagpur, which is a tier one, tier two city in India versus Bangalore or Delhi. In Nagpur, you will see more ethnic dresses come up, which are, which have a more ethnic silhouette, Indian silhouette, versus in Delhi, you will see a more Western silhouette of dresses show up for the consumer. So I think these have been the four elements of personalization, and we've had a few. It is probably the toughest engineering problem I would say we are solving. And you often have a few false starts and you feel it's not working, and then you go back, and then like I think that would be my biggest learning on this, that we have to do this, and therefore we should be okay to have a few false starts, go back, and then go in again.
Yeah.
So that would be the personalization.
I'm going to try something bold here because don't know whether this is your target audience or not, but who here shops on Myntra?
Be kind.
Okay, that's a good, it's a good group, but just think how sharper this audience could be looking if they actually had shopped on Myntra today.
And used all the tech tools that we were actually providing.
They could have like a wonderful skincare regime. They could be like wearing like the most prominent fashion that's suited to their own personal lifestyle.
No, always, never a bad time to do a plug-in.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what about, we were talking the other day about purpose as well too. I think purpose is really important in an organization. How are you thinking about that?
I think we've actually just like a week, 10 days ago, we've kind of redefined our purpose, and our purpose is to really inspire vibrant and joyous self-expression by expanding the fashion possibilities of India. I think that's really what our purpose is, and I think we started our purpose, and actually the how of what we do it is through technology. So we started with saying that we want to democratize fashion through technology, and that probably was the first 10, 12 years of what Myntra was. But as we started talking to a younger audience and we started going deeper into what fashion really means, we stayed away from words like empower, because they felt that that's not really getting the essence of what we do. And all the young associates in our office really helped us push into a direction of saying we have to really talk about what the kind of joyous self-expression and vibrancy that fashion brings into their life, and what is the role that a platform like Myntra plays in that. And therefore, that became our starting point. And I think for a lot of us, growing up in India, and even I think it's a universal sentiment that fashion really it opens up a lot of possibilities. You can, we'll be celebrating the festive season in a in a fortnight or 2 fortnights, and at that time we all will be, the true Indian vibrant community, and fashion will enable us to do that. But today, when we are here attending the summit, we are all, business and tech folks, and therefore fashion enables us to do that. And so I think that's what we believe that we can do. I grew up in a small town. I studied in a smaller town. And when I was studying, every 6 months, I used to go back home and pick up clothes for my entire semester. I went back to college a year and a half back, and everybody was shopping on Myntra. All the girls were shopping on Myntra, and they didn't have to go back. And they were, and you could really see their self-confidence and how fashion was empowering that self-confidence in a way. So I feel truly that this purpose resonates with us and what we do, and fashion does open up possibilities.
Yeah, and I love this sense that actually through a tech platform, you're enabling joyous and vibrant self-expression.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not things that you would normally bring together. And I love the way that you've been able to marry those, but also just how you're solving customers' problems for them.
Yeah. Yeah, so no, it's a very, very interesting opportunity to solve for, and as the younger population in the country grows, I think that's something that would continue to, drive our mission as we go forward.
Yeah. Tell me, you obviously have a lot of tech talent in Myntra. Talk to me a little bit about how you attract and find the best tech talent.
I think we are lucky in a way that our platform does talk to a lot of this tech talent while probably they're a consumer also. So I think a lot of the talent that comes to us actually has experienced Myntra as a platform. So I think that always helps as we go forward. But honestly, and Raghu will be coming here in the afternoon, but I think how do we really keep ourselves relevant in the relevant tech, wherever tech is really being represented as cutting edge technology. So whether it's conferences, whether it's forums like these, how do we really bring to life what Myntra is able to do through technology? But also, I think we have a lot of programs where, especially for like women in tech, for example, we do internship programs starting from second year, third year, fourth year, where we identify problems and people who could solve those problems, and then kind of build the pipeline through that, going through colleges for recruitment. And I think having a very, very robust, how do we keep building on our patent database? I think that's the other thing that helps us continue to be relevant, especially with some of the folks that we need to do these very, very important and high, problems which require a lot of technology to solve them. So I think those are some of the ways that we do it. I think also agility in how we solve our problems. I think we get the best of talent, but then at the end of it, we need to ensure that we are engaging them significantly. And therefore, having an environment where you can build bottoms up innovation, where whether we do hackathons or we do, where we allow the problems to be solved by the people in the room through bottoms up innovation. I think that's the other thing which has kept the tech talent very engaged. So those are the two ways I would say. How do we recruit and how do we keep them engaged? A lot of the ideas, like my fashion GPT was a hackathon idea, and we implemented it in, I think, 4 weeks. So I think the more consumer facing output tech sees, I think they get more engaged. So I feel that's probably the flywheel for that we keep on building.
Yeah, and I love that you're a female leader. Are you seeing growth in females in tech in Myntra?
Yeah, in Myntra, yes, we do see, around 25%. We started off last year. Now we are inching towards 30% for, women in tech. But I think we are still, I would say, far away from where we should be as an where I would want it to be as an organization. And I think one of the things which really would help us as we go forward is to have more and more women in leadership positions across tech, business, analytics, etc., where you could really see role models of different types, and young women can probably see one of themselves in one of those role models and try to build themselves. But I think having more leaders in women in tech is probably the next step that we are trying to have as we go forward in our journey.
Yeah, and I was sharing with you, I'm super excited. We have employed our first female fellow in our IDC here. And yeah, I know, it's very exciting. Now, you're going to have to help me out here again, because I'm Australian, and when I moved to the US, no one could pronounce my name. It seems really simple. It's Kath, but that was confusing. So I want to get this right, and it's Vandana?
Yes, Vandana.
Yes, Vandana Shah. We're super excited that she joined our organization, and I would say she is the first of many female fellows that we're going to have within tech, within Walmart. When you think about finding those role models, what do you think is the most important thing?
I think relatability is probably the most important, because at least when I was growing up, or even now, I would think I don't want to see superwomen because I know I won't be one. So I want to see someone who's really struggling to keep everything together, and I want to see that vulnerability. I want to see that relatability. And I also want to probably, I think how authentically can you bring to the table what really drives you and what's your passion? I think because you need a lot of it as you make difficult choices every day as a role model, as a women leader. And I think finally, what is your style of leadership that you bring to the table? Because I think that's, again, I feel very personal and very authentic to each leader. So so for me, those are the three things that I look for when I look for my role models, that how relatable they are, what's their driving force, and what's their leadership style, because you can learn from each one of those elements and probably build your own style of what you want to do and get inspired from.
Yeah.
So
Great words of wisdom. Thank you. Walmart is a people-led, tech-powered, omni-channel retailer dedicated to helping people save money and live better. That is like our mission statement. And that people-led, tech-powered, I think it's really important. And I have loved seeing in Myntra just how center the customer's experience is in the design of your tech, and how you're solving customers' problems through inspiration, and also about helping them find the right accessories that go with the outfit, how you're personalizing, and how you're really engaging them in a different way, and doing it just so beautifully through the tech platform that you've got. So thank you for sharing all of your insights with us today.
thank you so much for the kind words. I'm sure the team is going to be really thrilled to hear that. And thank you so much for having us here today and talking about what we do.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kat and Anta. Kat, I would request you to please hand over a token of appreciation to Nandita. Kat, can I please request you to hand over a token of appreciation to Nandita? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine and Nandita, for a very insightful discussions. Your discussion points captured the convergence of personalization, technological innovation, and customer experience in shaping the next generation of retail. Some of the points which stood out for me was hyper-personalization through data, through age, affluence, gender, geo, Gen Z customer-centric strategies from brand first to trend first, AI and ML in innovation, AR and VR. We had solutions like My Fashion GPT and My Stylist. These were wonderful insights. Thank you.
Thanks, Binu, for summarizing. Service to customer and being excellent at it is really the core of Walmart values. How do we ensure that we live by these values every day across all markets? Going back to our discussion from the morning, how does technology truly adapt to the needs of the customer? And that's when adaptive retail comes in.
Whether it's a virtual try-on for online shoppers, scan and go solutions for in-store customers, or a smart inventory management to reduce waste and cost, adaptive retail is at play.
We are paving the way for a future where shopping is inclusive and enjoyable for everyone. And how thrilling would it be to hear it right from our Walmart leaders worldwide of how adaptive retail is transforming experiences across various markets. Trust me, it would be like a little tour of shopping innovation. Are you all ready for the highlights?
Without further ado, please welcome President and CEO Walmart Chile, Christian Barrantios.
Please welcome CEO Walmart Central America, Christina Ronsky.
Please keep the drums rolling for the next panelist, President and CEO Walmart Mexico and Central America, Ignacio Caride.
And Executive Vice President Sourcing, Walmart and Operating Partner Massmart, Andrea Albright.
And to moderate this esteemed panel, please welcome our own Akhil Vishwanathan, Vice President Technology, Walmart Global Tech.
It is a full house. It's awesome to see all of you here in Bangalore and on this stage. You know what I like about this is every time I'm in a meeting with you, you ask the questions. So now it's my turn. And we can ask as many questions as we want, right? Okay, but before we get into the conversation itself, I just wanted to let the audience know what all of you together really manage. And let me know if I get some numbers wrong. I hope not. 15 countries. We serve customers across 15 countries, across all of you. Around 4,600 stores. That's a lot of stores. I couldn't even count the amount of square feet we're talking about, but it's a lot. And serving around 70 million customers every week. And that is what this team does. And the good part is we don't have 43 minutes, we have 53 minutes because everybody went fast ahead of us. Unlike Bangalore, so we are already ahead. So this is very good. So we've got a little bit of time. What I was thinking is we got a few questions. We will talk about it. And please do chip in whenever you think you've got something more to add. But towards the end, based on the time, we can even go to the audience and if they have any specific questions for us, right? And as we've been talking about adaptive retail, right? From the beginning, from morning, we're talking about adaptive retail. So what I was thinking we speak about today are the two portions, which are very, very important. And as we see the world evolving and what becomes very important for our customer, which is experience and personalization. And when we're thinking about 70 million customers every week coming into the stores and e-commerce sites, personalization becomes very interesting. How do you personalize at an individual level or maybe at a cohort level? But how do we do it? And it's important for them. It's important for that individual. And I'm sure all of you think about it all the time. So really want to pick your brains on that piece. So Andrea, you've got two different roles. You source for the world, but you also take care of our African customers, right? Almost 8-9 countries in Africa, with the core being South Africa. And sourcing is 22 offices around the world, and we source from many, many more countries, right? For the whole of Walmart, and that we do. And that's what makes it interesting. And personalization becomes obviously a little more different. I mean, I would say it's a different approach, especially when you look at it from a sourcing point of view. So when we talk about adaptive retail, what comes to your mind? What do you do in sourcing from a personalization point of view?
Uh, I would start by talking about personalization is really, excuse me, really important. And how we source for each of the markets is uniquely different depending on the products that they're serving. But retail is transforming. It's going really fast. And as Nandita mentioned, Gen Z is trend first, not brand first. And so we have to think differently about how we source our products and how we create our products. And so we've really partnered with the tech team to think about what are the capabilities we need for the future. And I'm super excited about one in particular that I know our Gen AI team here at the IDC is working on, and that's our trend to product capability. This tool can scrape trends from social media. It can look at data internally. You can point it at an influencer, and it'll start to pull together what are those mood boards or what are those key trends inspired by all of those inputs in that data. And then you can point it to our private brands and say, okay, for this specific customer, here's what that trend would look like. And that's different for Gen Z than it would be for our boomer customers. And so you can start to really have that trend go across multiple generations, multiple price points. And then it can also take that trend and take it right into our production specifications. So we can go speed to market for our suppliers. That's huge. That transforms our supply chain lead times from like 46 weeks to 6 weeks. But that you don't have to do it just for trend. You can do it for core items. And we're learning every single day around the other categories that has application to. So it could go into food, it could go into beauty and consumables, but the disruption that could create for us is incredible. And we're really excited about the opportunity there. So thank you so much for supporting it, and to the Gen AI team for the work that they've done to bring this capability to life.
Oh, that's amazing. And I was just thinking of what you're saying, and it's not one category, it's fashion, and then you're talking about everything else. And really, in the current world, things change every few weeks, no longer few years.
Yeah, we don't have the luxury of time. Customers are really on to the next thing. And so it becomes critical that we're moving at their pace, not ours. We have to adapt how we work. And this is really going to be disruptive in that space to serve our customers for the future.
Yeah, and just thinking of what Myntra is doing and how do you tie something like this together and we can really take it to the whole world.
Exactly. And we've actually learned a lot from Myntra. Their pace, the way that they work, the way they think about the customer, how they're showing the customer their fast fashion and their trend items versus their core, it's incredible. And Nandit has plugged into everything we're doing on trend of product and going back and forth on how we iterate it to make it different for Sam's Club versus how we want to do it for Walmart US, how we might do it for Mexico, Chile, Central America, and the rest of our markets, as well as Myntra.
And that's the amazing part about this, right? What we try and do in one country, how easily it can be used with a little bit of change in all the other countries across Walmart, across this world, ties it back to the platform conversation that we had earlier in the day. And really, it all falls into place with this. But Christina, I mean, the same question for Central America. From an adaptive retail and from an experience point of view and personalization, what are you focusing on?
Well, first I have to say that the incredible part of being part of Walmart allows us to see every piece around the world. So for Central America, right now we are still just in the development period of the digitalization. So I would like to start a little bit about what we do in the physical world and then how that translates into the digital world. So our customer value proposition for Walmart is to be a one-stop shop where people can come and get the prices that we have and save money so they can live better. So part of that is within our store, we used to think about categories. We used to think about this is where food is, this is where the fresh items are, this is where our general merchandise is, where our apparel are. So really leveraging the data and listening from our customers, we were looking on how do we make the shopping experience better for them. So we think about shopping missions. And when we think about shopping missions, when a mom has a baby and is trying to go as fast as possible through the store, trying to pick up the baby item, the baby food, the baby clothing, we were able to change the layout of our store to truly think about solutions for the shopping missions. So we think about the mom, we think about the party, we think about the people that are looking for the sports section where we combined, the sports machine next to the vitamins that they are looking for, next to the apparel that they are looking for. And that way, those adjacencies allows us to serve the customer better in the physical way. What we have found out is by creating about 5 of the solutions, those have become a 40% part of the growth that we are seeing as a result from the total box. Now, how do we take this experience and bring it to the digital world where our customers go in and are trying to shop online and find the same experience? It is about creating those adjacencies when the mom is looking for the products. How do we make sure that she finds everything in the same way? How do we make sure that when she's looking for the baby item, she also gets recommendations of everything that is adjacent to that? So that's the way that we are thinking about customization right now. And we are learning a lot about personalization. So that's the beauty of that, where we will be able to leverage that in the future.
That's really awesome. And as you were saying, personalization, when we think of it from an e-commerce point of view, it's something that we've been doing for a few years and we've been trying on it and evolving it. But when we talk about personalization and how do we take care of our customers in the store, especially with different sets of customers coming in, with the Gen Z, if they're walking into the store, what do they look for and how does it look different? I mean, that's an amazing experience. And thanks for sharing that. But Christian, from a Chile point of view, 40% of the country shops with us?
Yes, thank you. First of all, good morning, everyone. So we have we are fortunate in Chile because we have a customer engagement program that we launched many years ago. So between 70 to 80% of our sales go through this program. So we know exactly all our customer, all their behaviors. We have the information, we have the data, So that allow us to connect better with them. So some examples that are coming to my mind to share, sorry, it's first of all assortment. We can provide a right assortment, a correct assortment, a curated assortment for all our customers. And for me, assortment is like the backbone of retail. So we can offer assortment at store level, at a regional level, and also as a formal level. So I think this is a huge advantage that we have in terms of connect with the customer. The second one is if we move to the e-commerce side, let me say, allow us to provide individual customer. For example, we just launched the most purchased item for you and for you. So we are providing a less friction experience and also saving them time. And finally, going through this program, we are now testing a home replenishment program. So as we know your behavior as a customer, we know that maybe you will become out of stocks in some products at home. So with that, with one click, we can be able to say, you know what, you will be out of stock soon. If you allow me to send it, please click. And that's the way that we are thinking to reduce friction and improve the experience for our customer through personalization.
Right. Also make the life of our customer easier. And earlier they shared a video of some of the associates saying, what does future in retail look like? It's something like that. I think about it, I get it. I just hope somebody else pays for it. But that is where it's going to be. But interesting thing about Chile, I've always told that Chile being a very long country, can go from one side or east to west of Chile in 2 hours.
Well, we do same day delivery. You asked me about
the geography of
the geography. So more than 2 hours.
More than 2 hours.
More than 2 hours. We are a country with long 4,300 kilometers long. So it's a little bit longer than 2 hours to arrive from the top at the bottom.
So, east to west, across.
Across it's an hour and a half. It's very
an hour
and a half by car.
By car, hour and a half by car. In Bangalore, it's 4 hours across by car. That's where it's. But it's the
So
same.
you can go in a day. You can go skiing in Chile and then go to the beach.
Awesome. We do all of that on VR.
Yes.
But Ignacio, Mexico, amazing country. And my favorite format in Mexico is bodega. Amazing to see the number of things that happen in that store and how we take care of our customer, right? Mama Lucha is the most well-known brand in Mexico and more famous than Messi. Not sure.
Difficult to discuss.
Difficult. Okay, but the same question from an adaptive retail perspective and personalization experience, what are you focusing on in Mexico?
Yes, so as the worlds collide into our stores and our e-commerce is how we build the best experience for our customers. And when we are able to connect the best experience to serve our customers when they want, how they want, and whenever they want, we need to start crossing that border from the store to the e-commerce or to the apps. The idea on adaptive retail is how we remove every single friction we have in every part of our process. It could be a friction online or at the store. Let me give you an example. Making a return. It's always a hassle. If you have to make a return because there's something that didn't went well, and how we remove all the friction from the customer to make it as easy as possible. And I don't care if the item was purchased online, was purchased at the store. Let's give them all the simplicity and possibilities to return the item. And how we avoid to translate to the customers our internal problems rather than focusing on the best experience for them to return. So that's how we moved this year, for example, from an average of 45 minutes of a process for a customer to return an item to less than 2. Just drop it, we'll care about. Same as checkout, payments, Yeah, it's the most friction is where in the process of buying something where you have the highest friction. Could be online, could be offline, whatever. But when you have to pay, is the highest friction. How we resolve that? How we make the checkouts at the stores faster and slimmer? How we make the approval rate of a credit card faster? So it's how we use technology in every sense to make the customer's life as easy as possible. I like a book that it's called Don't Make Me Think. If we ask a customer to think how to solve or how to do something, it's because we are doing it wrong. So it's a way how we see it is using technology, using the mindset of removing every single complication from the customer as much as possible. And and with that, they will prefer us always. We have more than 6 million customers visiting our stores every day, and more than 100 million customers visit our sites every month. So it's a lot of time you can save to a lot of people by just doing the right thing.
That's amazing. And we're not talking about just saving money or creating the experience, it's also saving them time. And that is where they can go focus on what are the other things that they want to do, which is very, very important. You also said something else about the customer and how we take care of them, but we'll come back to that a little later. And I think it kind of ties in with what Christina and what you're doing in Central America itself. As you were saying, we're growing in Central America, and you said it's a very young population, but you also have infrastructure issues. You also have concerns around it. What are you seeing in terms of customer behaviors in Central America, and what are we doing to take care of them?
Yeah, so to put a little bit in context, in Central America, digitization is just at the beginning. So that is actually incredibly important for us because we can drive that and we can be the force that brings digitization and provides our customers access to that and access to the digital economy. What we see in Central America is that remittances are a very important part of the income of our customers. To quantify that, somewhere between 20 to 30% of the GDP comes from remittances, and our customers utilize those remittances for everyday items, for everyday purchases. So for us is if we want to become the ecosystem of choice, which is our ambition, so we can save them money to live better, how do we start thinking beyond product to services to solutions? So when our customers are receiving the remittances, they don't have to go to institutions. They don't have to waste time because many of them don't have vehicles either. So if we're able to make it easy within our stores for our customers to get their remittances digitally, and if they can at the same time buy their products and save money because they can find the best prices, we've been able to save them money, save them time, and be able to do it, eliminate all the friction from there. Our ambition is to truly become the ecosystem of choice, and we can do that with our physical stores, leading with the digital, and being able to service with all of these other services that they already need.
And you also spoke about the unbanked part of the population and how much a large part of the population is unbanked. So how are we trying to bring them onto the digital journey? Anything on that front?
Yes, so and I will take a little bit of what Mexico is doing because as a Walmex organization, Central America is able to leverage the learnings and move faster and cheaper. So one of the ways that we are thinking about that is that if we are able to get a digital wallet, then we are able to allow our customers to get their remittances, buy their products, and put the rest, the remaining, on their digital wallet that they can use not only within our stores but in any other place that they can use. We also have other services that we are leveraging, but right now the majority of the people are unbanked. So we need to help them do that, and we know that the majority of the income is coming from remittances.
And it's a very similar situation in Mexico also.
Yeah, one of the beauty of visiting India is learning from UPI and PhonePe and all the impact that this has had in the country. Yes. We were reflecting early in the morning about that, is how we would love to have something like that in our countries, basically because there's a huge amount of unbanked population, and in order to help them to have a better life, in order to have an impact with their life, connecting them to the financial ecosystem is critical. It's critical. So let's see how much we can leverage from the ideas we got from India. And in Mexico in particular, we're pushing into that. Our bodega customer is a value customer. It's a customer that needs a lot of help from us. We need to deliver the lowest prices, but also helping them having access to the digital economy. So in order to do that, we've been launching several, creating an ecosystem to give them access to internet through our telephone, and then access to different pain points they have, that it's not only groceries at a low price, but access to healthcare, access to education, access to financial ecosystem, and how we help them live better. And that's the way we are building the strategy of our company. So what we've been seeing here in India has been eye-opener and amazing, and let's see how much we can leverage from those ideas there.
No, and absolutely right. I mean, the India stack that you spoke about, it's not just the UPI piece of it, but what we're building in terms of ONDC, identity, unified lending interface right now. And I think there's so much of opportunity which comes across and relevant for so many different countries in the world in this. But just staying, sorry, go ahead.
No, and we are much similar than everyone can think. You've been there, you feel like home.
Yeah, except the food. I'm a vegetarian, but yeah.
Let's leave food in another topic.
True, but just building on what you said on an ecosystem, and when you're thinking about an ecosystem, trying to bring e-commerce and stores together, right? You're looking at using phone numbers as a way to tie these together so that you'll be creating experiences about it. Could you share a little bit of thought process around it?
Yes, a big challenge that we have is about a half of the volume that we process in our stores, or about a half of our customers pays in cash. And when you're a cash-driven economy, it's very difficult to identify and know the customer, because it's very difficult to track them. So what we've done is we created what we call Walmart Beneficios, or our digital connection program, that we ask our customers their phone number every time they check out in every part of the ecosystem. And once we identify with a phone number, and people is very keen to do that, we can start tracking and understanding their shopping behaviors, their interaction with the ecosystem, and where we can help them better. We launched that 3 months ago, 3 months ago, and the reaction has been tremendously satisfying for us. So that gives us now the chance to understand much better our customers and to start offering them different solutions that we may feel they need, and maybe they don't know we have or we can give them. So there's a bright future for us with Walmart Beneficios. And in a token of appreciation to our customers that give us their phone number and allow us to understand their shopping behavior, what we do is we give them access to different benefits outside our ecosystem. So they can have a 20% discount at Starbucks, or free tickets to cinema, or different benefits. Customers are really happy to have them. So it's a win-win relationship, and will allow us to serve much better our customers in the future.
And it's amazing to see how, when you tie this to the ecosystem, how it stitches everything together, right? When you're talking about telecoms, so you got the phone numbers and everything there, tied to health, what we provide, and then banking services as a whole. And back to what Christina said, we're looking at remittances coming in. It's a very strong ecosystem for our customers to be able to get what they need from the same place.
100%, and especially for our value customers at Bodega, it's game changing. It's changing their life. It's giving a lot of benefits for them and for their families. So we're very happy and very encouraged with what we're doing.
Awesome. Looking forward to see how it all pans out. Yeah. Christian, from Chile, there's been a lot of transformation happening in Chile. I mean, it's a digital transformation, it's a cultural transformation that operationally you're doing a lot to transform the organization and all of it. So from a tech point of view, what's helping you drive some of this transformation?
Okay, thank you, Akil. I just remember yesterday when Walmart arrived to Chile 15 years ago, and as you mentioned, we adopt the culture, we adopt the values, we adopt the purpose, and so we're so happy today, proud at the evolution that Walmart has had in Chile, and we play a huge social role in the country because we are one of the biggest company there. We are the third biggest employer. So we are now very proud to provide access to the Chilean population to save money and also live better. So in Chile today we have a hypermarket business, we have a supermarket business, we have a bodega business, and also we have a cash and carry business. But years ago, but not far away, let me say 4 years ago, we launched our e-commerce app recently. It was 4 years ago. So today we're so proud to say that we are leading the on-demand business in the country in less than 4 years. And it was because of the opportunity that we have today to take advantage of the platform that we have in Walmart, the technology that we have in Walmart. So that create more access every day to the Chilean population. So today, 93% of our Omni stores are located in less than 30 minutes of the total population of Chile. So we're so proud to continue create access. And the last milestone that we did, let me say, was to connect with some town in the south of Chile. So we're so proud to say that today, every month, with the e-commerce channel, we serve the southest town in the world. So that's the role that Walmart played today in Chile, and that why it's so important technology to create different ways to connect with customer.
That's amazing, and especially for helping to reach our customers who are the furthest away from this and to take care of them through e-commerce, through technology is amazing to hear. Thank you for sharing that with us. Andrea, Africa, that is an amazing place. I mean, I keep thinking about how creative the associates in IDC are when it comes to a cheer. But when you get to South Africa, that's off the charts. I mean, the energy level of the associates in the stores and how they bring, how they bring all of this energy to life to serve our customers is
Incredible. They're
mind-boggling.
absolutely incredible. And not to throw down, but they have the best Walmart cheer I've ever seen. I mean, Central America, Chile, Mexico, they're amazing. But the associates in Africa, the passion is incredible.
Yeah, the cheer itself was like 5 minutes and had more dance than a Bollywood song. So that was really really good. But really, Africa itself is a very interesting place, right? As a country, part of it is so very well developed, but then you see the other side of it, which is like evolving, and you would see that it's decades behind many other parts of the world. So that obviously creates a complexity in how you operate in retail in that country. So could you talk a little bit about that? Yeah.
It's a great point. In South Africa, one of the things that is a unique challenge for us when we think about assortment, South Africa has the highest disparity of income among its population with a Gini coefficient index of 63. So you are serving a high income customer, and that's a big part of the retail spend, but you also need to serve our lowest income customers as well that are only living on $1.90 a week. And so what is that assortment that we need to carry to really serve the entire population? And so that's something our merchants have to think about, our e-commerce team has to think about. We really need to make sure that we're delivering in that unique context. The other part of South Africa that's also a little bit unique is safety and security. That's a big factor when you think about our e-commerce business because deliveries have to be attended for. They can't leave packages at doorsteps, and nobody will nobody's really comfortable with people just coming up unannounced to their doorstep. It's a safety concern for them. And so we had to rethink about our tech prioritization and what do we go first with on e-commerce? Where we might have accelerated delivery, we have to actually accelerate slotted delivery with a really high precision of that window because those deliveries have to be attended for. And then we've also accelerated pickup and are driving our pickup option to drive that customer flexibility on those time slots so they can get the product in a convenient way, but a way that serves their unique needs in South Africa.
And add on to that the interesting part about load shedding and
Ah,
power cuts and how it changes the way we keep the stores open.
yeah, that's another great point. We have something called load shedding in South Africa, where their electrical grid it can't hold the capacity for the demand. So what they have to do, both from a store's perspective, a DC perspective, and a customer perspective, we have to have alternative energy. And as I mentioned, the income disparity is quite high. So for one group of customers, that might mean oil lamps, it might mean heating utensils and different things for wood stoves and fire. For our stores, it's backup generators. It's making sure that we've got refrigeration covered. And then for other customers, it's what's their backup generation for electricity and energy. So it might be solar grids and it might be a wide range of generating products inside of the stores to serve all of those customers. So it's a really interesting context that we're managing in South Africa, both from an assortment perspective and to keep the lights on, serve the customers perspective in our operating facilities.
And this was very interesting for us because 3 years ago, when we were actually launching the e-commerce app out there, and then we were like very dumbfounded by seeing we have a query which says load shedding. I was like, what does it mean? Like, yeah, and then what do they expect from it, right? And people expect to see generators, they expect to see lamps, they expect to see something else which helps them during load shedding. So it's very interesting to see all these different nuances of a country and how it changes the shopping behaviors, right?
It's something we actually learn a lot from the other markets and how does Bodega do their assortment and how does that differ in Walmart and how is that happening in Chile? Christian was able to spend time with us in South Africa so we could learn from him and his experience in the market. So while there are unique contexts in each of the markets, there's a lot of similarities that we can also leverage and we are doing that really well right now.
Awesome. I was told that we cannot do audience Q&A, so which gives me a chance to ask more questions on this one. But maybe this. I mean, since we're talking about technology and there's a tech conference, and Andrea, since you have the mic, what tech right now, what new tech right now excites you the most, and why is it?
Yeah, yes, you knew what my answer is going to be. I'm most excited about trend of product and the generative AI capabilities because as you get into it, you start with like the language learning models and chat GPT, but the applications are so much more broad than that. And we're learning that in trend of product, but the ability to take imagery and generate that from a sample, the ability to create site content, customization for a customer, all the way through to what are the top restaurants, what are their best-selling items, what are the trends people are talking about, and put that into our private brand and food. That's incredible. That's so disruptive for the efficiency and how we go to market, the supply chain, the speed, the service to the customer, and I'm just beyond excited for the potential in that.
Absolutely. And when we were looking at some of the Gen AI pieces of work that we're doing, I think we've got that plugged in like 30 or 40 different processes because we believe that has a potential to help us in many, many areas on that front. So, Christina.
Yeah, when I think about technology, I also think about how do we make sure that we leverage technology to reduce the frictions within the stores, and also for our associates that work in our stores every day, and we also eliminate some of the frictions that happen with our customers. So one of the things that we are doing right now with Gen AI is that with our checkouts, with our automatic and self checkouts, one of the big frictions was the fact that when you're buying vegetables and when you're buying fruits, you actually have to pick what you're choosing, which is more time and delays, and sometimes you don't get the right picture. So now with the vision system, the vision is able to capture what it is, and it automatically is able to measure. So now from a self-checkout standpoint, then the customer can just put the produce in there, it automatically reads that, and it's able to check out faster. So I am excited about what AI can do and how we can leverage. But I'm excited that because we are a people-led, tech-powered, it's really about how do we facilitate making jobs easier for our customers, for our associates, and how we make the shopping easier for our customers.
No, absolutely. And that ties in with what we're thinking in adaptive retail, right? What is great about e-commerce, I can add to cart, pay, and walk, right? And I get everything. And if you can do that in the stores, and this is one great way of helping our customers, put everything into the cart, and can I just move out and then I get charged and billed accordingly? It's amazing. Christian.
So I'm excited with the technology and AI also because for many years, for example, in Chile, we have struggling. How can we send a truck to the store without having a double check, let me say, in the reception? And recently we launched in Chile with the AI technology something that allow us to see the truck in the distribution center, wave, and take some pictures. We close the truck, and then when the truck arrives to the store with the same technology, we can figure it out. It's matched perfectly. If it's matched perfectly, it's go direct to the sales floor that are allowing us to be faster and more accurate in terms of provide better availability to the customer and of course a better experience. So it was several months ago, but I just remember I've been in the company for 25 years, and it was many times that we are struggling in how to do that. And finally, with the technology, we can find it.
Oh, that's really awesome, and that's great to hear because it also helps save time for our associates so that they can go focus on the customers, and that's great. Ignacio.
As you know, Akil, I'm passionate about technology as a whole. If it's Gen AI, computer vision, machine learning, or the next new thing that will come eventually in the next 2 weeks, because this moves as fast as that. I'm passionate about how technology and product and customer mindset can make a difference in the customers, in people. If it's saving money, if it's saving time, or if it's actually giving access to people to something they couldn't have access in the past, and that makes their life easier. So for me, technology is game changer, has been changing the world. It's accelerating at a speed no one could ever, or it was hard to imagine eventually. But I think everyone here is in technology. If we're in this conference, it's because they're passionate about technology. You have in your hands the capability of changing people's lives wherever they want and everywhere in the world. And we do it through retail in our case, but there's millions and millions of other options. So I'm passionate about technology as a whole. I could not choose just one.
No, that's awesome. And the way you said it is so important. You know, what I take away from it is technology by itself will not mean anything unless you apply it in the right way and for what purpose. So understanding the domain, understanding what our customers want and applying technology to make it happen is extremely important.
Technology for technology isn't transformational. It's really the application to solving people's problems and solving really what are those friction points. That's the
No.
difference.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then that's amazing. I know we're a little over time, but I have one maybe a fun question, if we can, and go back to the video in the very beginning. What is that one trend in retail that you are looking for that you think will be amazing if it happens? What is that one thing in retail that you think will make your life easier personally from your perspective? Like somebody was saying, I can put on my VR glasses and think of something, it should be in front of me.
A personal assistant to do all the shopping for me. I need a bot that just says, hey, here's your outfits, here's your food. I bought your kids lunches for the week. That would make my life so much easier.
Awesome. We'll work on that piece.
Anything that can save time is great. So especially when it comes to food. So the menu ready in the house. So when I'm ready to come home, it's all ready for us to enjoy a family meal without having to think about it.
Perfect. And maybe even cleaning the dishes after.
For me, maybe it's the possibility that we have to predict the next move of the customer. I think it's going to be very important to reduce friction for them.
Right. Awesome.
In my case, don't make me think. Just feed me.
Perfect. That was amazing. I can't believe we spent 45 minutes talking about it. It was really inspiring for me. I learned a lot from it. Thank you so much for coming here and being part of this panel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, it felt like I went around the world. Thank you, everyone, for giving us your valuable perspectives on powering adaptive, cohesive shopping experiences, making life easier for our customers, and giving them the best experiences. We seem to be doing this throughout the world. Thank you very much. We have a short break right now. We'll have a 10-minute break. So please come back on time, and the sessions will start.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us.
As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, we want our people to grow and to thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
Who are you? I'm you. Why are you here? You'll see. Let's go shopping. Okay. What are you doing? I'm using Scan and Go. Open the app. It's easy. Hey, you have to pay. You pay in the app. Keep up, rookie. Oh. Cool. Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt. What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first.
Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox for a first-of-its-kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the month's free virtual item. Explore trending UGC. And discover featured games and experiences. Find your thing at Walmart Discovered. That's my realm.
When you work at Walmart Global Tech, your resume starts to look different. Proficient in writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine learning turns into helped reduce carbon emissions on online orders times millions. When you work for Walmart Global Tech, you're not just gaining tech experience, you're helping people. 230 million every week live better. Walmart Global Tech. Epic human impact starts here.
The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation and creativity on behalf of our customers. Ensuring availability on the items they're looking for at the right time and at the best possible cost have been our priorities. Today, we're building a new and different supply chain. It's becoming more automated, more connected, and increasingly intelligent. What does that mean exactly? Our supply chain of the future is about being better, not just bigger. First, we're putting data and software to work in a connected and increasingly intelligent way. We're using more data, machine learning, and more advanced algorithms to anticipate and place merchandise more effectively. Second, we're adding market fulfillment centers, many of which utilize automated storage and retrieval systems, bringing inventory closer to the customer and improving speed of delivery. Third, we're adding a last-mile delivery capability and buying thousands of electric vehicles. This connected, flexible network enabled by data and automation helps our customers by improving availability and serving them how they want to be served. It helps our associates by evolving physically demanding jobs into more fulfilling, higher-skilled jobs. Over time, we believe we'll have about the same or more associates in the company, performing a different combination of roles and a larger business overall. And automation helps our business because these systems increase productivity and help us manage costs to deliver a value for customers, continued sales growth, and a return for shareholders. The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation, and we're not slowing down.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of.
Hi, I'm Pratima Venugopal.
Hi, I'm Sai Kumar.
This morning, I was kind of running hurriedly to get here on time. But I'm proud of myself. I got here on time. I also had a good breakfast.
That's great, Pratima. What did you have?
Dosa, made with ID Fresh food batter and a cup of hot filter coffee.
That's a great brand that packs a punch in both food department and technology department.
You're absolutely right. They've always stayed ahead of customers' needs since the beginning, right from 2005.
Our next guest will dive deeper into just how technology can help brands decode customer preferences and innovate for emerging markets.
That's right. He's someone who began his entrepreneurial journey with a crazy idea, as he puts it, to make homemade batter available easily in stores and online. Please give it up for co-founder and CEO of ID Fresh Food, Mustafa PC.
And please welcome Rahul Rawat, Group Director Engineering, Walmart Global Tech.
So good afternoon, everyone. Namaskara, Namma Bangalore. Let's start with talking about some good food. I'm not talking about the food which is kept outside, but I'm talking about idli and dosas. How many of you really love idli and dosas? While no guesses, almost everyone here. Next, Do you know how many idlis are eaten up by Bangaloreans every day? Guys, it's close to 10 million idlis. That's a huge number. So we can give a round of applause to ourselves, right? So if I now twist the question and say, how many of you have actually prepared idli and dosa at home or actually went shopping to buy ingredients for idli and dosas? And if I ask you what comes to your mind, I won't be surprised. Yes, it's ID Fresh Foods. It has now become a household name for each one of us here, and I can bet a lot of ID Fresh Foods are kept in our refrigerators today. I want to call one thing out. The food industry is supposed to be one of the challenging industries. What people really want is a fresh food. They want it on time. They want it with good taste, and they want a great quality. Right? And here we have ID Fresh Food Company, when everybody in the industry was really looking at how they can increase the shelf life of the food. They were actually focusing on how they can serve fresh food to their customers, how they can use technology to do that. And it was none other than Mr. Mustafa. So please join me in a tech talk with Mr. Mustafa and go through his journey.
Thanks, Rahul.
So Mr. Mustafa, let's start first by talking about the inspirational journey you had, right? I think you have been a role model for almost a lot of Indians and a lot of people abroad as well, right?
Thank
so
you.
I think you started your business with a 50 square feet shop somewhere in Indiranagar, right here in Bangalore. And now you're looking at selling idli, batter and dosa batter and a lot of your other food product items from 50,000 stores worldwide.
Yeah.
Right? That's a phenomenal number that goes across 45 countries, right? 45 cities and 10 countries. That's an amazing number. So, Mr. Mustafa, how has the innovation spirit of ID Fresh, which has actually motivated and been contributing to this phenomenal growth, which has been seen year after year?
Thank you. Can you hear me? In the name of God, peace be unto you. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I'm blessed. To start with your question, many of you think, when I came in, you were talking about idli. Many of you think ID is an idli company. Not really. We are one of the best tech-led distribution company in the world. We have mastered the art of distributing fresh food every day and making it profitable. That's what we have traveled in the last 18 years. We started with 20 stores in around this area, Indiranagar of Bangalore. It took us 1 year to sell 100 packets. That journey traveled over a period of last 18 years. We have continued expanding. So what we did was start with 20 stores, then made it 100, made it 1,000 stores, went to other markets, repeat the same model, kept on doing same thing. In our terms, we call it boringly consistent job. That's what we did. A boringly consistent replication of a successful model is what worked for ID.
Wow, it's really amazing how you can keep maintaining the same quality and same kind of controls across the company. So, Mr. Mustafa, you just said, right, ID runs on tech. Right?
Yes.
You yourself come from a tech background, right? Now, if I have to go a little bit deep into that, right? Like when you started from one store to now where you are, at what point, at what stage did you really feel like, no, now I want to get tech involved in my business. This is the time when it is right. And I should be like leveraging the tech power which I have developed or I know about more.
I think the day one itself, we started using Excel sheets, which was the tech that we used. And by the way, that's still the most successful technology in ID even today. Right? You can't live without Excel sheets is the situation. But those days, then we moved to Tally. In 2012 time, which is almost like 12 years ago, we were facing some challenges in the market. And I think it's important for us to bring in technology to address a challenge in the market, right? When we started ID, we were sending 100 packets to the market in 20 stores. 90 used to come back unsold because customers were not willing to buy a packaged food from the market, packaged batter from the market. We kept on doing this business. Over a period of 3-4 years, we started sending 2,000 kg to the market. and 500 used to come back unsold, which is a 25% wastage. With a 25% wastage, there is no way for us to make this business profitable and scalable in different parts of the world. That's when we thought of using technology. So in 2011-12, we implemented a SFA, which is a Salesforce automation, which is to capture store-wise, item-wise sales and wastage data. We then started using this data to predict the demand at the store level. We went with multiple phases. Phase 1 was to get a production order right for every day using technology, because we can aggregate the orders and then plan the production accordingly, which is very easy. I mean, every company will do that. That was phase 1. Second phase was to get this at the DC level, which is a distribution center level, which is Bangalore. We have like 2 DCs. Each DC has to get the right order for every day, right? As I mentioned initially, this is a boringly consistent job, right? You have to get up early morning every day, 4 o'clock, bring the products, go to the market, sell it, right? Come back, and right? So phase 2 was to get the the forecast right at the distribution center level, which is the DC level. We got that right. Then we went one more step further, which is do this at a van level. We have 700 vans today, right? In supplying around 50,000 outlets today. These 700 vans, every van, every SKU, we have to get the placement right, which is the loadout right for every day, so that he can sell the entire product and come back with zero balance and zero damage, right? That's the third thing we got it done. The fourth phase that we are doing now, which is to get this at the store level. The forecast done right at the store level. We're almost there, but let me tell you some numbers along with it, right? When we started, we had a 90% wastage. In 3 years, we had a 25% wastage. Today, with the help of technology, in a mature city, matured product, we run at less than 1% wastage with a 4-day shelf life product. We're talking about a 4 to 7 day shelf life product. We are not talking about 1 year shelf life product. 4 to 7 day shelf life product, we are running at a less than 1% wastage in a mature city, mature product. Overall ID, we are at a 3% wastage.
Wow.
Overall, right? And these are all fresh products. It is not easy. That's why I said initially, right? We have sort of mastered the art of selling fresh using technology and making it profitable without wastage.
Amazing, amazing how you have leveraged technology. I think in one of your interviews, I was also hearing that you have zero storage at any of your distribution center. So it's really amazing how you have...
Across our supply chain, we have a zero inventory model, and that's how this business is built.
And amazing how you have mastered the supply chain management and the prediction of your sales and forecasting of that, and the way you are leveraging it. So let me come.
Because that's the only way for this business to work, right? Because you're dealing with a 3 to 7 day shelf life product.
Yeah, no,
you can't keep the inventory in a place, any place.
So let me come to the next question. I was reading like somewhere around COVID times, right? Like India is a country where like every 300 kilometers, they say either the language changes or the water taste changes, or maybe the food habits of people changes, right? And during the COVID times, you said, okay, let's explore Delhi, right? And Delhi, I'm from North, and I know in Delhi we don't eat idli dosa so much, right? So what is your criteria? How do you use technology, or how do you identify, okay, that's my next go-to market, right? The scale at which you guys are growing, it really, really needs to be backed and powered by somewhere in the technology which tells you, okay, this is your next growth market. So can you talk a little bit about your strategy behind it and how you are leveraging technology for that?
It's important for me to clarify this point. It is not within 300 kilometers. It's actually within 3 kilometers, right? Taste preference change. I'll tell you why. You go to Malleshwaram, idli in Malleshwaram is different from Indiragar idli. That's a fact, right? That's why if you look at, we don't serve idli. We serve idli batter. A homemaker can customize idli batter to their taste. She can make it, add onion in it, and my wife can make uttapam out of it. Your wife can probably add extra sugar. Somebody might add make it more fermented, right? So depending on the individual's taste or the that regional taste, they can customize. That's why we don't get into the finished products. We are the assistant to a homemaker. We are not a replacement for a homemaker, right? It's very important for us to take that position. That's why we don't sell idli. We sell only idli batter. Now, coming to the second part of the question, right? How we use technology. I think the best thing these days is Google. Right? Search on Google, you will identify what comes at the top, right? And that's how we identify what works. But these days, with the introduction of QCOM, right? We get a lot of data from our partners. So they feed us these inputs, and based on that, we develop the product, and then decide to launch in the markets. So everything is based on technology. Even the new market introduction, new product introduction is all based on technology, Google data, QCOM data.
No, it's amazing. And I think the first set of idli batter packets, you actually flew in helicopter to Delhi. Is that
not helicopter? It was yeah, we airlifted.
Airlifted it.
During the COVID days, we used to airlift the batter from here. Yeah, people might laugh at it, but that was a experiment worth. And Delhi is one of the best launch for us in the history of IT.
Wow, that's so nice to hear. So let's talk a little bit about the different consumer segments which we have, right? Like I think in one of the interviews you were saying, right, I'm still not yet able to make my mom and dad buy a idli batter packet, right? While my wife today actually will never waste a single minute in preparing a idli batter. She'll just order ID fresh batter, right? So the way we see the Gen Z today, right? Like how their eating habits and how they are on the social media and all. So what do you see as a market trend, right? What is the next big thing which you see, which ID is actually focusing on and probably where the technology is helping out?
I would say three aspects. One, the health part of it. Second, convenience. Third, the product. Right. So let me try to take a bet on all three. Right. So the Gen Z is more health conscious, and COVID was the best thing that happened to ID, and that's a fact, because people have become very health conscious after that. Right. Whatever I was trying to communicate about the natural, clean label food, people never do appreciate it. But after COVID, everyone became very health conscious, and that's how we have seen a exponential growth for ID during the COVID time, and they were able to sustain their growth even after that. So the first part is the health part is very, very important. So whatever we offer today is the healthiest variant available for those products in the market, because as I mentioned to you earlier, all our products are 100% natural, no chemicals, no preservatives, nothing artificial in it. We make our products exactly the same way our grandmothers used to make at home, with the help of technology in a larger scale. So that part is taken care. Then comes to convenience. Very interesting thing I wanted to share with you. Earlier, my wife had to ensure that there is a pack of batter left at home before she go to bed, right? So that next day morning, before my son goes to school, idli dosa can be prepared. Breakfast can be served. These days, she don't have to worry about that. She, switch on the stove, keeps the tawa on the stove, then open the fridge, notice that there's no batter left, take the app, Zepto, close Insta, before the tawa is hot, batter reaches here. So convenience is very, very important, right? So this is second part of it, convenience. Third, from a product perspective, I don't think all the products that we do today we will be able to sustain in future. We might need better variants. So we are looking at things like more protein-rich products, right, which could address Gen Z requirements. So those are three aspects that we look at to make this business sustainable for future.
Wow, no, it's really amazing how not only you are innovating, but actually using the ecosystem and the environment around to actually sustain the business and grow it more, like things like Zepto and all. So now coming to the next question, I think this is one of the questions which like everybody has in mind, right? we Indians never trust a packaged food, right? Like from childhood, we've been told, right? Anything packaged is not good.
Yeah.
And here you are actually coming out with a packaged food. And the reason behind this probably were also valid because people said, oh, packaged foods has preservatives, they have chemicals. And here you come with a brand which actually has zero preservatives and zero chemicals, right? So how did you find this fight with this mindset which everybody around you had? Did the technology help you with that? I know we still spoke about your mom still not convinced on buying a batter. She still prepares it. But how did you target the audience? Somebody like, I think you guys sell close to 3 million idlis a day today.
Yes.
So how did you change the mindset to actually go ahead and just use the leverage, the technology, if at all possible, to change how people think about it?
I don't think I was very successful in changing the mindset. I attend many such programs. People love my story. People love ID story. They love ID better, right? But the moment I come out of the podium, one grandmother will definitely, even today, I'm sure, some of you will come and ask me, right? Bacha, what do you add in that to get the soft idli? It's a question that I get every time, right? Tell me so that I can tell this to my granddaughter in US today. They want to understand what else I'm adding in the batter. I don't add. I am keeping all our products 100% natural. In fact, we are fighting a war against chemicals and preservatives in the food. It's not easy, right? But then it is not easy for a customer, especially for Indian customer, to appreciate the genuineness of a packaged batter. So the biggest challenge for any brand is to earn customers' trust, right? For a food brand, that's even tougher. We tried many experiments to earn customers' trust. Nothing worked. But finally, we came with a very beautiful experiment, a marketing experiment. That was a game changer. Let me just explain to you how it worked. During the COVID time, we came up with a beautiful concept called Trust Shop. Trust Shop. Not Walmart shop, Trust Shop. Okay? These shops were unmanned shops. We set up 600 shops in 1 month time. 1 month time, we did set up 600 unmanned shops across different apartment complexes in Mumbai. Okay? All the shops were unmanned. There was no technology, there was no camera, there was no salesperson, there was no security personnel. There was no one watching the store except the Almighty God. The shop was based on trust. Customers were expected to come down, pick their favorite batter, drop the money in the money box kept next to it, or GPay to us, go home and have a healthy breakfast. Customers were surprised with the campaign. They couldn't believe it, right? But then this campaign video went viral. Customers started trusting us after that. What I've learned is the best way for customers to trust you is to trust them. I repeat, the best way for someone to trust you is to trust them. I'm very inspired with this particular quote from Gandhiji, that be the change you wish to see in this world.
Wow.
Be the change you wish to see in this world. If you want someone to trust you, trust them. That really worked for us.
That's really nice. Like how, like we all talk about customers, and like it's amazing how you went ahead and.
We all talk about most trusted brand, right? There are many such awards, but are there stories of brands trusting the customers? That's what we need to create.
Okay, so moving on, like innovation is almost everywhere in the way you have been doing, right? Like I was reading that your factory is in Bangalore, but you are shipping fresh foods in the Chennai city.
Yeah.
And you figured out, okay, the last leg in our batter preparation is fermentation.
Yeah.
So maybe I should do fermentation on the way I'm moving to Chennai, so that by the time the batter lands in Chennai, it's all fresh and my customers get the fresh taste.
Yes.
Right. So what does innovation personally mean to you? And the reason I ask that question is because everywhere, everybody in ID, like if I read about any article, it's all about innovation, how you guys have been doing things differently. So what does innovation personally mean to you, and how that meaning has changed over your entrepreneurial journey?
Innovation to me is nothing but common sense. Common sense is the most important ingredient for innovation. right? But then let me tell you, it's the most difficult word, most difficult things to find in the world now. We end up complicating everything. We believe innovation is born out of Excel sheets. Not really. Innovation is born when you have common sense. Look around, identify customer problems and solve it for the customers within the available resources, right? That's where the innovation is born. Let me just explain this situation to you, since you asked me about this fermentation on the go. So in the case of ID, instead of me setting up multiple factories in different parts of the country, we have clustered it into 4 and then made factories accordingly. For South, we have 1 factory. Now, if you look at the manufacturing process, I need to complete packing, and then after packing, the product has to be fermented for overnight. Now, if I ferment overnight, if I then transport the product to Chennai, the product will lose 1 day shelf life. And I'm talking about 3 to 7 day shelf life product, right? So that model is not viable. Then we identified, once I was on the street, happened to see this ready mix concrete. I'm sure you would have seen this, right? Ready mix concrete vehicles, which does the mixing while transporting.
Yes.
Inspired by that, we said, can we do the fermentation on the go? And that's why the fermentation on the go was implemented. So this is how it works. Simple innovation, but common sense.
Nice.
Many times if you look around, you will find similar problems are already solved. Ready mix concrete was one such solution that we found in the market. And then we said we will implement the same thing for the batter. That's it.
Wow. So let's shift the gears a little bit, right? Sure. I'll probably move to a rapid fire round. These are some of the questions we've collected from the audience and some questions which have come through. So just quickly tell us what comes first to your mind, right? So what was the breakfast for ID Fresh CEO looked like today? What did the platter actually contain?
What else do you expect other than idli and dosa for me? I had ID dosa and ID chutney this morning.
Okay. A book which inspired you recently? Because you've been an inspiration for almost so many people. A book which has inspired you.
I'm a very spiritual person. I was looking for, done so far in my life, traveled a lot. I was looking for the right answer for success. Right? What's the right definition of success? And I found the best answer in Quran, which said, the one who purifies his inner self will become successful in both the worlds. The one who corrupts it will be failure in both the worlds. Thereby, that became my inspirational quote.
Nice. Nice. Your favorite sports person?
MS Dhoni.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And CSK, of course.
So one retail trend which you believe is here to stay?
We are actually coming with a very innovative idea on connected packs. Right? We all know about the connected devices, right?
Yeah.
We are now trying to come with this concept called connected packs, which is every product, every SKU is as a QR code, which is unique. Meaning today, I sent close to around 2.5 lakh, 250,000 packets to the market today. Each of this will have unique code which will never be repeated, right? And then we plan to use this to track the movement of the product across, right? I believe that could become a game changer, and hopefully somebody will replicate that.
Yeah. What is your favorite ID Fresh food? One product which is your personal favorite?
ID wheat paratha.
Paratha.
If you have not tried it, that's a must. It's not a marketing talk, but right. But two best things that money can buy for you is an iPhone 16 and ID wheat paratha.
Okay. What's that one app which you can't live without?
One app that I can't live with, Google Pay.
Google Pay. Favorite thing about your job?
I enjoy what I do every day.
Nice.
And I don't get stressed.
Something which you love to do when you get bored?
Let's just online.
Oh, nice. Okay. Maybe the last one. Who is your childhood hero?
My parents. They are my childhood hero, and even today they are my heroes. The reason being, my parents My dad worked in a ginger farm for 14 hours every day. My mom went to the forest to collect the wood and sell it on the street to educate me. They skipped one meal every day to put me in a hostel. If my parents can take me to where I am today, all of us can do wonders in the world. Thereby, my parents are my role models forever.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Maswa. Like you have been an inspiration for so many people. And when you were coming here today, I can tell you, right, so many people reached out. Can we get to meet him? Can you add this question to him? So the list of questions is big, but we have a time limit. So thank you so much for stopping, and thank you for giving your insights on what you think the innovation in tech is all about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you again. God bless you all. Jai Hind. Thank you. Thanks, Rahul.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Rahul.
Thank you, Mustafa and Rahul. That's certainly a lot to learn about how technology is transforming our understanding of diverse customer needs in rapidly evolving markets. 4 to 7 day shelf life and 1% wastage. Wow, now that's really something serious. And technology behind everything. And he's also planning for the future with newer products. I will continue being a loyal customer to ID Fresh Food.
As we explore the transformative power of technology, it's exciting to highlight a crucial area that connects every aspect of business, from procurement to delivery, the supply chain. And everything I do at Walmart is related to the next segment.
That's right. Supply chain is deeply integrated into nearly every aspect of business operations. Given significant role technology plays in optimizing and innovating supply chain processes today. I'm super excited about this next session.
To share more insights about optimizing the supply chain, please welcome our next guest, an IIT Delhi graduate with a vision to change the face of India's logistics and last mile delivery industry. Vaibhav Khandelwal, co-founder and CTO Shadowfax.
Next, we have strategic leader who's creating a future-ready supply chain with consumers at the center. Neha Parekh, Director, Nivea India.
Also joining us is a seasoned supply chain professional currently overseeing sourcing, procurement, manufacturing, and logistics. Harish Lade, Senior Vice President, Supply Chain, Asian Paints.
And to moderate the discussion, please welcome Rajiv Bhuta, Vice President, Product, Walmart Global Tech.
What an inspiring session that was. Lot of insights from that session, and I think we'll carry that forward as we talk about supply chains here. There was a time when I started my supply chain journey where we essentially worked with heuristics, multiple Excel spreadsheets across different departments of supply chain, exchanging them, trying to create plans, get them executed, to a time now when we have AI agents that sense customer demand, essentially pass that information to assortment teams, allow us to do local assortment, send information to our inventory management systems, and then send them down to our warehouses that are managed by robotics and a lot of mechanical automation. So from a time where we exchanged Excel spreadsheets to a time when AI agents are collaborating with each other to make things work for all of us. So we have an interesting panel today. Three different industries. Asian Paints, an institution in India over the last several decades, a great innovator in the supply chain space. Nivea India, a global brand in the personal grooming space, again doing some cutting edge work in supply chain. And then we have a company that's been around for close to a decade that's trying to transform the quick commerce and logistics space in India. So let's start first and talk a little bit about why do supply chains exist? Walmart, if you know, our purpose essentially is all about saving people money and helping them live better lives. And what Mustafa talked about in terms of common sense is what we do in supply chain. When we look at how can we make supply chain very efficient and help organizations save money, what we found out is that while the customer needs are spiky on different days of the week, there's a different kind of spike in demand for different items. That's not something what supply chains can manage if you kind of add that spike to the supply chain, right? So how do you make them predictable? So what we looked at is how can we use technology to make our supply chains predictable right from our sourcing, which is our vendors, to our logistics partners, distribution centers, and to our fulfillment centers and stores. Make them very predictable so that our cost of operations goes down significantly. And then be ready and agile for one-time events like weather disruptions and such to respond to those needs and be able to still serve our customers when these disruptions occur. So with that, like when we look at the India context and what Asian Paints has done, I want to turn over to Harish and actually have him talk about over the last several decades, the innovations they have done, both in terms of business models and technology. They have disrupted the distribution channel, right? They work directly with dealers, about 150,000 touch points. They have been a market leader with more than 50% market share in the paint industry over several decades, and they continue to go strong. So Harish, when you look at it, how do you and your team look at this space, and how does your organization support your tagline of "Har Ghar Kuch Kehta Hai"?
Good afternoon, and really, it's a wonderful opportunity to be part of this forum. I think the session since morning has given obviously a very different, perspective of scale, which this team kind of looks at. Coming to your question on the Asian Paints journey and business model, I think the whole genesis of Asian Paints, if you go back, 1942, was actually anchored around disrupting the distribution model, and the supply chain became the anchor for actually the startup idea in some sense, because it was a market which was driven by wholesalers, and really the thought process was that if in that time, if the founders had to make, because paint as a product is not a very technologically advanced product. Yeah, now we've got more technology coming in terms of different coatings, but largely for the decorative coating, it's not a very technologically intensive or a very highly, I would say, consumer engagement kind of product, because the product is typically sold. And if you really reflect on your painting experience, a lot of it depends on what the painter or the contractor would influence you. So product availability on the shelf was a key area for Asian Paints to really make a mark. And that too, when we decided to bypass the distributor, it really meant that there was no option but to really rely on the upstream data feed and really build in a kind of a end-to-end system pretty much in the 70s to really start getting the demand signals and weave it back into the production plan and sourcing and so on and so forth. So I think the whole integration of technology in the business model was part of, in a way, a vision of the the four friends who started the company. And over the decades, I think the whole journey kept on working on that. And I think when I see my own journey at Asian Paints in the last 27 years, a lot of it is kind of anchored on really looking at the customer problem, seeing how we are putting in products so the range is expanding, and giving that service level in the market. So while it may begin with a integrated planning system which looks at the demand signals, has a forecasting model, integrated supply demand planning upstream into sourcing. I think a lot of it is also about having a team and a very integrated working between technology and the business users, right? So a lot of times in user functions, the technology and users are probably at loggerheads, but in Asian Paints, it's kind of a very integrated view which we take in terms of how we approach supply chain problems, technologically enabling that, and really making the service levels in the market. So that has been the overall journey. More recently, yeah, we have been leaders in the paint industry, but the whole notion has shifted to really, increasing the consumer engagement. So the vision which we have got, or the vision which we want to work with, is to bring joy to customers through a home decor. So while paint goes on the surface, the idea is that how do we go from the share of the surface to the share of the space? Because when you look at home decor, there's a lot more which happens between the four walls, and that is the other disruption which kind of, for us, we are getting into, and maybe we'll talk about it as we kind of converse on that, because that poses a very different supply chain challenge, because now we are into a very diverse set of products, right? From anything from kitchen to bath fittings to furnishings, furniture, windows, and so on and so forth. And each of them have a different renovation cycle. So that poses a very different supply chain challenge. And also the segments are different, right? Paint is largely made to stock, but some of these are actually engineered to order. A kitchen is very personalized. So how does the supply chain respond to that? So some of those are some of the newer aspects which we are dealing with in the current time.
Thanks, Harish. So, Neha, we heard in the morning from Nandita about the journey Myntra has taken in the fashion and beauty and personal grooming space. Now, in India, overall, the e-commerce market in this space is growing at more than 25% CAGR, right? And Nivea is a leader in some sense in certain categories of personal grooming. There's a lot of demand both in urban and rural areas that's coming from this channel. So what is that doing to your distribution network? How are you dealing with a network that was created for going through a distribution network and then eventually to a kirana store or a small retailer, to where now you have a combination of that and these large e-commerce platforms? So how is Nivea using combination of technology and business model changes to drive that?
Thank you, Rajiv. Good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, a pleasure to be part of this event, and excellent talk so far. So good part for Nivea, Rajiv, on e-commerce is, thankfully we had, when the omni-channel mix kind of started setting up in India, a lot of companies had a lot of unlearning to do and then set up the distribution system. But we were a fairly young company. We set up only in 2005. A lot of people do ask me, but yes, we are a very young company. We were present, but not as a base in India. So we did not have a set distribution model running since 50 years. So it was easy. And early on, we identified this as a trend that e-commerce is one way of reaching customers faster. Because when you come late, we knew that we are late in India. How do you play a catch up? How do you ensure that you, because there are customers and companies which were present with a very good traditional distribution model 50 years already. So for us, it paved a good way, and everything that we set up in supply chain was designed for an omni-channel network. And not just the setup that we have, even the teams. As early as 2007, we had an e-commerce organization. We had S&OP planners who were doing e-commerce planning, and we knew that this is a slow burner, but eventually will come. So when we started e-commerce, it was a very small contribution to our business, and today it has reached a substantial part. And as we had some examples of past, right? It's not just the batter that you need before the tawa hits. We have a lot of customers who go for a shower, realize that they're running out of a roll-on, order it. By the time they're out of shower, they have it, right? That's the kind of need. And how do you make sure that you are available? So good part for us was we always knew that that's a trend. Now we can say yes, we always knew, but maybe at that point in time we thought that's a way for us as a new brand coming in late to catch up with customers, and the results are quite evident. We are leaders in a lot of categories that we deal with, thanks to us designing the system in that way.
So the other thing we do very well at Walmart, besides our EDLC and EDLP principles, is focus on convenience. That's again one of the tenets we feel will help people live better. So if you look at any of our markets, and specifically if I talk about our US market, we have an express on-demand delivery that allows you to kind of get items from our stores, and our stores actually serve 90% of the US population within a 10-mile radius. And these express deliveries can be ordered from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and you get your everyday items available to you at an instant, right? So that's what we focus on. Again, we power this by essentially a very large gig driver force, and it's probably one of the largest in the US. In India, actually, in the last 12 to 18 months, this particular sector of the 10 to 60-minute delivery has been on a fire. And companies like Shadowfax have been partners to platforms that provide this service. So, Vaibhav, what trends are you seeing, and how are you kind of managing the supply, the competition in the market? What kind of technology are you using to actually provide the service levels that customers expect of you?
Thank you so much for being a part, for making me a part of this panel. Uh, so, see, one clear trend that we all agree to is, or maybe two trends, that one, customers would want speed or would want instant gratification. And the second part is that in a country like India, such gratification or such execution is feasible. So when we talk about in mature countries, maybe like United States and so on, given the density of population that resides in some of the metro cities of India, we are very well positioned in order to execute a 10 to 60-minute kind of a delivery, both from a good unit economics as well as a customer experience perspective. So these two trends are actually marrying well in India, and that is the reason why we are seeing a large number of brands and large number of companies venturing into the quick commerce stream. Now, coming in on how to execute it. Now, in order to execute any supply chain or any logistics perspective, you need to have right set of supply at the right point in time. And that requires very careful demand forecasting on how much supply should be at what location at what point in time. And that would depend on what kind of people stay there. So, for example, if it is a locality which is populated by lots of PGs, then your demand skew would happen once people come back to their PGs. Similarly, if it is a society where, let's say, a lot of residents exist, you would start seeing the demand for for ordering groceries before your lunch or dinner time starts. So these patterns are very important, and these patterns are very localized in their nature. It also need to factor in different external measures as well, which are not that easy to calculate, for example. So as you also mentioned, that weather is an important variable that exists in the logistics space. Now, for all the techies out there, we all know that there is no single weather API which could give whether it is raining in a particular locality or not. Such information is not available on an API level. But still, you would want to have this data on a centralized server to be able to take those decisions. How do you build those solutions? How do you solve these problems? These are some of the important, interesting parts which play an important role there. So, with respect to the quick commerce boom, while one, you need to get the right supply at right point in time, you also need to ensure that for the right customer experience, the right expectations are set. So we all have listened to different examples of how quickly things can come up. But I hope we all also agree that at times it shows us that it will be delivered in 7 minutes, whereas we are still waiting for 20 minutes and nothing has arrived. And that creates a very bad customer experience. And to be honest, it's a very difficult problem as well to solve, because you have to give at what point in time the order would get delivered even before the order getting placed. You do not know what all items would the customer be adding in his cart. You do not know how many delivery partners would be free by the time the customer makes the payment. You also do not know the external factors of traffic and weather, which are on a real time basis. And still, you would want to give a true representation there. So, large number of algorithms play an important part in driving this right customer experience. The other important thing that we are also seeing on the quick commerce side, and as more and more industry is maturing towards quick commerce, is that large number of brands now want to be a part of this quick commerce, whereas your infrastructure is limited. In that dark store, you could only hold a certain set of SKUs. What about the other set of SKUs that the customers are starting to demand or the brands are willing to distribute? How do you enable a mechanism wherein your existing warehouses, your existing stores could play a part in delivering that quicker delivery to the end customer? So that is something that we are working with number of brands, number of players in the market. How can we short circuit the supply chain so that the same thing that used to take 2 to 3 days to deliver to you could get actually delivered in the same day itself? So you order by lunch and you get it before dinner. That is something that we are trying to innovate on, work more on, because the the consumer patterns are becoming more and more clear. They want it quick, they want instant gratification. So these are some of the trends and these are some of the problem statements that we are trying to solve.
One other thing that is very, very important at Walmart is sustainability, right? And at Walmart, we have taken a goal where we want to break the linkage between consumption and waste. And we want to ensure that we get to a zero waste in our global operations by partnering with our suppliers, transportation providers, local communities, etc. Right? So one interesting example of the work we do is on our private label side, where we are working towards ensuring that all our packaging is recyclable, reusable, or industrially compostable by 2025, right? So every company is working towards some goal on sustainability. Neha, if you could share some examples of what Nivea is doing, because you also essentially have a goal which says care beyond skin, and I think that's geared towards essentially some of these objectives.
Thank you, Rajiv. So yes, at Nivea by itself, we do have a very good initiative, which is Care Beyond Skin. Because yes, we want to be the leaders in skincare, but we know as a company we have a very big role to play beyond skin, which is with environment, with the societies and the communities that we work with. And one good example I can give is the iconic Nivea Blue Tin, because that's something that goes long way. Even for our Indian customers, the first association with the brand is the Nivea Blue Tin, and we take a lot of pride in it because that's one thing that every customer tells. If I go and meet any customer and say I work for Nivea, the first thing that comes to their mind is the Blue Tin, because that was the favorite gift that in 90s you will get. Anybody coming from anywhere abroad, they would surely bring a Nivea tin. And what we also saw was, after using the product, the tin was so loud that it is kept in the cupboard shelf where you'll put bangles, put some jewelry, but it's something that stays in the customer's home and stays as it is, right? Those of you who have been lucky to see grandparents or great grandparents, you might find them still there at your homes, right? So one good step that we have done is the aluminum that gets made is 85% recycled. Now, for a company to touch a product that iconic is something which is very bold, but this shows our commitment on care beyond skin. We are not doing it because that makes sense. We know there's no other way out. Not just Nivea tin, all other products we are reformulating and using a lot of technology, generative AI, to generate formulations that can help us produce products that are sustainable, that are green. And we also call it out because our customers also love them. In Europe, also in India, a lot of products that we use are now coming from recycled plastic, we have a very big program where we check. In fact, the blue tin that gets sourced globally from just one location, because we want to make sure that the consumer experience is same across. So it's a perfect example of how a brand can retain the quality and also act very nicely on the sustainable part. So we believe that's the right thing, and all of us have a role to play beyond skin, and this is how we do it at Buyersoft.
So again, at Walmart, if you look at our journey through the years, we were a big box retailer of general merchandise. We added grocery, we added pharmacy, we sell high value items. And when we look at our, you heard in the morning about our platform thinking and platform strategy, right? So when our business teams and technology teams sit together, we are always thinking about what are the commonalities, what would go as a base common platform, both from an operations point of view and a technology point of view that powers those operations, and then what is unique to each of these, because you definitely want to make sure you meet customer needs. Harish, as Asian Paints has moved beyond paints and has gotten into a lot more verticals, how have your teams thought about using the existing strengths of your supply chain, and where do they think about doing something different?
So I think I mentioned about moving from share of surface to share of space, and I think couple of things changed over there is that model brought in the whole element of not only product but also selling a service, because the whole value proposition is that how can we facilitate an end-to-end home decor in the customer's home. So and then some of these products are very intertwined with the upstream supply chain or manufacturing, because let's say you do a kitchen design, then that design has to be manufactured, what has been signed off. So obviously there's a visual 3D and all of that which the customer facing team does, but we have to really adopt that to bring it into our, let's say, the kitchen manufacturing facility. So I think the whole core which I see is, and which is I think if I really reflect on the journey of Asian Paints, what has worked for us has always been to be best of breed, instead of just going with one solution. So wherever we feel that our process is mature or we require that, we will actually go with that solution and integrate it with all the other connected systems. So the whole idea is to have a very integrated landscape across all these businesses. So really from the technology platform, that's the way we have approached it. And from the execution standpoint, we leverage obviously the physical presences. So for example, the bath business will use our paint warehouses, for example. So some of those execution processes are unified across these multiple businesses. The big area which really goes very strongly is how the sourcing teams kind of leverage. So some of the ideas around some of the common logistics providers, the visibility systems, the ordering system, all of that becomes part of the common landscape and the infrastructure. So I think that's the way we approach how, when we get into multiple lines of business, really leverage the core platform of the Asian Paint supply chain strengths and keep on plugging these businesses as modules on top of it. So they leverage the strength, at the same time they maintain their distinct differentiation in the market. And the integration of the customer happens both through our service coordinators and the transformation which is done in the retail side. So you mentioned about 150,000 retailers, but there's a whole tiering of the network. So we have right now around 75 beautiful home stores where all the categories can be experienced under one roof. Then we have a whole set of color idea stores where everything to do with surface gets integrated. And there we bring in a lot of both digital as well as physical touch points where the customer engagement happens and then feeds it off onto the fulfillment in the supply chain. So because again, the decor is a lot more experiential, right? You really want to touch and feel a fabric, for example. You really want to 3D visualize a kitchen before you kind of make the commitment. In paint, also, typically the shade card suffices, but there we use a lot of technology to allow a virtual photograph and see how the room looks into my context. So some of those customer engagement, so systems of customer engagement, then flow back into the systems of execution on the supply chain. So that's the journey. Yeah, it's a big shift for us because really for us the product, the customer change from the dealer who is a mom and pop roadside hardware store to the let's say the woman in the home who makes most of the decision on decor. So I think that's a big shift in terms of how we kind of deal with this kind of transformation. One other area which we had to really revamp was the customer complaint and the product kind of a thing, right? So a lot of those areas also got revamped and we plugged it back into some of our manufacturing where we said we start, I mean, it's not a pharma product, but we said, okay, each container which we pack, we need to have a unique ID on that so that we can link it back to which factory produced it, which batch, which packing machine, so that we can really start doing very strong root causing. Because the promise in the market is that if a customer complaint is raised, we would at least respond back within 24 to 48 hours and then trace it back to the root cause and make good the issue which is there. So I think a lot of touch points got affected when we moved into this new sets of businesses.
Very nice. So, Vaibhav, August to December is a very, very festive time in India, especially starting October from Navratri to Christmas is when we get into the peak festive and shopping season. You've supported the traditional e-commerce business. Now, quick commerce is intersecting with that. Can you give us an idea on what's going to happen over the next few weeks and months? And how are you getting ready to make sure that when we check out and when we see a 30-minute delivery, we actually get that item in 30 minutes, even though there might be thousands of customers doing the same thing at that time?
So this is probably the busiest week for me, honestly. And as a lot of us know, that the sales will start from the next week onwards. Some glimpses of what we are gonna see is that, and I think some of that has already started. You will get your mobile phones delivered within 10 minutes. That is going to become a massive reality in this sale season. You would also see a lot of D2C brands or a lot of unique products being purchased by the Indian customers. Something historically, what people used to say for the sale period was their big ticket purchases. But I think the market in India has matured that people are also now making bets on smaller, varied products. So the entire SKU in the ecosystem has evolved a bit. We'll see a lot of same day deliveries. We'll see a lot of customer preferences of preferring a particular platform just because they are giving me quicker. So that's something that we are gonna see again. And one more thing that probably this sale season would see the maximum participation from tier 2, tier 3 and beyond cities. At times, personally, when we look at the location data of where all we have delivered, we also feel surprised that e-commerce in India has penetrated so deeply that we are delivering across multitude of nooks and corners, and there are people in towns, in villages, who are now getting access to this e-commerce journey. So this sale season, my hunch is that we'll probably see the widest audience being a part of this sale part. Now, with respect to us, ours is honestly, I mean, we are actually having some sleepless nights here because it's multiple areas where we are focusing on. We have to take into account your quick commerce part as well. And at the same time, when you are working with quick commerce, you also need to take care of the fraudulent activities as well. See, I understand that it's a very good part of trusting customers, of trusting ecosystem. But when you are working in India, you also need to take care or have to have a very strong fraud detection mechanism. uh, I would be happy to discuss some of the frauds that we have been able to identify in an offline manner. But I am personally amazed on the kind of ingenuity we Indians look to feel on how to con the system, how to extract the maximum out of it. So that's one of the that's one of the major part of it. And we being the logistics partners, we have to bear the brunt of the entire ecosystem part of it. Be the seller, be the customer, or be the delivery partner, we are at the focal point there. The other part is now, see one, and maybe I would want to use this forum to explain the complexity of a logistics system. See, our job is similar to that of a goalkeeper or a wicket keeper in cricket or in football. Now, during the entire test match, that keeper would catch all the deliveries, but we will remember that person for that one catch that guy dropped. And that's the zone for the logistics space as well. When it works seamlessly, as if we feel that it is our right to get things on time. We feel that a properly groomed person should come to our doorstep, should greet us properly, should get our deliveries on time. But we'll remember the brand only for those failed deliveries. And that's maybe the good or the bad part of logistics. It works seamlessly for those 95% of cases, and that's where the technology is working very well. It's working seamlessly for those 95% cases. It's just that people just forget what is under the hood during those cases. We all forget the complexities that we do not share the lat long when we are placing an order on our e-commerce platforms, and we still expect that our delivery partner should be able to reach to our destination address without giving us a call. Now, as a simple exercise, if each one of us maybe just search for our hometown or our native address on maybe Google Maps or other navigational platforms, I'm certain that greater than 50% of us will not be able to get their exact lat long even on Google. Now, with such problems existing, and we still expecting that on-time deliveries, zero calls, groomed manner, it actually requires a lot of algorithms. It requires a lot of technology under the hood to make that possible. So these are some of the areas that we are working on. How do we build the right mapping ecosystem for a country like India, for a diverse country like India, where one of the interesting cases in mapping is, and which is different for India as well. See, we write our addresses in English, but our localities are not based in English. They are based on our native languages. So we are, in a way, translating those into English, and then we are writing it. So if I am to write Vidyarthi Bhavan, there would be multiple variations of how people would write Vidyarthi Bhavan. And that is where your algorithms have to be intelligent enough to have those local understanding as well. So we are working on the mapping part of it so that the 95% reaches 99%. We are working on Shield, which we call our fraud detection mechanism, to ensure that the entire ecosystem does not have to get penalized because of certain fraudulent actors that are there in the ecosystem. So yeah, these are some of the problems. Yeah, I hope I've been able to give a glimpse of what goes under the hood. And yeah, all the best for the sales season.
Yeah. So very, very interesting, Vaibhav. In fact, it reminds me of my journey. I used to do cash on delivery early on in e-commerce. Then I joined Flipkart and worked in the supply chain technology team. Post that, I never ever did cash on delivery. I moved on to using my credit card, right? Because I saw the pain and I saw what it takes to do that. So everybody here, when you order things and when somebody delivers to you, just bear in mind the complexity of what that delivery person goes through, and be empathetic and make sure that you understand the difficulty through which the logistics organization and the workforce goes through to get you to that thing in 10 to 30 minutes, right? We are out of time, but I actually wanted to ask one question because we have a lot of technologists here before I summarize. Harish, you have been a technologist all your life, and then pretty recently you switched over to leading the supply chain operations at Asian Paints. So what's your advice to all the technologists here how, if they are thinking about something similar, how should they think about it, and what should they be doing in their day-to-day job as technologists?
I think actually it's been a while, but the interesting part was just switched to supply chain before pandemic, right? So despite being the same organization, you went to the whole transition then. But I think what worked for me was really understanding the business while I was doing technology, right? So the transition was quite helpful. Obviously, that familiarity with the team, etc., helped, but largely it was keeping the business understanding while doing technology implementation that really helped me to transition and start leading the supply chain team.
Thank you. So what we heard today from these esteemed panelists was, I heard the word customer multiple times, right? So the supply chains need to cater to the customers, right? They need to understand things at the geo level, like we heard. Inventory management is important. Sustainability is very important. Trust and safety, so that you're protecting essentially your customers, your associates, and your business partners, trade partners, is very important. And these themes are common across all organizations, irrespective of vertical, and essentially all geographies in the world. So it keeps going back to the same thing, which is, how do you use your first principles thinking and platform mindset to solve for these complex problems, but actually look at them in a simple way and simplify things for your customers? Thank you so much for spending time with us. Greatly appreciate.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us.
As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, we want our people to grow and to thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
Who are you? I'm you. Why are you here? You'll see. Let's go shopping. Okay. What are you doing? I'm using Scan and Go. Open the app. It's easy. Hey, you have to pay. up, rookie? Oh, cool. Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt. What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first. Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox for a first-of-its-kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the month's free virtual item. Explore trending UGC. And discover featured games and experiences. Find your thing at Walmart Discovered.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us.
As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, we want our people to grow and to thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
Who are you? I'm you. Why are you here? You'll see. Let's go shopping. Okay. What are you doing? I'm using Scan and Go. Open the app. It's easy. Hey, you have to pay. You pay in the app. Keep up, rookie. Oh. Cool. Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt. What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first. Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox for a first-of-its-kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the month's free virtual item. Explore trending UGC. And discover featured games and experiences. Find your thing at Walmart Discovered. realm.
When you work at Walmart Global Tech, your resume starts to look different. Proficient in writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine learning turns into help reduce carbon emissions on online orders times millions. When you work for Walmart Global Tech, you're not just gaining tech experience, you're helping people. 230 million every week live better. Walmart Global Tech. Epic human impact starts here.
The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation and creativity on behalf of our customers. Ensuring availability on the items they're looking for at the right time and at the best possible cost have been our priorities. Today, we're building a new and different supply chain. It's becoming more automated, more connected, and increasingly intelligent. What does that mean exactly? Our supply chain of the future is about being better, not just bigger. First, we're putting data and software to work in a connected and increasingly intelligent way. We're using more data, machine learning, and more advanced algorithms to anticipate and place merchandise more effectively. Second, we're adding market fulfillment centers, many of which utilize automated storage and retrieval systems, bringing inventory closer to the customer and improving speed of delivery. Third, we're adding a last-mile delivery capability and buying thousands of electric vehicles. This connected, flexible network enabled by data and automation helps our customers by improving availability and serving them how they want to be served. It helps our associates by evolving physically demanding jobs into more fulfilling, higher-skilled jobs. Over time, we believe we'll have about the same or more associates in the company, performing a different combination of roles and a larger business overall. And automation helps our business because these systems increase productivity and help us manage costs to deliver a value for customers, continued sales growth, and a return for shareholders. The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation, and we're not slowing down.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us.
As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, We want our people to grow and to thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
Who are you? I'm you. Why are you here? You'll see. Let's go shopping. Okay. What are you doing? I'm using Scan and Go. Open the app. It's easy. Hey, you have to pay. You pay in the app. Keep up, rookie. Oh. Cool. Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt. What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first. Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox for a first-of-its-kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the month's free virtual item. Explore trending UGC. And discover featured games and experiences. Find your thing at Walmart Discovered. realm.
When you work at Walmart Global Tech, your resume starts to look different. Proficient in writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine learning turns into help reduce carbon emissions on online orders times millions. When you work for Walmart Global Tech, you're not just gaining tech experience, you're helping people. 230 million every week live better. Walmart Global Tech. Epic human impact starts here.
The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation and creativity on behalf of our customers. Ensuring availability on the items they're looking for at the right time and at the best possible cost have been our priorities. Today, we're building a new and different supply chain. It's becoming more automated, more connected, and increasingly intelligent. What does that mean exactly? Our supply chain of the future is about being better, not just bigger. First, we're putting data and software to work in a connected and increasingly intelligent way. We're using more data, machine learning, and more advanced algorithms to anticipate and place merchandise more effectively. Second, we're adding market fulfillment centers, many of which utilize automated storage and retrieval systems, bringing inventory closer to the customer and improving speed of delivery. Third, we're adding a last-mile delivery capability and buying thousands of electric vehicles. This connected, flexible network enabled by data and automation helps our customers by improving availability and serving them how they want to be served. It helps our associates by evolving physically demanding jobs into more fulfilling, higher-skilled jobs. Over time, we believe we'll have about the same or more associates in the company, performing a different combination of roles and a larger business overall. And automation helps our business because these systems increase productivity and help us manage costs to deliver a value for customers, continued sales growth, and a return for shareholders. The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation, and we're not slowing down.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us. As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, we want our people to grow and to thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
scene. Let's go shopping.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I'm using Scan and Go.
Open the app. It's easy.
Hey, you have to pay. You pay in the app. Keep up, rookie.
Oh, cool.
Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt.
What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first. Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox, for a first of its kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the month's free virtual item. Explore trending UGC and discover featured games and experiences. Find your thing at Walmart Discovered. That's my realm.
When you work at Walmart Global Tech, your resume starts to look different. Proficient in writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us.
As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, we want our people to grow and to thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
Who are you? I'm you. Why are you here? You'll see. Let's go shopping. Okay. What are you doing? I'm using Scan and Go. Open the app. It's easy. Hey, you have to pay. You pay in the app. Keep up, rookie. Oh. Cool. Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt. What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first. Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox for a first-of-its-kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the month's free virtual item. Explore trending UGC. And discover featured games and experiences. Find your thing at Walmart Discovered. That's my realm.
When you work at Walmart Global Tech, your resume starts to look different. Proficient in writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine learning turns into help reduce carbon emissions on online orders times millions. When you work for Walmart Global Tech, you're not just gaining tech experience, you're helping people. 230 million every week live better. Walmart Global Tech. Epic human impact starts here.
The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation and creativity on behalf of our customers. Ensuring availability on the items they're looking for at the right time and at the best possible cost have been our priorities. Today, we're building a new and different supply chain. It's becoming more automated, more connected, and increasingly intelligent. What does that mean exactly? Our supply chain of the future is about being better, not just bigger. First, we're putting data and software to work in a connected and increasingly intelligent way. We're using more data, machine learning, and more advanced algorithms to anticipate and place merchandise more effectively. Second, we're adding market fulfillment centers, many of which utilize automated storage and retrieval systems, bringing inventory closer to the customer and improving speed of delivery. Third, we're adding a last-mile delivery capability and buying thousands of electric vehicles. This connected, flexible network enabled by data and automation helps our customers by improving availability and serving them how they want to be served. It helps our associates by evolving physically demanding jobs into more fulfilling, higher-skilled jobs. Over time, we believe we'll have about the same or more associates in the company, performing a different combination of roles and a larger business overall. And automation helps our business because these systems increase productivity and help us manage costs to deliver a value for customers, continued sales growth, and a return for shareholders. The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation, and we're not slowing down.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us.
As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, we want our people to grow and to thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
here.
You'll see. Let's go shopping.
Okay.
What are you doing? I'm using Scan and Go. Open the app. It's easy. Hey, you have to pay. You pay in the app. Keep up, rookie.
Oh, cool.
Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt. What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first. Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox for a first-of-its-kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the month's free virtual item. Explore trending UGC. And discover featured games and experiences. Find your thing at Walmart Discovered. My realm.
When you work at Walmart Global Tech, your resume starts to look different. Proficient in writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine learning turns into help reduce carbon emissions on online orders times millions. When you work for Walmart Global Tech, you're not just gaining tech experience, you're helping people. 230 million every week live better. Walmart Global Tech. Epic human impact starts here.
The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation and creativity on behalf of our customers. Ensuring availability on the items they're looking for at the right time and at the best possible cost have been our priorities. Today, we're building a new and different supply chain. It's becoming more automated, more connected, and increasingly intelligent. What does that mean exactly? Our supply chain of the future is about being better, not just bigger. First, we're putting data and software to work in a connected and increasingly intelligent way. We're using more data, machine learning, and more advanced algorithms to anticipate and place merchandise more effectively. Second, we're adding market fulfillment centers, many of which utilize automated storage and retrieval systems, bringing inventory closer to the customer and improving speed of delivery. Third, we're adding a last-mile delivery capability and buying thousands of electric vehicles. This connected, flexible network enabled by data and automation helps our customers by improving availability and serving them how they want to be served. It helps our associates by evolving physically demanding jobs into more fulfilling, higher-skilled jobs. Over time, we believe we'll have about the same or more associates in the company, performing a different combination of roles and a larger business overall. And automation helps our business because these systems increase productivity and help us manage costs to deliver a value for customers, continued sales growth, and a return for shareholders. The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation, and we're not slowing down.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us.
As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, we want our people to grow and to thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
scene. Let's go shopping. Okay. What are you doing? I'm using Scan and Go. Open the app. It's easy. Hey, you have to pay. You pay in the app. Keep up, rookie. Oh, cool. Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt. What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first. Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox for a first-of-its-kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the month's free virtual item. Explore trending UGC. And discover featured games and experiences. Find your thing at Walmart Discovered. That's my realm.
When you work at Walmart Global Tech, your resume starts to look different. Proficient in writing scalable code becomes help distribute millions of vaccines seamlessly. Knowledge in AR becomes let millions of shoppers be their own model. Understanding of machine learning turns into helped reduce carbon emissions on online orders times millions. When you work for Walmart Global Tech, you're not just gaining tech experience, you're helping people. 230 million every week live better. Walmart Global Tech. Epic human impact starts here.
The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation and creativity on behalf of our customers. Ensuring availability on the items they're looking for at the right time and at the best possible cost have been our priorities. Today, we're building a new and different supply chain. It's becoming more automated, more connected, and increasingly intelligent. What does that mean exactly? Our supply chain of the future is about being better, not just bigger. First, we're putting data and software to work in a connected and increasingly intelligent way. We're using more data, machine learning, and more advanced algorithms to anticipate and place merchandise more effectively. Second, we're adding market fulfillment centers, many of which utilize automated storage and retrieval systems, bringing inventory closer to the customer and improving speed of delivery. Third, we're adding a last-mile delivery capability and buying thousands of electric vehicles. This connected, flexible network enabled by data and automation helps our customers by improving availability and serving them how they want to be served. It helps our associates by evolving physically demanding jobs into more fulfilling, higher-skilled jobs. Over time, we believe we'll have about the same or more associates in the company, performing a different combination of roles and a larger business overall. And automation helps our business because these systems increase productivity and help us manage costs to deliver a value for customers, continued sales growth, and a return for shareholders. The story of Walmart's supply chain and distribution network has always been about innovation, and we're not slowing down.
Every company starts with a reason for being, an origin story. Ours starts with Sam Walton. He believed he could bring a broad assortment of quality merchandise at a good value to underserved small towns and grow a successful business.
We've got to continue to be real good for our associates, real good for our people, real good for our partners, and real good for our customers.
What an incredible legacy he left for us. That includes the responsibility we all feel as part of Walmart to make a difference in the world around us. As Walmart associates, we have an opportunity to work together and help the people of this country save money and live better.
It reinforces what Sam knew, which is we're all working together.
At the end of the day, we want our people to grow and to thrive. And we want everyone to know that they belong at Walmart, creating the opportunity to turn a job into a career.
We're dedicated to helping people save money and have a better life in real and tangible ways. And we'll do our part to strengthen our communities and the planet. Our reason for being, our why, is to help people.
Mia, why are you here? You'll see. Let's go shopping. Okay. What are you doing? I'm using Scan and Go. Open the app. It's easy. Hey, you have to pay. You pay in the app. Keep up, rookie. Oh, cool. Hey, wait, you have to show your receipt. What the? Are you like the cool version of me? Can you come to my high school reunion with me next month? Everybody still thinks I'm a dork, but I'm not a dork anymore. What about laundry? You have any laundry tips?
Introducing a Roblox community first. Real-world items from Walmart with free virtual twins by creators, directly in Roblox.
I picked a bag with a spring vibe and remade it on Roblox.
I took a real-world tumbler and added sparkles to make it more fantasy.
I saw the headphones and I gave it like my own spin, added like cool futuristic features.
Buy the real-world item in Walmart Discovered.
And get the virtual twin for free. Walmart Discovered.
Find your thing.
Step inside Walmart Discovered on Roblox for a first-of-its-kind immersive Roblox experience. Uncover the month's free virtual item. Explore trending UGC. And discover featured games and experiences. Find your thing at Walmart Discovered.
Was precisely the energy we needed after that great meal. Are you guys having fun? Do you want more of this? We will bring you later. But right now, I want to thank you for all the love that you're showing to us on LinkedIn and Instagram. It means the world to us. Thank you again. Now, let's move ahead with the day.
All right, but who's still tapping your legs? What a performance, folks. I have a couple of questions more before we start the session. How many of us here have had food or groceries delivered to us in the last 1 week? Oh my God, that's like 75% and more. That's crazy. And how quickly were these things delivered? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes? That's another crazy thing, right? Like by the time, particularly in a city like Bangalore, it takes 10 minutes to take your car out of your parking lot and you have the goods delivered. Have you ever wondered about the technology working behind the scenes to ensure your order arrives at your doorstep within minutes?
Oh, I can talk for the audience. I surely have. I mean, how are we able to deliver such large variety of products in such a short time? I am very confident that thousands of people are ordering different products from different locations.
Well, Deepali, that's the power of quick commerce. Today, we have amongst us someone to give us a closer look at the tech-powered logistics enabling lightning-fast deliveries. He's known for building strong teams, overseeing tech investments, and implementing new technologies across product and engineering. Give it up for Jayendran Venugopal, Chief Product and Technology Officer at Flipkart. Please.
And please welcome our very own Bharat BV, Group Director Product Management, Sam's Club.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are in a tough spot, actually. After such a great performance, we are hoping we can live up to the expectations. Jayendran, how are you feeling after the whole music kickstart?
Yeah, it was so fantastic, fabulous performance. Just listening to it, I forgot half the things I was going to say. I hope that the other half I still remember is still interesting for all of you guys. But yeah.
Fantastic. So before we get to hear from Jayendran, I want to start with a personal life experience about quick commerce. How many of you are from old Bangalore, Malleshwaram, Rajajinagar, Baswangudi? Right? There is an old Bangalore charm where all the shopping would happen. You walk up to a nearby store, you shop for essentials, vegetables, everything that you need on a day-to-day basis. And I'm one of them, I would get a list of things that I need to buy. And for me, the biggest nightmare is, someone is coming to house for some function or a festivities. And if I miss out on any ingredients, definitely I will have the bad day from my mother. But no more of those scenarios for me, because now with quick commerce coming in, my mother is much calmer than me. She knows that, okay, you can order. I know in 7 minutes I'm going to get the order. Don't worry, we will figure it out. So with that personal life example, I would want to start. Jayendran, talk to us more about how quick commerce has evolved and how people have started to shop very differently.
Yeah. So if you look at pillars of any sort of retail / commerce venture, it's the three anchors I would say are selection, value, and convenience, right? So there are different formats that offer a spike in one of the three, right? So every format has to offer all three to some extent, but each format tries to spike one of the three and makes that the center of the value prop for the customers. Of course, if you look at selection, traditional e-commerce platforms which do horizontal commerce across multiple categories and even within a specific category like e-grocers, etc. Right? So they offer a very wide assortment, right? So you will get typically in an e-grocer like maybe a 16,000-20,000 SKU assortment in traditional slotted commerce model. So there the selection is the big spike. Of course, value spiked business models are around, for example, membership-based models, large pack sizes, maybe more private brands, and so on and so forth, right? So, and you spike quite a bit on value per unit of product, right? So, and naturally, the third spike that you can offer is on convenience. And what is the biggest convenience lever there is, except to deliver it at an instant notice to you, right? Including not just delivery experience, I would say is the aspect of convenience, but also even your systems like customer service and others should be geared to handle and resolve things very, very quickly, right? So for a small average order value order that is showing up at your doorstep itself in 10 minutes, let's say, you don't want a protracted customer service experience where you are expected to send emails or have a prolonged chat or go back and forth, right? So you need to really offer instant doorstep resolutions, and even that takes a bit of work, right? So that is how the business model started. So I would say over time, what has happened is in last year, for example, towards the end of last year to beginning of this year, in the metro cities and many of the tier 1 cities, the quick commerce GMV and the market share within the e-grocer business actually overtook the traditional slotted model, actually, right? So, and I was recently reading one of the industry reports that interestingly said this. Earlier, when we look at missions of the customer, the shopping missions of the customer, you used to have distinct missions like a stock up mission where you are really buying in bulk, optimizing for value and stocking up your pantry. And then you have a top up mission, and then you have a daily needs mission, right? The top up mission is, okay, I stocked up, but something ran out faster than I expected, so I'll do top up, right? And so on. So now, that top up quantum used to be about 25, 30, 40% in, let's say, the mid affluent to high affluent households in metro tier 1s. With the emergence of quick commerce, that number has crept up to almost 60 to 65% of now pantry stocking is happening through the top up model. And the stock up model is in some sense starting to take a little bit of a backseat, right? So, and what started primarily as a daily needs business, general merchandise, groceries, staples, fresh fruits and vegetables, and so on, is now going beyond that, and there are quick commerce models where mobile phones, laptops are being delivered, fashion is being looked at as well, and even value packs are being stocked and delivered from a quick commerce. So while the spike is on a particular dimension, now it is basically getting to a point where the consumer adoption and the growth that the market has seen is basically enabling a lot of these other value props to also start getting pulled in and being delivered from the same model.
Fantastic. So when we think of quick commerce, there is a recipe behind. There is an operations part and there is a technology part. You spoke to us about the business model and how consumer decision has evolved. Can you talk to us about technology, how technology is enabling quick commerce secret recipe?
Yeah. I think it starts off with even figuring out the right place to put your dark stores, right? So that is, in fact, the first decision that you need to get absolutely right? The margins are very, very small for you, right? Within 10 minutes, if you have to deliver, that has to be spot on. So there's a lot of work that goes on, analytics work that goes on. Of course, we look at centroid of the demand density within a particular area. We look at demographic profiling of the area. The mid to high affluent household, which are tech savvy, are more likely to adopt quick commerce. So we look at the distribution of that population and so on and so forth, right? Before deciding, and various other factors, like I'm barely scratching the surface, right? Before deciding what is the optimal location for a dark store, and also sizing the dark store. So you have to estimate what is the assortment width you need, and therefore what is the size of the dark store that you would need to stock up that assortment, right? So, and even deciding the assortment size and the specific depth of inventory that you need to maintain in any given dark store, there is a lot of work that goes on in terms of demand sensing, forecasting, and all of that. So these are some of the elements that go into designing the dark store itself and the inventory within the dark store. But this is a business which is heavy on operations, right? So this is at the end of the day retail commerce business, which means it's going to be very heavy on operations. And when you have very thin margins to operate within, like in terms of like few minutes here and there will breach your customer order and therefore trust, you need to streamline your technology, tools, processes, workflows, everything to be ultra sharp, right? So for example, from the time you place an order to the time when it is expected to be picked, packed and ready for dispatch, right? Including invoicing and packing, everything. The workflows operate with the assumption that it all has to happen within 90 seconds. So you clicked buy and then within 90 seconds, the entire order has been picked, packed, labeled, ready to go, ready to hand over to a delivery person, right? How does that happen? I mean, you need to have real-time systems that are able to like do guided picking within the store for the picker, and optimized processes at every step of the way. And when you're promising dynamically what the SLA is, it's not a. So you would have seen when you're looking at the SLA for delivery that sometimes it's 10 minutes, sometimes it's 20 minutes, sometimes 15 minutes, right? That's because in real time the delivery last mile delivery conditions are being judged, whether it's raining, whether there is traffic, and all of that stuff to give you a dynamic delivery promise. And all of these elements go into making it happen. The other big element from a back-end supply chain is because of the very small size within which with the dark store, and therefore depth of inventory that you can maintain in a store is very small. You need to do multiple replenishment rounds into the dark store, right? So from your mother warehouse or wherever you are doing the replenishment runs from, all the way upstream, you need to have the same level of efficiency of inter-warehouse inventory transfer processes, completely automated and highly accurate in terms of figuring out what is it that I need to pick and pack and ship to which warehouse at what time, right? So you try to do almost 3-4 drops to be able to keep your never out of stock inventory items, so the things that you never want to go out of stock, always fully replenished. So lots of interesting data science elements, technology-led automation, etc., go into making it work at scale.
So you touched upon two things, one trust and one data. Let's talk about data. How data plays a very important role in making some of your technology decisions and some cool features that we can think of.
Yeah. So we collect data at every step of our funnel, right? Both from the user funnel where the user is shopping, how much are they, like for example, in terms of basket sizes they are building, things that go together, for example, in basket, so that you can optimize how they're placed in the picking locations, for example, so on and so forth, right? So lots of things go on. And you need to also personalize, even with the let's say 6,000, 7,000 inventory size, right? The name of the game here is that it's efficiency, right? The customer is trying to very quickly make a basket and place an order. So lots of levers around, like looking at what brand preferences the customer has, price point preferences the customer has, past baskets the customer has constructed, and being able to use all of that to give them the levers to be able to do their job as soon as possible, right? And get out of their way after that, right? And of course, you need to make sure that you give updates in real time on where the rider is tracking, what the current status of that is, because anxiety levels may be a bit high, right? When you are expecting that something needs to show up in 10 minutes and so on. So none of this will work unless we have instrumented data at every step of the ordering pipeline, fulfillment pipelines, and use that to continuously optimize how every aspect of the business is being managed.
Going to the next topic, which is trust, right? When you think of trust for a customer, what are some of the points where you feel the customer loses out on the trust on the company that is delivering the quick commerce or the products that they're delivering? What are some of the key points that are important to keep the trust of a customer?
Yeah. I think because the key value prop here is speed, right? And when you promise something, you need to make sure that you're not breaching that promise. So how do you build the right breakdown of the various steps in the process, create the right buffers into it, because there are always unknowns, right? You can use Maps API and then figure out exactly how much time based on the current rain conditions, weather conditions, traffic, and everything that it'll take for the rider to get to the doorstep. But you don't know whether a dog is going to run in the way of the rider, and then it's going to derail the person for 2-3 minutes, 4 minutes, right? So you always have to have a little bit of that buffers. And also interestingly, because every second counts, you would have seen that integrations has happened with even gate management software of big societies, so that right after you place an order, after a rider has been assigned, the rider's details would be pushed through APIs into the gate management software, so you can approve it ahead of time, so that there is no time wasted at the door at the gate for the security to enter let the person enter, right? So all of that. So that is one big element of trust, which is how do you make sure that you very rarely breach customer promise that you have made on your delivery SLAs. The other thing is also on time. The other one is in full, right? So on time, in full fulfillment. So if you're making a basket of 4, 5, 6 items, and if the person shows up at your doorstep saying that, look, we did not actually have 1 item or 2 items you ordered in the basket, and therefore we'll of course give you a refund, that's very disappointing for the customer, right? So you never want to you need to have in full fulfillment 100% of the time. And of course, what is the condition of the products being delivered? Are there any damages and all of that? Plus, if there is any disputes in terms of delivery, right? Like something seems like damaged, or let's say a fresh produce that I ordered and got, I'm really not happy with the visual quality or texture of what I received, etc. Being able to give them instant resolution with no friction is very important, right? So if you don't do that, that also breaches customer trust. So these are all, I would say, elements of trust in this business, and every business needs to take care of it to retain customers. So this business actually is a very, very strong high retention business, as you can expect, right? So I would say a typical day 7 retentions, cumulative day 7 retentions for customers. Let's say if you place the order on today, then up to 7 days later from now, how many of the customers actually repeat the order at least once? It's very, very high. It's like 75% or thereabouts, right? So and that is possible only if you're able to continue to maintain customer trust through all these levers.
Do you see predictability in how consumers are buying using quick commerce? Because sometimes I feel there is a need-based shopping, sometimes it is impulse, and sometimes, of course, there is a list and I want to buy. Based on your experience, do you see there is a pattern, predictability, versus it has to evolve?
I would say, see, a lot of them are still fairly like top-up missions, right? So you know exactly what you need and you're going there to buy something, right? Maybe it's a battery to get your remote to work. Maybe it's fresh produce that you need or something. So, and it's quite varied, right? It's like, yeah, my need today is not the same as tomorrow, right? Tomorrow I may have something else. But of course, there is a certain category of things that you can expect that customers will repeat, right? And there are other things that they, from the torso and tail, that they'll keep ordering once in a while, right? So there is so the dynamics could be somewhat different depending on what I am opening the app for.
Do you see a limit in the spread of assortment we can do out of quick commerce?
Yeah. So let me talk about how the assortment sizes are a bit different, right? So if you look at a traditional neighborhood store, the assortments are typically between, like, depending on the size of the store, it could be like between, let's say, 1,000 to 1,500 or thereabouts. In a quick commerce dark store, it started off, I would say, in early days of the quick commerce industry, it started off maybe closer to being like 3,000, 3,500 or thereabouts. Now, I would say most quick commerce operators are operating somewhere with 6,000, 7,000 SKU count, which is still quite small compared to, let's say, a modern retail store will still operate with maybe about 11, 12,000 inventory, SKUs. E-grocers would probably have the highest inventory count, maybe about 16,000 to maybe even 20,000 inventory. So that's how the assortment sizes are actually different among the various retail formats. But as I called out, I think from the beginning to like even in the last 1 year where this industry has grown, the assortment sizes have been slowly creeping up, and the category spread of the assortments have also been going up. Earlier, you would have seen maybe 90% of the stocking in dark stores to be primarily for grocery, like staples and fresh and daily needs products, right? But now that is diversifying, and you see much more of the traditional horizontal commerce items based on the demand Pareto, right? So there are always high demand Pareto items in every horizontal commerce category that is also now creeping into the assortment. And this is also a function of how the industry itself is learning to operate at better scale. So as the inventory prediction algorithms, demand sensing algorithms become better and better, efficiency of operations keep improving, that gives them a little bit more slack to actually maybe use that slack to increase some of the spread or the width of offerings and so on and so forth, right? So that's one thing that I definitely see happening, and it'll saturate at some point because you're typically getting dark stores in areas very close to like high rises and very high density residential neighborhoods, so you can't get like really large warehouses, right? And these are places where you have pickers go and pick, and they need to pick within 60 seconds and pack it within 90 seconds, right? So you cannot have like double height ceilings with stacked inventory and all of that stuff. So because of these limitations, at some point there is a natural limit where it'll saturate. But I do think that there is probably still a little bit more headroom, and the assortment sizes may go up a little bit more, in my opinion.
Fantastic. So I have one last question, my personal favorite. When we think of value coming out of quick commerce, cost, convenience, speed, sustainability, what do you think stands out in terms of value from a quick commerce business?
I think it's about customer delight, right? It's more about finding what I'm looking for as quickly as possible, getting it in my hands without any hassle. I think the anchor was saying earlier, right? So before you take your car out of your parking lot, you have it at your doorstep, right? So you never feel like, oh, I like some guest is coming, something is happening at my home, I need something and I don't have a way to get it quickly without me personally running out, and maybe sometimes it may not even be possible for me to run out, right, to get it and all that. So I think it's at the end of the day, it's about customer delight. And yeah, I think it's a mix of everything: selection, value, convenience. Everything has to play to making that delight happen, along with all the factors we talked about in terms of not breaching customer trust. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We are out of time, but thank you so much for sharing such a valuable insights. Thank you, audience.
Thank you for that engaging session and insights on the tech powering Swift and scalable and, of course, delightful delivery solutions. One takeaway I had while listening to Jayendra, that the technology that it takes to run this requires ultra sharp tools and technologies where pick, pack, label, and ship, all of this is done in 90 seconds. Wow. Like we have heard a bad job taking 90 seconds. Here we are picking, packing, labeling, shipping, all of that in 90 seconds. Amazing. And this is complemented by multiple replenishments runs in the dark store. So it's non-trivial technology that makes it easy for that knock in 5 minutes with an item at our door. Thank you.
Great. Like Sanjeev said, it is intriguing. And you know what I've been thinking, Sanjeev, the other day? Scrolling through these social media apps is one thing, but have you really shopped through any of these apps?
No, I've often shared recommendations, and I've also relied on reviews and recommendations and suggestions by my friends and family members. But no, I've never shopped on or purchased anything on a social platform.
Well, then let's talk to our next guest who's all set to deep dive into this topic. She is a household name in the Indian beauty industry and on Shark Tank India. Please welcome Vinita Singh, co-founder and CEO, Sugar Cosmetics.
And our own Prashanti Bodugam, Vice President Technology, Walmart Global Tech.
Like Sanjeev and Dipali rightly said, social media has evolved from what it used to be, like posting pictures, vacation pictures, or food posts on social media, to almost an extended shopping mall. At a click of a button, now we are able to select our best outfit or the like of the lipstick shade that you want, which all happens like in no time. Vinita, such a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for taking time and talking to us. I have to admit, while Sanjeev said he has not done any of the social media shopping, I have done a lot of that. Some impulsive, looking at the reels, some natural, because it's a need of the hour that you wanted to do, and it saves the time. Sugar Cosmetics has been almost a household name now, and a great, remarkable journey that you have had. 35,000 outlets in 500 different cities. I'm sure that's been some remarkable journey there. So can you tell us what was the driving force that led to the growth of this and the success of Sugar Cosmetics?
So, Prashanti, firstly, very excited. Love the energy in the room and all the conversation around the future of retail, which is a passion area for me. And I love how we're like pink, yellow, and gray. I think that's like a combination that's right over Instagram. So we could be right in the middle of like a social media platform as well. If you'd like to shop the lipstick that Prashanti is wearing, there's an app outside that you can actually use to figure it out. So talking about my journey, Sugar launched in 2015, which was actually a time where influencers were considered to be aliens. And brands used to think that the idea of Indian women putting up a picture of themselves wearing a lipstick that they shopped, or women trusting an e-commerce company to make a purchase decision would not happen in the next few decades. And I was somebody who was running an e-commerce business where I was trying to get brands to come on board, but they would really resist because it was considered to be like a discounting channel at that time. And I was just a girl who really knew nothing about makeup, but struggled with the idea of going to a store and always being told by the beauty advisor in the store to buy makeup which was meant for 3 tones lighter than my skin tone. Or I would get a lipstick which would look white on me and really wash me out because there weren't too many brands that were designing products for my skin tone. So we decided to create few products which were built for Indian women, products that worked for our hot and humid weather conditions, especially working women, because there was an explosion in the number of women who were showing up at work. Literacy rates had grown by 10% over the last decade. And what happened between 2015 and 2024 is remarkable, and I did not expect that. From about there being about 150 million internet users, it shot up to about 900 million. And Instagram now has 380 million users in India. YouTube has 450 million. We were just trying to educate women about getting products that were right for their skin tone, for their preferences, using these social media platforms. And what happened is a community which is the largest in the country across brands. So we have 2.9 million followers on Instagram, 1.8 million on YouTube. And it's a very highly engaged community where we're always discussing makeup, because if you ever looked at what was happening 20 years back, somebody was talking about the retail shopping 20 years back, it was a group of women going to stores and, just playing with makeup. Now, all of this is happening in these communities on Instagram and YouTube. And that has exploded, and Sugar is now the 3rd largest color cosmetics brand. But honestly, I don't think when we started, we ever thought we'd get here.
Great. Just an extension to that. Thank you for trying our AR makeup trial kit outside. I hope all of you got an opportunity to see and experience
Even men should try it. There are products which are unisex.
And coincidentally, this morning I was wondering what shade of lipstick might look good on me. And I went there. In 30 seconds, I could decide which one actually looks good on me. So how do you see AR, VR, or any other technologies aheading the overall seamless experience of cosmetic or social commerce in the future?
Yeah. So I think I also tried, and the experience was fantastic because really, literally, like just 2 years back, the technology that we had was such that I put a lipstick and my lips would appear over here, and this is my face. And when I start talking, then it goes like all over there. And it was just the complexity about makeup is a lot more than fashion because there are textures. So a gloss and a matte lipstick look very different. Similarly, the color of the lipstick is not just about having a color superimposed on your lips, which is the easy part. The really important thing is to really do it in a way where it really looks like it'll look on your lips, because how the same lipstick in real life, IRL, looks on you versus on me is going to be very different because of our undertones, skin tones, etc. So what happens is that, this technology, I think, has come a long way. And I think for us, a lot of the engagement on our app now, where we have, more than 1 million users, is led by users coming and trying out how different shades of lipsticks would look on their skin tone. And I think the future, where I see it, and it works very well because currently we have almost double the conversion wherever somebody uses this tool versus not. Internationally, that number is 10 to 11 times because I think in India, we still need to improve this technology. But I think the future is if you were able to put that on and have your 4 girlfriends comment on how that shade looks on you and have that entire experience of shopping in a store happen on the app.
That would be brilliant.
That would be brilliant. So I think what has happened is that the beauty advisor used to educate about how to wear makeup in store, and we managed to bring that online. I think the next part of it, which we are on the journey of, is the whole experience of doing this with my girlfriends. And we're seeing women share images of them, screenshots through Instagram, through WhatsApp, but we want to bring that all on our app now.
Again, related extension is, you just said about it, right? It's all about how are your friends or family going to comment on how you look. Social commerce is all about every customer becoming your potential influencer. How does Sugar Cosmetics tap into the whole power of the peer influence, and how do you see this going forward for social commerce?
I think the world's changed so much. 10 years ago, the entire decision making was based on ads, and advertising is really dying a slow death because of the fact that people trust influencers. 82% consumers actually would trust a micro-influencer much more than a brand's ad. And if you look at Gen Z and probably Gen Alpha, it's going to be even more stark. So what's happening now is that the smaller the scale of the influencer, so if you are my friend, what you recommend to me has the highest amount of trust. If you're a micro-influencer or a nano-influencer, then slightly less, but still more than if you're a mega-influencer. And what celebrities are now talking about on television, that is something that is very obvious to younger consumers that it is paid. And that's why the trust there is very low. So what we've seen in Sugar's journey is that we've had the privilege of working with a lot of, tens of thousands of micro and nano influencers who may have only, a few thousand followers, but the engagement, because of the fact that they are authentic. And I think one of the most important things for brands to remember when they are talking to Gen Z is that what matters the most is not how perfect the messaging is, but how authentic it is. And the reason why Sugar is where it is because we always chose to have the educational content on social media on real women, women who looked like me, had skin problems, acne, dark circles, large pores, talking about everyday concerns and wearing makeup, because it was always considered that on a celebrity, everything looks great, right? And the more relatable the influencer, the higher the engagement, the higher the trust. And our entire journey has been about, can we get real women to come out there wear products, talk about what works for them, what doesn't work for them, put it on social media? Can we get the smaller influencers, the micro influencers? And I'm so proud that we've seen in the last 7 years, influencers grow from like 1,000, 2,000 to now having hundreds of thousands of followers. But all of that has happened because of the fact that the content that they create is authentic.
Yeah, you rightly said it, authenticity and the storytelling. Yeah. Both are so difficult. And then you try to apply a visual storytelling, and that can, probably attract you in less than 30 seconds. It really makes it even more difficult. So I'm sure, there's a lot of thinking that goes into the whole, creating that experience. So, you're here, you have a wonderful story of your own that inspires many of us here. And the energy that you carry is phenomenal. And I know there are quite a few women here.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you my favorite question. What would your advice be for women who want to build their own story?
I think my first advice for women in this room especially is that, you're very lucky. Only 20% of women, of Indian workforce is actually women. And this is in spite of the years of progress that has happened thanks to the work done by a lot of women before us. So I think it is our responsibility to live up to that legacy, to make sure we create more opportunities for other women. And I feel very strongly about that. At Sugar, we have more than 3,000 women who work for us. And I feel that, just having enough role models and, other people we can relate to, because we can only be what we see. And for me, in my darkest days as an entrepreneur, I read thousands of books, and it was always, I just couldn't relate because all of them were written by entrepreneurs who were men. And I just thought that there were a lot of these problems which are so personal to me about how to sell to an investor without being somebody who's very aggressive and talks, 10 years in the future versus somebody who's very real and honest, which most women are, for instance, right? How to create a performance management structure which doesn't overemphasize on things like self promotion and networking, which women are not naturally very good at. How to not cry at a board meeting, right? Or how to normalize crying at workplace, right? So I think there's a lot of work that women before us have done in making this opportunity where all of us get to be working women in India, which is a privilege. And it's really important that we create those opportunities for the women after us and be role models for them by just, fighting the good fight and continuing to fight it.
We were in a session yesterday as well for Women of the Future, and some of the themes are exactly the same, right? I mean, how do you really put yourself not for today, but for the tomorrow? And that's going to be a great story in the future. I know you're a great sport, Vinita, and I'm going to get you into a rapid fire session here with me. And
I'm a marathoner. Marathoners are slow. Just a disclaimer up front.
How about we start with, I don't know how many of them really know about your Raju ki mummy meme board. If not, then can you play the visuals, please?
Vinita, do you have 10 minutes? Need some quick approvals.
हाँ बेटा आओ कहाँ थे तुम?
You remember the meeting that we had last week for those budgets? If we can get a quick approval.
पैसे क्या पेड़ होते हैं? तुम्हें पता है भिंडी 12 रुपए की हो गई है और पनीर पे सोने की दाम पे बिक रहा है.
So should we do this? I mean, can this be done?
ऐसे ही महंगाई बढ़ गई है. ऊपर से तुम्हारी ऐसी मांगे. हम खाएंगे क्या? Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, Vinita, I'm okay.
All is well.
What? Great. On my social media post, you still have comments that say bhindi 12 rupees ki ho gayi hai. I have to really keep track of bhindi and paneer prices all the time.
So what's on your mind for the next character that you want to play, Vinita?
How many of you watch Shark Tank? Anybody who's watched Shark Tank? Oh, that's very nice here. Bangalore's an entrepreneurial city. I would love to do anything to do with my co-sharks because I've spent so much time with them, and I think Aman was here last year. But as each of them talk, right? Like Aman will always like, "Tu banda great hai, par mera late hai," or like how Anupam talks about, "Aap mein josh hai, jigyasa hai, junoon hai," and Namita, how she's always gonna be like, इसमें मेरी expertise नहीं है. For that reason, I'm out, but wish you the best. So, they're my friends, and I spend a lot of time with them, which is why I can even in my sleep, do like Aman or a Namita or a Anupam impersonation.
Speaking of Shark Tank, what idea you wish you had thought about?
I am somebody who firmly believes that ideas don't cost much. It's really the execution that matters. And so I wouldn't really think about any idea being like, oh my God, I didn't think of this idea. I think ideas are free and all of us have a lot of them, but execution is like the whole journey. But if there was one business I would do if I wasn't doing sugar, it's probably there's a company called Nasher Miles. I don't know if anybody saw that pitch. They're into luggage. And the younger generation is all about, fast fashion in luggage, and travel is exploding because younger consumers are not about saving money. They're about traveling and being free. So yeah, if I were to build something, I think Nasher Miles would have been a very fun business to build.
Great. One thing
it's a suitcase company, just anybody doesn't know. Yeah,
one thing on your shopping list from Walmart.
Well, hopefully someday
I hope
sugar.
You've been to a Walmart store.
Yeah, I have, and hopefully someday sugar. That would be a dream come true. Please make it happen, Prashanti. But I think I've been to Walmart, and I am a fitness junkie. I love the sports collection that they have. Maybe a bicycle, because a bicycle really sets you back. You want to see hundreds of options, and I think a Walmart bicycle would be pretty fun.
Awesome.
But yeah, sugar would be right up there.
Favorite thing about working in the beauty industry?
In the beauty industry, the beauty of the beauty industry is that when we have to get more diversity, we have to hire more men. And I love the idea of getting to work with so many women.
Great. And what's your superpower, Vinita?
What's my superpower? I feel I just don't give up.
Great.
I'm like really a painful, really relentless person.
That's very powerful, by the way. Yeah. Thank you. I would love to continue. I have a lot more questions, but I would like to open it up to the audience because I'm sure there are many who want to have an interaction with you. So
really would love
anybody who wants to go? Sure.
Backbenchers, please think of a question. Yeah, there's one after that.
Somebody out there.
Yeah. Let's go with
in
him
the back.
first. Yeah. He's ready. Yeah.
So what is your thought around that?
Yeah. No, this is something I feel very strongly about because even today, 40% of the color cosmetics that are sold in India are not FDA approved, are unbranded, they are unregistered. You don't know the amount of heavy metals that, asbestos, like they could have in them, right? So I think the idea of going towards making safer beauty products available in villages, in smaller towns is something I feel very strongly about. And for the first time after working for 9 years, we've just managed to launch a product which is at $199, which is really, I know this room would be probably like $199, that's super affordable. I still feel for tier 3, it is expensive. And someday we want to make sure that women across the country have access to good quality, but safe products. It doesn't have to be, the best in the world, but at least it shouldn't be full of toxic chemicals that can cause you harm. And that's something that we're working very hard to go towards.
Thanks, Sunita. That's great vision.
Thank you.
Somebody
at the back had.
Yeah, hi.
I'll come to you. I just want to involve some backbenchers. Yeah, hi.
Oh, here.
Oh, there. Oh, yeah, hi.
What's your go-to beauty product that you really can't live without?
A go-to product I can't live without, and I hope nobody in this room should ever have to live without, is actually sunscreen. We live in India, and doesn't matter if we work indoor, outdoor, going to work by car. For our skin, it is really important to wear sunscreen every day, even on monsoon days. So yeah, while I love makeup, the one thing that I would wear no matter what is a sunscreen.
Thank you.
Do you wear sunscreen?
Yeah.
Thank you. How many people wear sunscreen here? Not bad. I knew Bangalore was quite evolved. Yes. Yeah.
Evolving in India in next 5 years.
Yeah.
What is consumer data plays a role in?
Yeah. That's a very good question. I think everybody takes the example of, say, a China where live commerce, social commerce has exploded. I think in India as well, it is growing, and not just sugar, but a lot of e-commerce companies are actually doing a lot of work there. What's not happening in India real time is what happens, Prashanti, is that when we decide to buy a lipstick, getting influenced by an influencer during social commerce, the final purchase doesn't happen, add to cart happens. Add to cart to final checkout journey for a product like a lipstick, because there are so many options, is sometimes runs into days. We're not able to attribute it to that moment. Like, when we talk about the lipstick man in China who managed to sell like 1 billion lipsticks in a day on 11/11 because of the fact that, instant purchases were happening. I think there's a bit of a delayed purchase in India, which is why there is less attribution, and that's why you don't have like articles and articles talking about the explosion of social commerce in India. But if you look at the fact that really 82% consumers are making their purchase decisions based on something they've seen on social media, and not all the time that decision is happening real time, but sometimes it's happening over a period of time, sometimes offline, sometimes online, that is a great validation of the fact that in 5 years, it's probably going to become really mainstream and as big as e-commerce. Yep. Yeah. You can just be loud.
Yeah, we just have.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Vinita. I'm a big fan of you since Shark Tank.
Thank you.
Okay. My question is, when we speak about beauty, majorly we are focusing on women. What about the 50% of population where we are men? I'm not talking about makeup, but what is your strategy to focus on men and engage them and acquire more customers?
Very good question. Why not makeup as well? Because we do, 3% of our consumers are also men for makeup. And, if you look at, say, accessories, Gen Z men, accessories is one of the fastest growing categories on on e-commerce. Now, for us, because we started as a color cosmetics company, and it was 99% of the shoppers of color cosmetics are women. Everything's been more women focused. And I still feel that in terms of just sharing on social media, 10 years back, I used to crack a joke that if a man likes something, it's going to be a black hole. He's just going to keep it on himself. If a woman likes something, she's going to tell 100 people. So marketing is cheaper for women, at least in our category. But I feel that one of the largest places where growth will come from, because per capita consumption of beauty products among men is very, very low in India, is going to be men. And if you look at Southeast Asia, I think there's an explosion. We have a skincare brand which we make in Korea. It's called Quench. And the models that most Korean brands have are actually men. So yes, there is a future 5 years down the line. I think these boundaries will get blurred, and hopefully, I think everything will become a lot more unisex, not just sunscreen and face washes, which won't need to be sold in a black tube just because you're selling to men. Any color would work. But also, I feel like concealers and powders and some makeup products. Yeah.
Thank you. There's a scope.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vinita. I would love to have this continue, but I think we are just
I've
on
never
top
been
of
so
the
punctual.
hour
It
right
strikes
there.
0.
Yes.
We're done. Thank you. This was awesome.
Thank you. This was fantastic. Appreciate your time with us.
Thank you, Prashanti. Thank you, Vinita. All of these innovations and create opportunities in social commerce, and they are quite exciting. What is also interesting from this session that I took off is that there's a lot of disruption happening, not just in social commerce, but also in the makeup and beauty industry. But what with all this stands out to me that social commerce is not possible without excellent tech enablement. And we, all the retail techies here, feel very excited about it, don't we?
Of course, of course. Building that tech must be so much fun. Let's check the fun quotient here, folks. I hope you're having a great time so far at Converge. Please make it even better by sharing your feedback on your experience by scanning the QR code. And you do stand a chance of winning some exciting prizes. Moving on to our next session. At Walmart, we believe that when associates feel a sense of belonging, they are empowered to reach their full potential, benefiting both the business and the communities that we serve. Our next session is all about the people who make an organization what it is.
And how can organizations evolve to embrace the future while keeping the people at the center? To share the perspective on this, please welcome our panelist, James Cameron, Vice President Global Leadership and Learning, Walmart Inc.
Welcome. Our next panelist leads people and organization strategy for multiple sectors, managing a strong team of 15,000 and building a future-ready digital organization. Please welcome Dr. Shilpa Kabra Maheshwari, EVP and Country Head People and Organization and Diversity Officer, Siemens India.
Also joining this panel discussion is a celebrated HR professional with over 40 years of experience. Please welcome Nathan S.V., CEO Visara Partners.
And to moderate this discussion, please welcome Bhumika Srivastava, Head of People, Walmart Global Tech.
Maybe we break the places, but that's okay. That's fine. Hi.
Hi.
Are you sitting in the wrong place?
Wow, that was some session on sugar cosmetics. I hope you enjoyed. Hello, everyone. Imagine a retail landscape where every aspect operates seamlessly and intelligently, where checkout free stores and AI enabled personalization is driving the experience, and technology is making this vision a reality. Now, let's not forget what is the driving force behind this? It's people. At the end, the people are there who bring this technology and tool to a life changing experience. And the research shows that the companies which are investing in their people and developing them do have a long-term and sustained growth. Today, I'm joining this team with esteemed guest here to talk about people-led, future-ready organization, how organizations are bringing people and technology together to drive the future of the organization. Welcome, all of you. I'm going to start with Nathan. When we talk about being people-led, tech-powered, we are highlighting a vital collaboration, and that is we are bringing in technology and people together. How do we ensure that human capabilities within the organization is continuously evolving as the technology is evolving, and we are marrying both to make sure we are ready for future?
Good afternoon, everybody. One of the challenges that I have is
from LIPS to LMS, learning management systems, is a big chasm. And it's always very difficult to speak after somebody who's as stellar as a CEO, promoter, founder of Sugars. So please bear with me, because the challenge that I have is really big, because it's like, when if I have to capture your attention, and let's say that I'm the major, and just before me, suddenly the general comes up and speaks, then how does, after the general leaves, how does the major capture your attention? So this major says to his troops, he says, soldiers, the general has made some general points. The major will now make some. Thank you very much. So, first of all, in making a transition, one of the first things that I'll say, Bhumika, is almost like having an air traffic controller. So just visualize this. So you need pilots. You have a lot of planes landing, taking off. There are different aircrafts. And all these pilots have different kinds of skills. And one of the big skills that they have is the ability to make sure it's not about the plane taking off, but managing a controlled crash. A controlled crash is actually landing safely. And that is much of the work that is done by people here. After some time, the planes also change, depending on the number of years that you have. Except that in today's technological world, the planes keep changing all the time. So as an air traffic controller, one of the things that you have to do is look at the planes. They may need a different, longer runway. You got to find a different time and keep the pilot honest about what is happening on the ground. I would have the following suggestions. One of the things that we have to do is each pilot is skilled in one particular area. It's almost like when you start with one of those trainee aircrafts, right? And after some time, so that's like a T. So you have a broad understanding about what happens with piloting a plane, but with one pillar of the T, which is your area of expertise. Today, you're having to move into a pie, which means you now have two pillars. And you have to manage to understand that, okay, there's another pillar that I've now got to take care of. The challenge in today's world is we are not looking at pies anymore. We are looking at a comb, which has got a lot of teeth. Question is, not many pilots can move through and understand that they've got to manage multiple things. The bigger challenge today is, in as much as it is about technology, I will say the shift is not about the skill set, but the mindset. So the biggest thing that we have to be doing is have an opportunity to change our mindset. The mindset is about learning and making sure that obsolescence does not descend on us in this fast changing world. And really, as an air traffic controller of a person like a CLO, taking care of what is happening around and getting a gestalt of what is it that's got to be learned. So that's my short answer. I think it's got to be back to people's ability to learn and stay relevant. Over to you, James.
James Cameron. I spend most of my life, I work in the US as part of the 1.3 million Walmart associates in the US. We call our employees associates, but I'm part of a 2.4 million people company. Within the question about people-led, tech-powered, and keeping pace with technology, there's a number of things that we as a company are wrestling with. How do we make sure that our people are not feeling left behind by technology or replaced by technology? That's a big thing that is an anxiety for our people. The second thing is, how do we make sure that they see people-led, tech-powered for what we want them to hear, which is there are two types of people that we want to lead. There's the customer So the technology is led by the customer needs, and then there's the employee, so that the technology we create actually helps our employees. If we can make sure that everyone understands that the technology isn't there to replace them, it's to help them and also to help the customer. If they understand that, then the anxiety disappears. Although we are having to be realistic that we're using automation all the time, we're trying to be more productive, and the jobs will move. In the US business, we are at around 1.16 million people, and we think that's going to be stable over the next few years because jobs will change and move. They won't go away. We can't afford them to go away. We feel a duty as an employer, one of the largest employers. So as long as we make sure people see that the tech is to help them and to help the customer, we think that's probably a pretty important way forward.
Shilpa, you want to add?
Okay. So I think there's a paradox in the word balance, right? So when you talk of innovation and when you talk of capabilities, and it goes back to simple things, and we always talk about work-life balance. I think the notion has moved from balance to integration. The most important thing is, can you really integrate innovation and capabilities together? Now, innovation is happening every second in the backyard, in the garage, in the living room, in our offices, right? I think the pace of innovation is phenomenal, but the pace of capabilities is not currently matching, and it's a paradox. While everybody wants to do it, the problem is not yet been solved. How do you get there to find the right integration that balances both of these together? Now, again, what Nathan, you said, to me, capabilities is not only skill set, it's not training. I think it's about the ways you work, it's about how you collaborate to get innovation done, it's about your mindset, it's also about how leaders are driving, leadership and how agile they are in terms of the changing time. So capability is a very vast term, and given current times where there is attention deficit, there is information overload, there is a need, a changing purpose of the generation and the talent to do something beyond. I think it's the rhythm that every individual has to find what innovation means for them, what capability means for them, and how do you integrate this to make great organizations successful. So that's from my side.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you, all of you. I heard it's about mindset, it's about skill set, it's also for our associates for continuously learning about the skills that's needed, and it's also about behavioral aspect that we talked about. How do organizations look at evolving organization structure and ways of working? Because this is what we all just spoke about collaboration and teamwork. So, Shilpa, we'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. I think the way we are changing, right? The way the society is changing, the organizations are changing. And we've lived in the past in those boxes, right? In the boxes, in the titles, and taken pride. We belong to a particular department. We work in teams. This is hierarchy. Leaders walk around. I think the most important paradigm change which we will see in future is about changing structures which are more fluid, right? When I say fluid, you've got a hierarchical structure which we've all operated in for years. Then there is a system structure, and what is getting evolved is microcosms of smaller structures within larger organizations. If businesses need to put customer at the center, figure out their go-to-market strategy in a yesterday delivery mode and more in your sector, the way we've been structured can no longer work because we are creating more silos, we are creating more inefficiencies in the way we deliver outside. So first is those tightly bound structures will need to go, and they are evolving. Some organizations have solved for it. Some are still finding those pockets of agile teams within a broader framework that will enable, real-time delivery to customer. The most important thing for leaders is to kill those boxes. If you can't kill it on paper, kill it in spirit, right? Create those integration networks within the organization in which you can go and deliver. That is one important part. The second part is you will have distributed teams, and we are beginning to see a world where we're working from anywhere and the hierarchy or structures really don't matter because the virtual world has overtaken us, right? I think we are going to move to an environment where the gig workforce is far more going to get integrated and they will not operate in boundaries or structures, right? They will bring that skills. The world is moving to a skill-based organization, the world is moving to a skill-based delivery model. If that happens, I think the rhythm of collaboration is what organizations need to find, whether it is defined by boxes, whether it is defined by lines, or whether it is defined by the fluidity of how we engage with each other, how we collaborate with each other to get that delivery out to the customer when that customer needs or much before that customer needs. So put the customer at the center, put the context in the center, and then figure out what really works in terms of a design of a structure. And for leaders, I think we need to be really bold. You need to innovate and think differently. Do we really need to live in the past of paradigm frameworks, or we need to break those frameworks to say, can we innovate in our own area in the way we deliver?
Beautiful, Shilpa. Nathan, your words.
Yeah, sure. So just building on what you said, Dr. Maheshwari, um, as you were speaking, I just imagined this. Just imagine if you are joining a company where there is a person who is appointed only to help you navigate what this organization is about, then that organization has lost its plot. I mean, you don't need people to help you introduce yourself to the firm or the organization. So the point is, if you can build an organization, and the structure is very simple, it's not about the span of control, but the span of impact. Howsoever small, howsoever big. So that's a point number one. Old organizations, when I say old organizations, traditional organizations looked at their structures as opportunities to exert power. But if you move away from that and start to say from power, I'll move to empower, then that's a big, big radical shift. So which brings me to the point that you made, Shilpa, is can we get into a fluid structure where teams are formed because there is one person who can lead it and a couple of people who are then the bosses at one point in time then become the associates because they are not as qualified as the person in that particular project? That will be an ideal way to go. But organizations are not made that way. As long as we have these three principles, one, make it really simple for people to understand that. Two, if we can move people to understand these structures are meant for the purpose of empowering them to be more successful in their jobs, that's principle number two. The third one is it's all about the impact that one makes in the position that person is, not to flatter their mother-in-law or their spouses as titles, then I think we won the war.
As to add to what Nathan you said, I think again, very beautifully you put it, but we're also living in a world where ecosystems are the new norm, right? You have platform-based systems, you have partners, you have allies, and in that ecosystem, I think structures don't really matter.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's what earlier in the day we heard a lot about how retailers are prepping up for global customer base and for that platforms are required and the disruption in the organization structure with a nimble workforce is going to enable that. So thank you. We spoke about technology and a recent Deloitte report says that 73% of the employers are still figuring out how to enable skilled workforce to make the organization future ready. I'll start with you, James. How do you think organizations can invest and enable their associates to learn and apply new skills?
We cheat. We open a development center in Bangalore, and that's how we do it. We look for the fantastic talent in India. To directly answer the question, there's three because we're such a big employer. We do three or four different things. Firstly, we try and influence government policy and educational policy so that STEM particularly for diverse groups and women, is properly funded, and it's understood that that's where great jobs come from and the prosperity for most countries. Secondly, we will offer internal reskilling. So I mentioned just now that jobs are changing. So we want our associates to have access to early entry technology training so that they can move up through the ladder and have higher paying jobs and be more prosperous. We also try to make sure that we develop our already skilled internal technology teams so that they keep ahead of the keep ahead of the curve. They know how to use AI. They're learning. But for us, in my job in particular, the most important thing I have to do is to educate non-technology leaders about the value of technology. They're the ones who control the P&L. They're the ones who have the long-range planning. If we don't make sure that they understand, which is why I've been here all this week with all the CEOs that you saw this morning, we were in working with Bhumika and her team, and to show how important it is that they invest and they lean into this team in Bangalore so that we keep the investment. Balu has everything he needs, and the team is properly understood so that the investment flows out here and all the good things happen. So multi-discipline, multi-pronged approach is what we have to take.
Nathan, any wisdom from Deloitte and otherwise?
Yeah, having served as a CHRO for Deloitte for almost 20 years, I'll move away from Deloitte but speak more generally. I think it all starts with a skill map. Try to really find out where exactly the skills lie. And from there, can we move to a skill gap? Try to find out where are those gaps in those skills, and it's not very difficult to find out what it is. More interestingly, can we get to a skills app? Because that is what is more pertinent. I'll spend a minute on this. I'll give you an example. We also have to understand our audience. Within any organization, you would always have, not everybody is a digital native. And that's a point that you very well made, James. I mean, it's not about just training the people who just come in through the turnstile, but you have to be educating the people who are the decision makers. I mean, how do you get to that? I'll give you an example of something that I saw up close and personal. This is about Cochin refineries. Cochin refineries, they had to train a lot of people again and again about safety. So how do you really get people to be more safer at work? Now you can put them in classrooms and teach them and train them till they're blue in the face. Nobody is going to change. Nobody's going to change. Nobody even wants to come into those kinds of training programs. The day you mandate 40 hours of training is the day that you have lost everything. Because how do you then draw people? It takes about some 45 minutes in a bus from a certain place to get to the factory, and everybody travels in the bus. And whether you're on a bus or whether you're sitting right here, all you're doing is you're watching your PDA. That's what most of us are doing right now. So the best way to do that is, they said, how do we use this time? So they got into something called micro-learning. That micro-learning was easy, no more than 2 to 3 minutes, because our attention span is really low, particularly on WhatsApp. And that was connected to the LMS, learning management systems. So there were leaderboards which were out there. And you suddenly found that the uptick for learning went up hugely. And I don't know whether the place got a lot more safer, but I can certainly tell you this. It's a very innovative way of getting people to learn. So the point is, as much as it's about getting people trained on something or getting them to learn, can we make it more interesting? The big question that you asked is, do we make or do we buy? And it's a combination of both. Today, you can't really get people straight from outside because they may not even fit the organizational culture day one. It takes some time. The process of acculturation takes some time. So it's not very easy. So then can we make them? And in the morning, I heard something about products and their adjacencies, and that's where it comes to roost, which is you also have skill adjacency. I'll give an example. There are a lot of techies in the room. You'll know this. Salesforce. Not everybody. You can't get a lot of people trained in Salesforce from outside. But can you find a skill which is close to Salesforce? And then can you get those people and get them trained? Not very difficult. So organizations will have to sit back and say, what do I make it? How do I make it interesting? The point that you made, Shilpa, earlier about developing an ecosystem is important, which is how can I bring a learning organization and get culture of learning ingrained in a organization. The moment you do that, the rest of it is all a little bit about details here and there. People will start to learn because when you learn, you grow. Back to you.
Thanks. In morning and couple of hours back, we also heard about how retailers are looking at customer persona and then trying to use technology to ensure that they are fulfilling the needs of the customer. And likewise, we all have to look at what is the need for different personas in the organization from the skill and learning standpoint, and also personalize the content and the way we push out the content as well, whether it is bite size or whether it is, depending on the attention span. And we also spoke about digital natives. So I think the personalization is also key there. There are a lot of leaders out here, people leaders, and in a dynamic environment that we are talking about, how our people leaders can strike a balance between constantly changing technological need, evolution, innovation, also have to constantly think about forward-looking ideas, and with that, they can bring in this stability and predictability. I'll start with you, Shilpa.
Yeah, okay. The dilemma is always there, right? I mean, what comes first? I think two parts to it. One is every organization is at a different stage of maturity, right? There's always a context. Within an organization also, there may be different businesses which may be at different stages of maturity or a need for evolution or revolution. Is it business as usual, or is it disruption that the business wants to, drive? So you may have standard operations delivery going on, but at the same time, an organization may want to develop a platform to cater to, and I did see this outside, you're looking at e-commerce for small size segment, right? Now, given that context, the dilemma is how do you manage an organization, or what should a leader do to take one part which may be on high pace, high growth, far entrepreneurial, very agile, to one which needs more sustainable solutions but perfection, standard processes. I think this goes back to something what you said. There is a hyper personalization journey which is coming in every area. There is also the need to create smaller microcosms within that, right? So you can always play an organization to say, this group will need a different strategy, this group will need a different management, this group will need a different style, and that is the skill of a leader to be able to manage two kinds of complexities within the same ecosystem. So that is one part of the framework. The second part, from a leader standpoint of view, right, I think when I think of it, there are three things which come to my mind. One is, are we being resilient about that change, right? Change not for today, but change for tomorrow, but also change which we are seeing within our own ecosystem in which we operate. The nature of talent may be different, the nature of reward may be different, the nature of training may be different, the nature of environment may be different, right? And we experience this, right? There are certain segments with certain companies which can work hybrid. There are customer service groups which need to be there closer to customer. There are manufacturing setups which need to be 24/7, 3 shifts, right? And that's reality. That's the changing part. So how resilient can leader drive that narrative across the organization, and advocate that change. That is part one. The second part to it is how do you continuously reinvent yourself, right? And reinvention is, like we discussed earlier, it's not only about skills. Skills is, of course, a key anchor, but it's also about processes. It's also about mindset. It's also about the way we do things, the way we work with each other. Yeah. And the third part is how do you take that narrative down to the last one with the anchor of a purpose? At the end of it, we are in the business of delivering to our customer or making money, right? That doesn't go away. We can do it with a purpose. We can do it sustainably. Well, what is your anchor? What the leader wants to drive? Is it growth? Is it efficiency? Is it purpose? Is it sustainability? Is it hyper growth? What is it? Is it customer obsession? It could be anything. I think so very important, keep the anchor clear, the narrative clear. Ensure that you allow the flexibility and freedom for different microcosms of teams to operate because that is the new normal. And thirdly, continuously build a workforce through engagement, through empathy, because again, you have different kinds of workforce and a common communication strategy. I think that's where we'll be able to manage disruption and business as usual or evolution and revolution.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. James?
I couldn't do a better answer than that. So I'm going to tell you something related to that, which has been on my mind this week. So as you've heard from all the leaders that have been on the stage, the platform approach is something that a lot of companies are going for. We are trying to do well in Walmart. I think that everyone in this room, we should all take a platform approach to our careers, by which I mean a platform is some consistent sort of capabilities, features, etc., which will be usable under a lot of different circumstances. And then you take your platform and you build extra things on top of it. I think that's how we should build our careers. If we know what those foundational skills are, and for me in my job working with senior executives, they include the ability to balance the future and innovation with revolution and evolution. So that's a particular skill that if you have it and you know how to make your current world better whilst also thinking about the future, that's a platform skill. There are other platform skills. Empathy, the ability to understand the audiences you're working with, which could be your partners in the business, or it could be customers, or it could be the product teams. Empathy, curiosity, the ability to get people to do things for you because they want to do them, i.e. leadership skills. So think about what those consistent platform qualities are, which will be good for you under many, many circumstances. And then when you want to move to a next level, those platform skills are still necessary, but then you are thinking, okay, I want to go to this level where I'm leading other leaders. What are the extra things I need to build on top of them? So that will give you, I think that's a sort of consistent way of looking at how you manage your career and manage your sort of future. And it's really something I've seen this week. I've been watching a couple of senior leaders who've forgotten about the basic foundational skills because they've become obsessed with what they think the next level needs. And they've forgotten about the empathy. They've forgotten about some of the things which are fundamental to getting people to do things for you on behalf of other people. So that was a rant. I apologize for that, but it's just been on my mind and it's kind of relevant to that last question.
All right, so last question to all of you. We've heard a lot in this session about future of work, skills, platform, empathy, softer skills that our leaders need to keep in mind. What is it that our leaders should be mindful in a couple of words as they navigate the shift and transformation given the dynamic landscape? We'll start with you now.
Short one for all the leaders in the room, all of us here. Don't miss the wood for the trees. It's important to take a broader look at this. There are some foundational skills. The softest skill is the hardest skill. Soft skills, have our people work on this. We talk about resilience, we talk about emotional intelligence, but the most important one is how do you make sure that people understand this? Don't go after that shiny pebble like that child on a beach looking at the next shiny thing and picking that up. I think if we give way to that, then we would just be losing a lot of pebbles along the way. The last one, if at all, is I think we are all adults. Much as we would paint a scene of what the future could look at, allow for people to experience their exuberance because people in you know intuitively want to learn, because when they learn they grow. Allow them that latitude. I think that is very important for us as leaders. If you give people that freedom, that's the greatest freedom, because then people will start to get energized. Back to you.
Thank you so much, James.
It's something we were talking about earlier. Always explain why. The why is often forgotten. People won't transform unless they understand why, and just keep reinforcing it and never stop explaining.
Very important. Shilpa?
I think most important is keep the employee at the center, or the person, right? I think all of you know that story of the Aladdin and the lamp, and the genie comes out and says, Malik, आपकी क्या इच्छा है यार? मेरे क्या wish है आपके आका? At the end of it, it's that genie which is going to make happen the magic. So technology is the magic, but at the end of it, humans are going to make it happen. So put the edge of the human or the employee at the center, and then let technology do the magic. Don't let it happen reverse.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. It was a very engaging conversation. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Nathan, James, Shilpa. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much for having us here. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. It's true, isn't it? People are the heart and soul of any organization, and it is important to continue to empower them to bring out the best, bring out their best and whole authentic selves to work. There was a lot to learn in that panel, specifically how to take people along, how to make sure that they're learning, how to keep them more current, and several things like that. Hi, I am Mohit.
And I'm Anima.
Anima, have you noticed how finding a product you're looking for has become so much easier in the last decade?
Yeah, that's AI in action. It's changing how we shop, making our experiences faster, easier, smarter. And our next panel will explore how AI-powered search and discovery is taking the guessing game out of the experience and giving the time back to our customers.
To share their insights and perspectives across industries and academia, please welcome our next panelists. First up, we have someone who leads a team of specialists driving end-to-end AI-powered business outcomes for one of the world's leading tech companies, Ranjani Mani, from Director and Country Head, Generative AI, Microsoft India.
Next, we have someone who dons several hats: researcher, teacher, and expert in data science and AI. He's also on the technology advisory board of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission and Unified Health Interface. Please welcome Dr. Gaurav Rana, Professor IIT Madras.
And finally, we have product development expert with over 25 years of experience in building platforms and services in domains like e-commerce, consumer internet, and finance. Please give it up for Raghu Krishnananda, Chief Product and Technology Officer, Myntra.
And to moderate this session, please welcome Rohit Chatar, Technical Fellow, Walmart Global Tech.
Good afternoon, everybody. And today these apps that you shop around, they have this little recommendation section somewhere, either at the bottom or at the top. And you start to see that these systems have started to know you a little better. Maybe sometimes they predict something, and you kind of like it, even though probably either you need it or not. You know, that's that's the change that I'm witnessing, and I'm sure a lot of people are witnessing. These kind of is changing the way we shop. It's no more about that you go and pull something, but it's more reaching to you, more likely that how you spend your day, events and stuff. Yes, AI is in the air, and everywhere we see AI getting leveraged almost in anything and everything in today's world. Today, I would like to welcome our panelists on these conversations and listen what are their experience, their opinion, and what they see in the market. I'm going to not introduce again because this introduction has already happened. So the first question to you, Ranjini. In your perspective, given that Microsoft talks to so many different organizations who are investing significantly on AI and generative AI, what do you see how this is transforming the retail sector, especially the search and discovery part of the retail, because it's a pretty large funnel where you start inviting the customers to experience the new product. Would like to hear your point.
Absolutely. Good to be here. Um, Not just search, right? Generally, Gen AI itself, if you think about it. Just a quick anecdote. My grandmom has this habit of going to this physician at the end of the lane. She always goes to him, irrespective of the ailment. She always says, "I want to go to this physician, this particular doctor." And once I asked her, I'll take you to a specialist. Why do you want to insist on going there, right? And her point was, you know what? He makes me well. Like I don't care what they give me, but he makes me well. The point I want to make is we seek outcomes. We don't seek answers. We don't seek responses. And that's probably the biggest change which Gen AI is bringing in, where you're not giving them answers to their search queries. Rather, you're helping them realize their outcomes. So I'll kind of answer your question in terms of what's changing in two ways, one from tech, one from functional. Technology-wise, just the immense disruption that LLMs bring into search is huge, right? So, for example, first of all, in terms of precision and accuracy, you have semantic understanding. You understand the intent of the user, right? You're not just looking at keywords. And we used to work with NLP 2018-19. It's a very hard problem to solve. And that's a big, big change, right? Where you're understanding the query and answering that. The amount of innovation which is coming in, like we see this with a lot of our customers, right? Like, think about it. Our search experiences in physical world is like we'll go try it on, check it out, and buy. Virtual try-ons. We have universal search, which is basically search across multiple media, which happens on the edge, which means on your mobile phones. So there's changes which is happening across the spectrum in terms of tech, and most importantly, efficiency in information retrieval, right? If you have used GRAG, now we use something like knowledge graph. We were talking about it in terms of how the efficiency of retrieval becomes better with LLM. So I can give you a list of things around tech, but I think the other way to look at it is also functionally, how does it change? So search, so when you start with Gen AI, you start with saying, okay, can I make things faster? So instead of 10 steps, can I do it in one step? Now I think some organizations start looking at it in terms of how do I make it better? Like how do I make my search experience better? Which means you transform the entire experience to cater to what the outcome is versus just giving them an answer, right? So I think it's changing in multiple ways. Yeah.
Amazing. And I totally concur with what you were talking about your grandma. So I'll talk about another generation. I was playing some music, different app. These days I use different app for songs and my daughter uses. When she saw my app and she says, you know what, dad, this doesn't know what you really want to play next. You actually have to search. My app actually knows what I want to listen next. That's what's changing. They just want that you know them better. And we'll talk about privacy a little later. But this is where the world is changing, that they expect somebody else to take that offload cognitive load as to what I'm looking for. Thank you, Ren. My next question is to Professor. You have seen the whole world transform from within like last decade. What do you see this whole AI and generative AI has in store for at least India market or India retail market? How do you see this changing the game in India, given that there are multiple languages and stuff like that? So would like to hear from you.
Sure. I usually sort of give a class Friday afternoon, so I'll try and sort of play class teacher here. So it'd be great if all those who think or believe that English is their mother tongue, could you raise your hands, please? But the entire conversation today is in English. The CTO started his keynote in a language which was not English. I think I've made my point.
True.
The excitement is, so if you look at it, now let's translate this into numbers, right? And don't quote me on it, right? Because these are sort of just last minute numbers. But roughly 10% of Indians would be able to speak and understand English. With about 50% smartphones. There are 20 plus languages. There are 200 plus dialects. So if the entire focus today has been customer is in the middle and you need to make the customer happy, but we connect emotionally with our mother tongues. So that I think really opens up the opportunity. While there's been phenomenal sort of advancements in Gen AI from a tech point of view, but if you really have to get to the human at an emotional level, then I think there is serious work still to be done in the Indian context, whether it's speech to text, text to speech, or eventually to have the absolute customer device, the customer sort of delight on speech to speech in your mother tongue.
So rightly said, and I think India is going to see in next couple of years a huge change because it's a multilingual country, and I'm sure each state and each localite will have a very different way. Even the smartphones and other things that will change. So let's see what's there in the store for us. My next question is to Raghu. Who doesn't know Myntra and online fashion, right? Like the moment you say fashion, the first thing online is Myntra, right? So pretty good. And I'm sure if I go today and search that what should I wear for this Converge kind of a session, it probably would be able to recommend something really nice. That said, I would like to hear more from you. How do you guys make it happen using this whole AI and stuff?
Sure. Yeah, first of all, happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me. Yeah, search is a fairly complex problem, and for any e-commerce platform, more than half, the revenue actually comes from search, right? So it's imperative, really critical to make search really, fast, efficient, and intelligent. And obviously, AI plays a key role in this. And now with Gen AI coming in, right, it makes it even more interesting, right? And possibilities, opens up a lot more possibilities, right? Couple of areas where Gen AI really disrupting is in NLP, right, and image analysis, and both these are very, very relevant for search. So if you look at query understanding, right, so which is like a bit critical part of search, how can you understand the intent of the user and the context is very important and makes it a lot more useful for returning relevant results. And AI and Gen AI play a very key role in this, and some of these techniques and technologies that we are using are towards that. So one obvious one is like, let's say, how do you, people kind of, as Professor was saying, for a lot of people, English is not their native language. So it's not that people can spell correctly, right? So a lot of misspellings. How do you account for that? How do you adjust for that? So how, just the basic spell check, play AI and Gen AI plays a key role in that. And a lot of people are not able to express certain things very clearly, right? So let's say, and then for fashion, which is a very descriptive, category, becomes very important, right? So another place where we use AI is, let's say, article type prediction. An example of how this is helpful is, let's say, somebody is searching for matching sets. So what does that mean, right? So, if previously we used to return results in, let's say, jewelry sets and stuff like that. But now we know in this context, coords is the rage, right? Everybody wears coords. So actually what people are intending is really coords, right? So you actually need to, disambiguate this to like this article type of coords. So if somebody is like, again, saying, show me long kurtas, what does that mean, right? So again, you need to kind of understand what that means. It is a certain attribute of an article that people are referring to. And that can translate to, Patani suits or like, one of these long kurta styles, right? So a lot of these things where you make it, easier to understand people and understand an intent. AI makes it possible. And all of this, what I'm talking about, is in the traditional area of, keyword-based searches. But search is really evolving, right? People are now looking at a lot more other ways of searching using natural language, as people speak to, let's say, like a shopping assistant, shop assistant. And what we saw is, many of our queries are actually, a good percentage of our queries are actually more than 5 words long, which means, people are, talking like in their natural language. How do you, understand this? And many of these are ambiguous queries, right? This is where we were able to leverage, again, Gen AI, and introduce certain features like, like my fashion GPT or conversational commerce called Maya. So we think that these are still in their infancy, but this is the direction in which search is moving.
Very well said. Actually, the intent understanding is becoming really, really critical, because different customer, different segment, the same set of keywords or same set of expression can lead to a different set of products, right? And that brings me to another point is, we have different varied level of tech proficiency users, right? Who like Gen Alpha has a different behavior, Gen Z has a different behavior, baby boomers, everybody probably using almost the similar kind of apps, but the needs are different. And I'm sure you experience a lot of these things with your customers that you work with. Would like to hear a little more. How is AI going to help to these different demographics? With the same set of kind of an intent, but might be looking for a different set of products.
Yeah, no, that's a brilliant question, right? And I think that's one of the key. Raghu alluded to it, personalization, right? And this manifests itself in multiple ways. For example, just think about how does an offline experience work. We go and we don't say red shoes, we don't say white shirt, we have conversations, right? So how do you have, the first one is like the natural conversation in itself. So for example, if I were to say I want to look at casual clothes for an evening out in Seattle, that is what I would usually ask. And how do you interpret that intent? So if you were to interpret that into intelligent apps, what does it translate into? You're identifying the intent, you're looking at the catalog of information available, you're picking that out, you're matching it with my demographics, my usage patterns, and then kind of retrieving that. If I were to take it a step further, I could say in Seattle in Jan, right? So which means that it's not just doing that, it's augmenting it with the data in terms of what the seasonality at that point is, and then shows information to that extent. So that's the extent, right? Now, if you think about it in terms of what you said around how does it make it more inclusive, think about voice-enabled, voice-assisted search, for example, right? Where people who are not very tech-savvy, can they use voice-assisted search? Visual search, can you search for items through this? And more importantly, I think the entire traditional workflow itself, where we add things to cart and go and save it and then check out, that will get disrupted. So what is also happening is conversational commerce, which means that when I'm having a conversation around, say, a issue or a query, as part of that process itself, can I go ahead and have a purchase, which means it completely disrupts the traditional behavior. So, and most importantly, I think what is also going to happen, especially in India in tier 2, tier 3, is the universal search, which means how do you do that on your edge devices, right? So inclusivity is one part of it, but also transforming the entire experience of how you shop is probably the other part of it.
Yeah, I think, that brings me to that multimodal part that you're talking about, right? There are different signals that exist, be it, the text, image, emotions. I think somebody mentioned emotion. I think they're all coming together, and then you use the demographic of whatever, age group or, location, like you say, right? From Seattle, if you're searching for something versus searching from Chicago, different season, then probably you're seeing different products because it's more customized to your locale, to your age group and stuff. Yeah.
Just to add that, right? If I were to extend that to a VNext scenario, like in terms of advanced use cases, see, if I'm searching for it in Bangalore versus Seattle versus Jaipur, I could have the image generated, customized to what it is for the same product placement, right? That's automatically generated. Like that's the extent to which things are happening right now. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Next question for you, Gaurav. You have been a key member in helping India for the whole digital payment wave, which I think the whole world has witnessed, the whole UPI transformation, right? I think we are again at the next wave just waiting for this whole democratization of access and experience, leveraging AI, generative AI, pretty synonymously used now. Just want to hear, how do you see it? Because you're working from the university, probably talking to many institutes and stuff, and you might be seeing this. How government is also investing so much. So very much curious to know how is it gonna be.
Sure. Thanks for the question. So yes, I did find myself in a very fortunate position to play a role in sort of mobile-to-mobile payments, which was initially with setting standards to the launch of IMPS and then to UPI. Let me try and sort of condense what I would possibly call the UPI approach, not the product, the UPI approach to solve complex problems using technology. And I think that has sort of three ingredients in it, right? One is identify the most challenging situation of that context. I think the usual sort of industry parlance is use case, which I think can be sometimes misleading because that's a sort of a typical scenario, not the most challenging situation. So for example, in payments, the most, quite possibly the most challenging situation is paying an auto wala. Right, not a street vendor. A street vendor can take 3, 4, 5, 7, 10 seconds of latency. An auto wala, if you're like 5 seconds late, you might have a bus hit you. True. So that's one. Identify the most challenging situation, because when you can solve for that, all other use cases will naturally get solved. Point number one. Point number two, always have a collection of unlike minds together, because it's that diversity of thought, a diversity of expertise, perspective, which will actually push you towards innovation. And point number three is work towards a democratic solution, which by definition would be low cost and scalable. Right. So those are the learnings in terms of the UPI approach. Now we move on to this new world, which is AI. Very simplistically put, AI is large, complex, and diverse. India is large, complex, and diverse. Right? Okay, so now we need to find the intersection of that. And the way to look at it, or one way to look at it, is through the lens of the UPI approach. So once you look at that, you'd have the opportunity of not seeing 1,000, but perhaps the opportunity of 10,000 flowers blooming in terms of products and solutions. And given that what we mentioned earlier about the absolute necessity for languages, now you bring in the cultural diversity, the linguistic nuances, the socio-cultural diversity, and so on and so forth. You're naturally looking for working with smaller, contextualized, more well-defined data sets. You can't afford to have a sledgehammer at something small, right? Great. This naturally leads to having smaller models. It's the natural thing that is there. As a consequence of that, you will obviously have smaller compute requirements, which by definition would be cheaper at the back end.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Right. So I think the opportunity that we're sitting today, to some extent in AI, is to actually just in some way that when one was looking at mobile to mobile payments, you were not looking at creating banks which are better, cheaper, faster, but a new form factor. I think the opportunity today is manyfold bigger, where we can in India truly drive the next generation of solutions in AI from India over the next couple of decades.
Excellent. Hopefully I'll witness pretty soon in the next few years. So that would be great. Yeah. I completely agree. Smaller models will eventually fit into a smaller hardware, which we all know today is very expensive. But when it becomes real democratized in a way that it's almost everywhere, I think we're gonna change. We're gonna see the transformation pretty soon. Raghu, I want to ask you a question around personalization. So the way personalization is working, it's influencing the way people shop around, right? But more importantly, so it also affects loyalty, and the people keep coming around back, and engagement and stuff. Uh, what's your thoughts on about the whole leverage of the data, this personalization, and how this AI is being used along with the rightful use of data?
Sure. Yeah, personalization is super important for Myntra, for any e-commerce company. And just to give a context, right? So we have about like 60 to 65 million users who come onto a platform every single month, and we have about like 3.5 million products or styles out there, right? So that's like a huge, matrix out there. So that if you want to think about it, so it's super important to show the relevant products to users, right? So personalization obviously plays a very very key role in this. So we take a fairly multi-pronged approach, and a lot of AI goes into this, right? So there is first of all kind of the explicit and the implicit personalization, right? So there are some things which are fairly clear. The intent of the user is fairly clear. So we have entire shopping journeys, catered towards that, right? So for example, we have as we all know, like Gen Z is like an audience that is like getting more and more important. So we have an entire, landing page and a store in store called Forward, which is tailored for Gen Z, and then we our algorithms are tailored for example, for this particular cohort. Wearing trendy clothes is very important, and wearing new clothes, freshness of selection is very important. So the algorithms for search are indexed towards that, right? So which gives a lot more weightage towards these aspects compared to, let's say, our traditional Myntra search, right? So the entire journey, and then the look and feel and so on and so forth. So they also want to see again, say, what is trending. So like the and daily drops, weekly drops of new styles that are coming in. All of this needs to be kind of front and center for this. So that entire journey is tailored towards that. So that's an example of like an explicit personalization. Now, like when it comes to kind of implicit, right? So there are again like a couple of different approaches that we take. So one is cohort. So again, so India is a vast country, but then there are patterns, right? So we know what certain people look for, let's say in the south versus like north versus east, especially when there are festivals and so on, which certain communities and certain regions of the country celebrate. So those kind of things can be leveraged, right? Along with ultimately personalizing it to the individual level. So while cohort can be used for location affluence, like people are looking for premium products versus entry level products and so on. Individual tastes play a big role in the individual personalization, such as the brands that they prefer, the price points that they prefer, and so on and so forth. So we create like complex embeddings, product embeddings, user embeddings, and then using similarity kind of algos, we find these best matches and then rank them, right? So that's so AI plays a fairly key role in all of this. And there are other interesting ways to do this as well, right? So for example, another thing that we've kind of recently launched is a My Stylist. So this is like how can we make a personal stylist be available to every single user, right? That's the thought behind this. So based on your purchase history, so we are able to now again like based on algos show you things that go well with this, right? If you've bought a certain kind of a pant or a shirt, we can show like other products that can go well with this, or accessories and so on, so that you can create that entire ensemble or look. So that makes it a little bit easier for people to make decisions. So again, in this space, in this fashion and lifestyle domain, people are looking for certain products. Yes, that's one use case, but they're also looking for inspiration. So this is a place where you're providing some fashion inspiration for people to kind of visualize what could go well with this. So that's another way of personalizing.
Yeah, I have a few friends, obviously female friends. Looks like they keep scrolling Myntra for all the kind of in a catalog to see what's there for them. And they like, I see the engagement rate is only going high and high. So must be doing some magic there for people to be engaged on the personalized level. So great thing. So my question to you, Ranjini, given that India retail market is very different, it's a emerging market, right, developing market. Do you see that developing markets have different needs compared to the already markets that are advanced in this stage? Any insights would be great.
No, that's a very good question. And India is a very interesting, unique market. I'm part of a global team, so I see India, I see the rest of the world, I see other markets as well. We have a very barbell approach, if I can call it that, right? Which means we play at the extremes and we play at the extremes really well. So you would have a set of use cases, organizations, teams who are playing it safe, having very quick win, low hanging fruits, chat with your data, HR bot kind of use cases, which makes sense, right? They are moving towards that adoption. At the same time, you would have extreme ends and usually digital natives, right? Like we were talking about digital natives and e-commerce who are at the other edge, right? Looking at multi-agent, multimodal, multi-scenario, bringing in all of the VNext use cases that you can think of. So we do play at the extremes. So to kind of come back to what does it mean? I feel like India has always leapfrogged in terms of technology, right? We go to the mobiles before we go to systems. So, and I think that's kind of similar. And there are probably a couple of things which is going to play out here. One is around localization, and we spoke about languages, right? And it's a huge play. So tier 2, tier 3 market is huge, and a lot of our organizations are tapping into that, which also means that GenAI can play a key role in terms of language translation. And it's not just simple language translation. Think about the way we write our addresses. Our addresses are hard enough to interpret even otherwise, but the way we write it is probably a combination of English and Tamil and Tanglish, as they call it, or Kannada and English. So transliteration, translation, pattern matching, all of that becomes important. Think about use cases in terms of returns, right? Like even returns as such requires fine-grained image analysis, things like that. I think localization is going to be a big play in that sense. And so is anything with respect to price sensitivity, right? We are very resourceful as a country, and we end up finding out those small areas where we can bring in cost savings, like I was saying, right? Automated returns and so on and so forth. Personalization. And again, being that cohort, I can tell you that that's a huge space, right? Beyond moving from just checkout to transforming that entire customer experience. Yeah.
Well said. Well said. Thank you. Now coming to a little more contentious stuff. We all like to do personalization. And then there's this whole body that says, hey, proper use of data is important. And there's the whole regulatory requirement around data. We all know that the AI gets better with the better data. The moment you take that fuel out, the engine starts to run dry. Would like to hear from you, Gaurav, how to create this balance where you really add the value, but at the same time you stay on the rightful use of data. And what's your thought on it?
Well, as you said, it is a hard question. I'll tell you how I think about it. Doesn't mean I have any solutions. So the way I would think about it is think of it as a three-dimensional space: model, regulation, consumer. What sits bang in the heart of it to some extent, lots of things sit, is consent. Consent sits bang in the middle of it, right? Now we've all gone through experiences where please read all of this. If you agree, we're like, quick, I agree. We've all gone through that, right? But questions, which now become very important, is so I'll pose some questions rather than give any answers. I'll pose more questions. I mean, what would be the relationship between a consent policy and consent? Could we not have a gradient? And what would that gradient look like? Number one. And that gradient could change depending on different situations. So that's sort of, let's say, question number one. Question two, which then feeds from there, is would we be able to design Gen AI solutions which delete memory if I withdraw consent?
That's a hard part.
And then what do models do? As you said, they learn, they adapt. How would we be in a position to establish breach of consent?
Yeah, that's a very big one. Yeah.
So as I said, you asked me one question, I'll ask three back. Right? Relationship between policy and consent. If I withdraw my consent, will you delete memory?
Yeah.
And then how do you establish that somebody's actually breached that consent? Lots of research to be done. Lots of graduate students to work on it with industry on this problem.
Beautiful answer. My mind is already going for solutions and stuff, how to implement this. So I'm going to stop there. Probably the last question of the session to Raghu. You have two sides of the world, right? There's a consumer who's looking for something, right? But you have this seller side of the world who's just want to sell, right? you have a great responsibility on matching the right thing, making sure you follow all the 9 years so that consumers are satisfied and sellers are happy. And I'm sure you have a lot of AI, Gen AI being leveraged in the middle. Uh, just a quick rundown on that, and then probably we'll wrap up the session.
Yeah, sure. So I'll maybe talk about a couple of aspects of that problem. So one is, how do you kind of make sure that first of all the consumers be able to find what they're looking for based on the catalogs provided by the supplier, right? So we want to make it easier, as easy as possible for the supplier, as you said. So which means there are some kind of basic mandatory kind of attributes that we would want for the supplier to provide, but then we want to make it as lightweight as possible. So this is where like Gen AI or AI actually comes into picture, where we can leverage natural language processing and image processing capabilities. For example, extract more attributes than what they provided from, let's say, just a description, and go even beyond that and look at the image, right? And then see how we can kind of make more sense out of this of the image, and again enrich the attributes to make it easier. So this will help the consumers be able to address all kinds of queries, right? So yeah, just recently I was just playing around with something, and then somebody is looking for, let's say, like bed sheets with stars and moon, yeah, something like that. So it is like there's no way there's that's part of any description. But then if you look at the image, you can actually extract this information,
We
right?
had some
And
queries
then you
like that.
enrich that. So that's all those kind of things are possible. And then we also have to kind of the other aspect of the question that I was trying to answer is like, how do you make a lot of these insights be available to the partners or the suppliers, in terms of how the performance of their products vis-a-vis the cohort, the competition, the insights, what kind of campaigns can they run from a advertising point of view to kind of help make things better, or couponing strategies, all of these kind of things, and what kind of products are having issues, what's based on the ratings that consumers provide, how can you summarize that and make those things available to the suppliers. So all of these kind of things are possible using AI.
Thank you. Thank you. I think search and the whole discovery process is becoming such a critical part of our daily life. I see my mom doing it. I see my kids doing it. Obviously, I'm also doing, but all different subjects, right? And I personally learned quite a bit on things that you guys have said. I'd like to thank you all for providing those wonderful insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing how AI is proving to be a game changer in so many ways, right from search, personalization, discovery, small models, and the challenges we still have to solve. I think that was a very interesting session. Thank you again.
It's fascinating how much advertising has evolved. Do you remember the days that we waited for TV commercials because they were so creative?
Yeah, those ads were so memorable. They probably played a big role in driving sales for those brands. But what makes them truly successful?
I think it's all about harnessing data, using the insights like conversion, traffic, engagement to refine the strategies and maximize the impact.
Well, I'm sure those insights go a long way. To give a closer look at the data-driven retail advertising platforms, please welcome our guests who have advertising down to the T. First of all, I would like to invite my good old friend who has an experienced business leader who has mastered design thinking and structured problem solving, along with obviously handling multiple roles in his Flipkart experience. So Sandeep Karwa, VP Ads, Flipkart, welcome on stage.
Joining Sandeep is someone who leads a team of engineers, tech specialists, and data scientists, bringing together the Google's expertise in AI and data-powered innovation. Please give it up for Shalu Junjunwala, Country Director, GTech Ads, Google India.
And to moderate this conversation, please welcome Rao Gandhi, Vice President Engineering, Walmart Global Tech.
So with all the discussions, hope you're all fueled up. I know I'm holding you up, holding up the Indian opener from scoring the winning runs. So he'll be here. He's in the building, by the way. So first things first. So let's dive into the world where technology meets advertising. It's where the retailer gets little extra caching in the cash register. Right? It's not just about retail advertising. It's where it's becoming the secret sauce of the entire profitability. So, spoiler alert, it's all about data, engagement, and those diverse streams of revenue. So, let's uncover the future of retail advertising with two of the industry leaders. We have Shalu, we have Sandeep. You can take a few seconds to introduce yourselves if you're okay with it.
I think she did a better job of introducing me than I'll do that. But yeah, I think I've been with Google for about 9 years. Prior to that, with other tech companies like Microsoft, and I've seen the evolution of the space from the old ads ecosystem and then ads and tech coming together. So excited to be here.
Thank you. So happy to be here and good evening, everyone. I have about 17 years of retail experience. I've been retailer all my life before I coded, by the way, for 2 years. In Flipkart for about 13 years. I have seen the evolution of Flipkart, evolution of e-commerce in India. And I'm actually getting a very good seat to see the quick commerce also evolve in India. So super happy to be here. On the ad side, there are so many new things which are happening. We heard a full session about AI. I think we'll not talk a lot about AI, but how things are panning out and how each of these things are becoming extremely important as we move forward. So look forward to the session today.
Thank you both of you. Since morning, we started with adaptive retail, then slowly went on to the entire supply chain of it. Then followed by, we also talked about quick commerce. With all this being done magically through technology, the margin of profitability is very thin for a retailer. That's where the advertising is very important. But before we go there, I'll start with you. It's a twofold question. What is the origin of advertising in brands? And when Google started its business model, was it thought through or is it evolved over a period of time?
Yeah, so if Google's entire philosophy on ads stems from our mission, which is to make data universally available and accessible and useful to all users, right? So I'll share a folklore which is very popular within Google and often quoted. So in the year 2000, which is many years back, we had at that time 8 to 10 engineers who were working on Google search. And for the first time, they started thinking about should we have ads on Google search? And at that point, the only ad format which everyone knew about was banner ads. And there was so much pressure on these 8, 10 engineers that why are we not doing banner ads on Google search? And think of it, right? You have this whole white space with one box just prime for putting lots of banners on them. And I think these 8, 10 engineers then went back to our mission statement and said, you know what? Banner ads are not going to be useful to our end users. And we need to change that. And that's when they started thinking of these blue links on search. And that's how the advent of search ads actually happened. And since then, Google has gone through many evolutions of rethinking our ad strategy, especially with every wave of technology which has happened. Whether it was the mobile wave and how do you rethink ads and make them relevant for a 6-inch screen and for a very different user behavior, then the advent of apps, and especially in a region like APAC, which is very app heavy, rethinking our strategy there, and now, of course, with AI. But through all of this, the core philosophy still continues to remain true to that mission statement that the user comes first. Let's solve for the user, and everything else will follow.
Thank you. I mean, it's always inspiring to see the journey of Google and the success of Google. Back to you, Sandeep, now. So let's, bring it to a retail context. Please help us understand the origin of retail advertisement. Advertisement into retail specifically.
So I'll first pan out a picture that okay, when we go to offline retail, right? When we go to offline retail today, or probably we went to offline retail 15 years back, uh, we used to go to a store. If it's a single brand store, you'll find a single brand carrying sections which are different sections, that new arrivals. Then there is section which is a general merchandise, and then there's section which is top deals. If you go to a multi-brand retail, you'll again find something like that, that okay, there will be a section wherein 50% discount merchandise is available. Then there is merchandise which is new merchandise from different brands, a certain brand being placed up in the aisle and versus a certain brand being placed later, right? Now these, just imagine this, we are talking about offline retail where they are probably managing 1000 2000 SKUs. The whole advertising as an ecosystem, the way it started evolving from there. So originally it started from retail promotions. It started from how do you segregate this merchandise, how do you ensure that certain merchandise gets top eyeballs, how do you place something as soon as a customer enters the store, and from there the whole retail advertising has evolved to what we see today. Coming to Flipkart, coming to e-commerce in general, on Flipkart, we have close to 1.4 million sellers. I'm talking about 1.4 million sellers who sell their stuff. We have more than 150 million products. We serve close to 19,000 zip codes plus. So technically, we serve 99% of India, right? So smallest of the village and like the most urban and most affluent locality in India. Now, when we think about this whole advertising as an ecosystem on retail platforms actually has taken a completely new take, right? How do you merchandise even, but those core fundamentals of how do you merchandise your selection differently for different users and for different use cases is what the core of or genesis of advertising in retail is, right? Because if you were to not do this, and if you were to let anything and everything being lying in the same way, for a consumer, it would probably never make sense, right? For a consumer. So just imagine a store if you were not having a section called deals, if you were not having a section called new arrivals, for you, it will become very, very difficult. So having that and allowing a brand or allowing a seller to merchandise the way they want to merchandise is the genesis of advertising in retail.
Thank you for that. So back to you, Shalu. So how do you see the retail advertising growing in the next few years?
I let Sandeep zoom in on retail. He's much better placed than me, but I'll take a step back and talk about how I see this whole advertising space evolve. Let's start with India. It's one of the fastest growing GDPs in the world, if not the fastest growing GDP in the world. And yet, only 0.3% of India's GDP is ADEX. Whereas for markets like China, Americas, that's closer to 1%. So we have a large journey in terms of our overall ADEX growth at an India level, along with our GDP growth, right? So that's the first big opportunity. The second, if you then zoom in to digital advertising within that, in 2022, digital advertising for the first time in absolute numbers overtake traditional mediums like TV and print, and yet continues to grow at an exponential rate. We have 800 million internet users now in India. And many of you all know how many of them are already significantly active and transacting base, right? So there's just going to be a sheer advent of this continuous growth that digital will continue to have within the ADEX. And then comes the subset of retail. Today, if I'm not wrong, there are 220 million plus transacting users in the retail space. And these are very mature users because they're actually taking the end action on platforms. And a large part of these users are now coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. So with this, it just uniquely connects what the advertiser needs and what the user needs. Today, what advertisers care about is profitability. They care about performance. They care about reaching the right users. And I think retail provides that space and at scale. So without a doubt, I think advertising, digital advertising and retail is all going to see significant growth in the coming years.
Those are some mind-boggling numbers, inspired by, inspired by the opportunity that we have in front of us. Back to you, Sandeep. What are the top 1 or 2 growth opportunities or growth levers that we have when it comes to retail advertising?
Okay, so first I'll probably take from where Shalu gave data on how China and how probably India there's the growth which we've seen in digital advertising. She gave a number that we probably digital advertising has crossed that 50% mark, right? We've become bigger than the retail, the overall traditional advertising. I think the most interesting part is the fastest growing part of this whole digital advertising is where retail comes in. And the prime reason for that is more and more brands, more and more advertisers want that whole loop to close. There has to be a feedback loop coming in that when we advertised, what happened, right? And that's where probably the whole retail tech and retail data net systems are coming in, right? At least on a commerce platform like ours, the advertisers are actually able to see that, okay, when they advertised, what really happened? Did their sales increase? Was there any return on ad spends? ROAS is the metric which goes around, right? And at this most important part, where what happened in the whole funnel, not just today, 7 days later, 14 days later, 3 months later, right? And that's where a lot of this work which we are doing in retail ads now is how do you play across the funnel and not just on the performance side of advertising. What do you do for a brand which wants to say launch a new celebrity as their face? What's the role of retail advertising, right? So I think there are a lot of stuff happening. India I mean, we are fortunate as well as we also have a tough ecosystem to operate in. It's not an easy place where there are 2 or 3 retailers who compete with each other. There is a whole, I mean, that's where the beauty of the country is. There are many Indias which live in this country, and hence there are so many retailers which are solving so many needs. Hence, finding that that place where brands and advertisers can come in and talk to their consumers in the most possible or most logical way is where the future is.
Very insightful. Thank you. Back to you, Shalu. So, in a world where there are many advertisers as well as many advertisements and people are in a way getting little bored, right? How do you strike the right balance between making the advertisers happy at the same time ensuring great customer experience?
Yeah, like I said in my first question, I think everything stems from the user. You solve for the user and then you build ad products around it which cater to your advertisers' needs. I think if you stay true to that ethos, you'll actually be able to get that holy grail magical combination where you're able to take care of the user as well as the advertiser needs together. Let me share a personal story. Earlier, I would search for a night cream and I would generally put the words night cream and I'll get a flurry of ads, and the one which makes more sense, I will probably go with. Today, I follow much more steps before I make that decision, right? I have learned words like niacinamide. I've learned words like retinol, and I use those in my search behavior. And once I've searched about it, then I'll probably go and watch an influencer video on it, either on YouTube Shorts or on Instagram, and multifold analysis before I finally go into making a decision. So my way, my intent, my consumer behavior has evolved a lot more. And that opens up a unique opportunity for the advertiser to be relevant in that moment that matters to that user. Right user, right message in the right moment. I think if you can achieve these 3 things together, you make it work for both. So very critical as advertisers to really start thinking about the end user. being able to think about connecting the dots. We spoke about data. How do you leverage that data in a very responsible manner to be able to build personalized messages, personalized moments where you're nudging the user to take an action, but at the same time, you're nudging the user in the right direction that's relevant for the user.
Thank you. Back to you again, Shalu. So from your conversations with advertisers worldwide, what are they looking for the most from the retail media, ecosystem?
At Google, we are lucky to talk to many, many different industries and advertisers and CMOs across. So you can start observing certain common trends when you talk to them. I'll talk through three things that I feel are top of mind today for every CMO that you'd speak to. The first thing they care about very deeply is profitable growth. If we go 4 years, 5 years back, pre-COVID, COVID days, it was growth at any cost. Everyone just cared about acquiring new users. In the last few years, it's pivoted to profitable growth. And it's important when you think about profitable growth to find those right consumer cohorts and to leverage the consumer data effectively to talk to them. They care about things like premium users today. They specifically want to go after Gen Z users today. The second principle that they all care about deeply, and I'll quote a line that one of the CMOs told me in a meeting last week, and it struck a chord with me. This person said that every marketing dollar that I have today is a performance dollar. And that was pretty telling. If you read between what he was trying to say, he's saying, even if I spend on branding, I need to be able to tell what performance is delivered for my business. So that's the kind of pressure they are under. And hence the importance of measurement. How effectively are you measuring your advertising becomes critical. And then the third piece, which is, universally been the core of advertising, is creatives. And I think today many speakers have spoken about personalization and personalization at scale. That is truly the need of the hour. And many, many advertisers are really trying to figure how to make that happen effectively while taking care of privacy needs. So anyone who can cater to all these three is really being able to solve for them and their needs.
Thank you very much. Sandeep, let's bring that into Indian context. So do you see any differences in the needs of the Indian advertisers from the retail media ecosystem?
So I think what Shalu said, I think most of those things are very, very relevant for India. And I'm most happy for the second point that, okay, every dollar is performance dollar now, because hopefully my next year goals are achieved because of that, right? But bringing a bit of India context, see, the biggest problem with when the brand marketeers and advertisers in India, when they are looking at platforms to advertise, is they want ability or retail tech tools which allow them to talk to many Indias in a very seamless way. This is something which is extremely important, right? And hence that's where the data comes in, the context of data, the 1P data, and each of these things where you can use that data in and have the ability to personalize. There were times wherein we used to talk to our advertisers and we used to tell them that, okay, hey, you have 200 audiences which you can use and probably target them basis these 200 audiences. And those audiences would be typically gender, maybe geographies at best, someone like some category buyers, etc. From that world to today, when we are actually looking and moving forward to a prompt based audience management, right? So you can ideally you should be able to personalize it at n equal to 1, right? An ad which you are seeing versus an ad which Shalu is seeing and versus an ad which I am seeing should be different, because the creatives and the call outs which actually work out for Rao you versus what Shalu versus me would be different. I would probably get hooked onto a discount as a call out on the banner or on the listing ad, versus Shalu could be looking at new.
Yeah.
Versus you could look at something which has been bought by many, right? So how does this come through using technology? And of course, while you keep at like the top of your priority as a retailer also, that you're not creating a jarring experience for consumer, right? To your previous question which you asked, it's important that we also note that as retailer, while advertisements are adding to the bottom line, it's extremely important. It's taking away some real estate from organic, right? Ideally, that real estate could have gone to organic if you would have not shown an ad, right? So how do you balance by not showing irrelevant ads, by showing absolutely relevant ads to customers, and also driving performance for advertisers is where we are headed towards.
Thank you. That was insightful. So any panel discussion these days is incomplete without talking about Gen AI or AI. So to you, Shalu, what role do you see AI playing in the retail media ecosystem these days? And can you also share thoughts from both advertisers and customers' perspective? Thank you.
Yeah, Sundar at IO made us count how many times the word AI was used. Maybe you all should do it for this session too. But apart from that, I think, look, AI is going to be the next phase, and it already is a huge, huge disruptor when it comes to the space of ads, both for advertisers as well as for the end users. In Google, since the year 2016, we've actually been building AI first products for our ads. In those days, I remember there was a lot of discomfort and anxiety when you spoke to advertisers about these AI first products. There was a feeling of lack of control. Sometimes the word black box used to get used for it. But today we're seeing that space evolve so much. Advertisers are embracing it, and not because they want to use AI, because they're seeing it deliver to their performance goals. They've also been able to see that there are so many different levers and factors that are critical to optimize advertising today that it's getting very, very difficult to do it without leveraging AI. So we're definitely seeing a huge change and evolution in the way advertisers are using it. From a user perspective, the earlier session spoke a lot about conversational AI. We're seeing so many different use cases of that play out from a user perspective. So three areas specifically when it comes to ads where we're seeing AI play a big transformative role. First is media. Within media, we're seeing AI play a big role in terms of reaching that right cohort of consumers. Sandeep spoke about moving from 200 different generalized cohorts to really personalized cohorts of users. And that's a space where AI is helping. And of course, AI on the back of a lot of first party data that you collect over time. The second space where we're seeing a lot of action is measurement. A lot of data science based predictive models getting built at advertiser level to be able to go after high value users, improve lifetime value of consumers, and many different areas. And the last space where we're seeing action happen is creatives. We're seeing AI first creative thinking truly disrupt the way creatives have been done in the past. Personalization at scale is a reality now and no longer just this concept that we're going after. We're seeing advertisers actually do this. Many use cases, you all would have seen case studies around. So I think all these three are going to see massive disruption with AI and transform lives for advertisers and also improve experience for end users.
Thank you. The discussions have been very insightful. Sorry, we have to, running out of time. I think for me, the main takeaway is if done right, it's a win-win-win situation. It's a very big win for the retailer, right? In terms of, top line as well as the profitability side of it. And it's also a big win for the advertiser to reach the targeted audience and even for the customer to kind of, get the right insights and all that. Thank you. Thank you both. And please give them a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep, Shalu, and Rao. It was indeed a very interesting conversation. In a space where our customers' demands are evolving, data truly is the compass for brands to know about their growth and lasting impact. What stood out to me in this session was the journey that we have gone into the digital ads and the opportunities that are lying ahead. We barely scratched the surface. So over to our next segment.
Today we have heard from a varied lineup of industry speakers, academia, and our own experts about how technology is transforming retail. But Anima, do you know who's going to change this?
Is that Mohit?
Well, it's students, of course, the bright minds who will be working for the next generation of retail.
Absolutely right. To empower this generation for past 3 years, we have been inviting engineering students across India to participate in Sparkathon, Walmart's Global Tech Open Innovation Challenge. In this challenge, students have the opportunity to tackle complex retail problems with innovative solutions.
And this year we received a whooping 4,813 entries from 13,700 students across 750 engineering colleges. Isn't that great?
That's truly incredible. It's inspiring that the young minds today are so enthusiastic about innovation. And honestly, Sparkathon was all that our teams could talk about in the last few months. There were so many ideas that we were blown away, and it was difficult to pick the top 3 teams for this award.
So before we invite our winners on stage, let's have a look at our Sparkathon journey this year.
May I request Balu Chaturvedula, Hari Vasudev, and Shavana Kumar Karnati to join us on the stage to felicitate the winning teams.
Are you all excited to meet the teams that emerged on top of this year's Sparkathon? Okay, so get ready to put your hands together for the second runners-up of Sparkathon 2024. Team Varta.ai from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar. Team Varta.ai developed an advanced interactive voice response or an IVR system that utilizes live function calling, sentiment analysis, and multilingual support to take customer service to the next level.
Now, the first runners up were not able to join us in person today, but nonetheless deserve a huge round of applause. Please give it up for Team Sparkly Innovators from IIT Jodhpur. Team Sparkly Innovators proposed a solution that creates photorealistic fashion videos from static images. They used a diffusion model and post guidance to improve how clothes look online and show their details. Team, I hope you all are watching the live stream and feeling incredibly proud of yourself.
And now for the winners of Sparkathon 2024. Are you ready to know who all it is? Congratulations, Team DocOps from Punjab Engineering College. Team DocOps submitted a fantastic solution that generates optimized 3D packing designs for truck loading. Their system uses real-time allocation and enhanced visibility to revolutionize supply chain operations.
Thank you, Harish, Ravan, and Balu. Congratulations once again to the top teams, and a huge thank you to all the team who participated in this in Sparkathon 2024.